a spatial dungeon created when a gate opens, the home of countless monsters. And with powers beyond human comprehension, it is the place where hunters hunt. 10 years have passed since the appearance of dungeons, and monsters and hunters emerged to adapt to this new world, coexisting with the rest of society. Over time, people grew accustomed to their presence, and the number of hunters continued to grow. There is only one way to become a hunter: the tower from the first floor to the 100th. It is a system where the higher you climb, the stronger you become. Every hunter is summoned to the tower before they awaken to become a hunter capable of fighting in dungeons. And upon being summoned, their bodies are bathed in an aura of sacred power. The hunters say, "Climb the tower, climb as high as you possibly can. The higher you ascend, the stronger you will become." But the tower's tutorial alone causes 80% of them to fail. E-rank hunters are eliminated on the 10th floor. D-rank hunters can reach the 20th floor, C-rank the 30th, B-rank the 40th, and A-rank the 50th. And I am standing before the entrance to the 100th floor. To reach the entrance of the 100th floor, Hyun-soo had to endure 1,000 hardships, his body covered in wounds from head to toe. But all of this is in the future right now. Hyun-soo is just an insignificant nobody watching a live stream on his phone. He can't help but exclaim, "This is insane." S-rank hunter Kim Han-seong, that guy is seriously handsome, hogging all the spotlight. The number of floors Kim Han-seong has currently climbed is 61 floors. I wonder when I'll be called to the tower to escape this wretched life. Thinking about this, a sorrowful expression appeared on his face. The image of his parents in his mind was now blurred with red mom-dad. "My friends, if only I could climb the tower." As he was wallowing in sorrow, a sudden blow to his head was so painful it made him spit. Startled, he yelled, "What the hell?" Turning around, he saw Seon-hak, the one who hit him on your phone again, are you? He ground his finger into his forehead and said contemptuously, "Morons like you are just hopeless." Humiliating and bullying him seemed to be his daily fun. "Can't you see we're about to enter a dungeon? If you don't want to get fired, work harder, you damn porter," though bullied. Hyun-soo could only endure it silently. This guy's messing with me again. The guy with the mushroom haircut in the group approached with a fake apologetic look, saying, "I'm sorry, Seon-hak's just playing rough again." He quickly waved his hand at him, pretending not to mind. "It's fine, we're close friends after all." After this farce ended, Hyun-soo gripped the bag strap on his chest, pursed his lips, and encouraged himself, "It's all right, just have to get through one more day." After walking for some time, Hyun-soo was in the lead with Seon-hak's group following about 3 meters behind him. Them letting him take the lead made Hyun-soo suspicious. "Why am I at the front? What if we encounter a monster? Am I supposed to be their shield?" Noticing his anxiety, the mushroom-haired guy smiled and waved. Seeing his smile, Hyun-soo felt reassured again. At least he's on the team. But that thought was instantly shattered as a foot shot out. The mushroom-haired guy kicked him hard in the rear, making him lose his footing and stumble forward. The kick was so powerful that it sent him sliding quite a distance. Hyun-soo didn't understand. He turned his head back and demanded, "What's going on?" But before he could finish speaking, a mana barrier formed. Seeing the 3 scoundrels standing casually outside, Hyun-soo stared at the barrier in astonishment. A mana barrier. As if explaining his despicable action, the mushroom-haired guy took out his phone to live stream the scene, his voice filled with excitement as he yelled, "All right, everyone, it's been a while, but Dog Kicker is back." The battle between the orange-haired porter and a hellhound, the broadcast starts now. It's the lowest level 1-star monster, but dangerous in a pack. Place your bets on who will win. Show your support, everyone. His whining words reached Hyun-soo's ears. "It's been a while since I hosted a match, so I'm a bit short on cash." It was then that Hyun-soo realized he'd been set up. "I've been tricked. They lock a normal person or a monster in with another monster and make them fight to the death, the infamous dog fight. This is illegal. So even if I win, they won't let me live." Hyun-soo never expected them to be this cruel, damn it. So this is why the pay was higher than anywhere else. But this was no time for thinking. The hellhound had arrived, its heavy paws kicking up a fine layer of dust as they hit the ground. Without giving him a chance to react, it lunged like a pouncing tiger. Fortunately, Hyun-soo managed to raise his dagger, but his arm was wounded in the process. He lightly touched the scratch on his arm and groaned in pain. Hyun-soo started to panic. What am I going to do? Just then, more hellhounds appeared. The mushroom-haired guy grew even more excited at this scene, shouting his name. "Hyun-soo, say hi to the viewers beside him." Seon-hak laughed savagely, continuously taunting him. "That's right, Porter boy, are you just going to stand there looking stupid?" As if being attacked by dogs wasn't enough, he had to listen to these bastards' curses. He tried to ignore them. But their next words struck a nerve. Or do you want to end up as monster food just like your parents? This was the one thing Hyunsoo couldn't tolerate, you son of a b asterisk. Today you're all going to find out what death is. The killing intent in his eyes didn't frighten them in the slightest. Instead, they just mocked him more. Oh my, so scary, but you're the one who's about to die. Hyunsoo took out the whistle hanging around his neck. He blew into the whistle with all his might, letting out a piercing shriek. Upon hearing the sound, the dogs froze their ears, standing on end. It seemed the whistle only agitated them further, making them more bloodthirsty and frenzied. Only then did Seon-hak feel a sense of fear, realizing what he was doing. What are you doing? Are you insane? Stop it. Stop blowing that thing, you bastard. Stop it right now. But a hellhound seized the opportunity to sink its teeth into his arm. Seeing the pack of frenzied dogs charging at them, he couldn't help but curse, "This is insane. Damn it, stop." Watching them get surrounded by the frenzied dogs, he smiled with satisfaction. I told you today you'll know the taste of death. What followed were blood-curdling screams and blood splattering everywhere. After dealing with Seon-hak's group, the frenzied dogs turned their attention to Hyunsoo. Howling madly, Hyunsoo glanced to his left. Right beside him, a hellhound opened its maw filled with sharp teeth. He quickly slashed at it with his dagger and backed away. But one man can't fight a pack. Another one bit down hard on his shoulder from behind. Hyunsoo screamed. Then the sound of a wild beast gnawing echoed through the air. Fresh blood stained the ground, a horrifying sight to behold. Hyunsoo was mauled beyond recognition. Lying weakly on the ground, he stared ahead. Before him was the sight of Seon-hak's group being devoured by the hellhounds. While the others were enjoying their feast, a few more approached Hyunsoo. Two of them bit down hard on his legs. I tried so hard to live, but in the end I just became dog food. Before the light faded from Hyunsoo's eyes, he thought with satisfaction, but at least I took those bastards down with me. Just then, a cold voice rang out, "The conditions have been met. The tower is inviting you." Deleting. Then a door radiating a mystical light appeared, beckoning him. Scene change. Hyunsoo, who should have been dead without a doubt, now appeared in an ancient-looking place, lying unconscious on a red carpet. And then, after a long time, he finally awoke. Hyunsoo let out a heavy gasp for air. He shot up in astonishment. The images from before his death flooded back into his mind. The memory of being bitten and eaten was still fresh, but his current healthy body made him doubt it. I'm not dead. Just then he remembered a detail. The tower is inviting you. After recalling that detail, he understood why he was alive. I was summoned by the tower and revived with a coin. In the tower, even if you die, you can use the coins you're given. Even if you're beaten until your stomach is pierced or shot full of arrows like a porcupine. Or even if your head is crushed. You can use them to come back to life. Like me, everyone's coin count is different, and you won't know how many you have until the tutorial ends. A system message appeared before him. Hello, Ju Hyunsoo, welcome to the tower. You are on the first floor. The tutorial will last from the 1st to the 5th floor. Please continue climbing the tower. Hyunsoo curiously tapped the panel in front of him. Reading this display really hammers home the fact that I'm in the tower. I've waited for this day, searching for information from the government and the association. I also made sure to train in preparation. The opportunity has finally arrived. I must remain calm. After encouraging himself, he took the first step toward the gate. His face showed firm resolve and determination. I will not let this opportunity slip away. Immediately upon entering, the system announced entrance to the first floor, and a goblin appeared in his sight. He stood still, watching it from a distance. As he approached it, the system issued a quest: defeat one goblin, 0 out of 1. With the guide he had read, he was extremely confident. Just as it said in the guide from the government and the associations, it's time to hunt a goblin. Suddenly, the goblin pointed to its head and gave him a provocative look, as if saying, "Hit me here, there's plenty of blood." Its childish provocation made him scoff. What's wrong with that thing? He widened his stance. He settled into a ready stance to fight it. It's better for me to attack from a low position. I have to kill it. He shot up like an arrow, leaving the goblin stunned. Before it could even react, he drove his knee into its face, knocking out several of its teeth. Because of its earlier provocation, he put 200% of his strength into that single blow. The goblin was sent flying, blood gushing from its nose. After knocking it down, Hyunsoo skillfully twirled the knife in his hand. He got on top of it and raised the knife high, then plunged it straight into its chest. The system immediately announced defeated one goblin, 1 out of 1, first floor complete. Pulling the knife from its chest, he muttered with boredom, that was nothing. If it's just this, I can handle it. But just as he thought that was all, another goblin appeared behind him and launched a sneak attack, stabbing him once in the arm with its blade. The pain from his arm snapped him back to reality. Hyunsoo stared at it in shock. As he fell, he thought in disbelief there was another one. Seeing that its attack had landed, the goblin flashed a wicked grin. He still couldn't believe he'd been ambushed. I was so sure there was only one. Damn it. Ting, 1 gold coin has been used. 1 coin has been deducted. You will return to the starting point. Hyunsu struggled to open his eyes. I can be revived after 1 coin is deducted. The guide said there was only one. In that case, that means the government and the association spread false information. How could they? I don't know their motive, but there's nothing I can do about it now. I have to keep going. I've waited for 3 hours, but that bastard hasn't appeared. I'll get killed if I act rashly here since I don't know their numbers. I must be extremely careful. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention. Seeing the goblin skipping outside, he thought gleefully, there it is. Let's follow it. After following it, he'd found himself before a magnificent castle. The goblin didn't stop and seemed intent on going inside. Seeing it stop to talk with another one, he silently confirmed his suspicion. Just as I thought, there are other goblins here. That's the one that stabbed me. But what is that? It looks like a statue. Could it be an item? I don't remember the guide mentioning any items. He recalled an interview he once saw. Come to think of it, there are treasures and rare items hidden in the tower. Hunter Kim Hanseong exclusive interview. You must find them to climb to the higher floors. Determination to obtain it flashed in his eyes. Great, whatever it is, I'm going to get it no matter what. And without hesitation, he gripped his blade and charged toward the 2 conversing goblins. The bearded one seemed to sense the danger just as it was about to use its ability. The blade had already pierced its chest. The other one broke out in a cold sweat, whipping its head around to see who killed its companion. And before it stood Hyunsu, raising his blade to finish it off. This is my revenge, you bastard. Thwump! The sound of the blade sinking into flesh echoed as a spray of fresh blood shot into the air. After killing them both, the system announced goblins defeated 2 out of 2, first floor complete. He looked at the statue on the ground. Picking it up, he wondered, what is this statue? I thought they were guarding it. Suddenly, the statue began to shake violently, and he stared at it in amazement. A stream of pure power was released, spreading around Hyunsu's body. Suddenly, the statue began to crack apart. The system panel appeared. Server first, you have obtained the statue of Lunatus. The arrangement of Lunatus, unique, hidden quest, defeat, goblins, 2 out of 2. Obtain the statue of Lunatus. Reward, the arrangement of Lunatus. After reading it all, Hyunsu cheered with joy. I completed a hidden quest. How fortunate, a true adventurer. From the very start, you have been freed by the arrangement of Lunatus. A string of ancient characters appeared in mid-air, moving to form a circle. Then a series of light rays shot up from the ground. As Hyunsu received the reward, the system congratulated him. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-Rank skill, Stargazer's Eye. Stargazer's Eye. As though the stars may not always shine, we are ever present in the dark sky. You can view hidden information. Seeing the notification, Hyunsu exclaimed in shock, I just got an S-Rank skill. The highest skill rank ever recorded was AAA, possessed by the S-Rank hunter Kim Han-seong. And I got an S-Rank skill that's even higher than AAA. This is insane, truly insane. But how do I use it? You can view hidden information. As if answering his question, the skill displayed a notification. First floor cleared, no hidden information. Seeing this, he cheered with delight. Amazing with this skill. Then I'll be able to claim all the tower's hidden rewards. All right, let's go to the next floor, entering the 2nd floor. And just as he entered the 2nd floor, something shot him in the left shoulder. Hyunsu's pupils contracted in disbelief as he saw blood spurt from the wound. He clutched the wound and ran for his life, escaping from whatever had shot him. As he fled, he cursed the damn government and association for their faulty guide. Damn it, the government and those association scumbags. The angrier he got, the more he cursed. They didn't mention kobolds having weapons at all. And just then, the system issued a quest. Defeat the kobold monster 0 out of 1. Rays of light streamed through the canopy, making the scene strangely peaceful, if only this wasn't a tower filled with danger. After running for a safe distance, he finally stopped. Panting for breath, he carefully scanned his surroundings. Just like on the 1st floor, I blindly trusted the guide again. I should have been prepared for variables. I have to treat the wound first. I feel alive again. Kobolds have a keen sense of smell, so it'll find me. Eventually, its weapon is terrifying. How am I supposed to catch it? What is this? The moment he asked, Stargazer's Eye activated. You have activated Stargazer's Eye S. Information about the slime on his hand appeared. Tree bark essence can help you avoid detection by kobolds. Do you wish to apply it? Hyunsu looked at the information in amazement. It finds the right information for the situation. Excellent. Just then, a kobold was patrolling the area, its long tongue lolling out disgustingly. After applying the slime, Hyunsoo hid silently high up in a tree. Thanks to the slime, it couldn't smell him. Seeing his opportunity, Hyunsoo leaped down from the tree. Only then did it sense the danger and turn around. But it was too late. Hyunsoo had already brought a powerful strike down on its head. Fresh blood splattered across his fierce face. To be sure, he landed several more blows on its head. After finishing it off, he ran a hand through his hair and remarked it really couldn't smell me. After it died, the system displayed a notification: defeated 1 out of 1 kobold monster. Floor 2 has been cleared. You are praised for attempting to use the tree bark essence. You have received 300 points. Just then, the insight skill gave another prompt remove. The ring from the kobold's left hand. Could something good be about to happen? Looking at its raised hand, he wondered curiously. Something good. Without a second thought, he forcefully yanked one of its claws off. After taking it, he looked towards the gate. I've taken what I needed. Floor 2 has been cleared. Floor 2 is now safe. Because the second floor was cleared, the system provided food for him to fill his stomach. During the tutorial phase, you will be provided with food. Seeing the food appear out of thin air, he said mockingly, so they give me food because I work so hard, huh? Chewing the bread in his mouth, he thought with a blank expression what they said was right. When a floor is cleared, a teleportation gate opens. Just then, the system dinged and displayed a notification reward. The community has been activated. Hearing there was a reward, he paused. That's right. He opened it. Open community main server, South Korea. A series of comments appeared before his eyes. How many people finished this time? Damn it, what the hell is this tutorial round? How are we supposed to do this? Now I need to take a dump. Why is the objective different? A comment from Lost Hair caught his attention. He seemed to have gone through the hell of the first floor and was furiously cursing on the forum. What's with these crazy bastards? Those crazy bastards. Who the hell said there was only 1 goblin monster on the first floor? I hope you all get diarrhea, damn it. After reading this comment, his eyes widened. Just as I expected, I'm not the only one. But below that comment were negative replies. You bastard, you think we new dogs like you need a punch to smarten up? What floor are you on? But there was only 1 goblin. Are you high or something? Reading these comments, he was confused. But why are they reacting like this? Don't they believe this person? All right, I should join in too. Register nickname Pretty Princess. After successfully registering, he posted a comment. Hello everyone, the Pretty Princess has arrived. Everyone in the tutorial round, let's raise a toast. As he wrote the comment, he thought writing it with deliberate mistakes like this will attract attention. A guide to clearing the first floor. For those who don't know, my dramatic life in the tower has begun. This is the encounter with the little green men, right? If I post something not too obvious like this, those who realize this is information about the tutorial room will react. After he posted the guide, people seemed to respond very positively. Especially Lost Hair. A guide to clearing the first floor. For those who don't know, that's right. You're a good person. Lick the top of my head. Those damn goblins. I knew I had to watch my back. It's common for goblins to move in packs. After reading the comments, he realized that many people had shared his predicament. Everyone with a similar experience commented, if things go well, I might even find a teammate. I should just keep posting. I have to hurry. After Hyunsoo entered the gate, the system announced entering floor 3. Overcome the traps. Hearing there were traps, his face turned pale. Traps. What followed was a series of arduous trials, like fire erupting from the ground that could roast a person alive. Next, spikes fell towards his face. Then rows of spears shot up from the ground, ready to shred the ass of anyone too slow. Hyunsoo was so scared he couldn't stand steady. He plopped down on the ground. Looking at the mess of traps laid out across the dungeon, he cursed, damn it, that was close. In the fake guides, they instructed people to reach out their hands to find traps, right? They want people to lose their hands. I'm not going to follow those bastards. You have activated the skill Insight S. Under his activation, Insight quickly went to work. His pupils changed. Behind him, a magic circle with ancient characters appeared. After Insight scanned the entire dungeon, it gave a notification: you have discovered the locations of all the traps. Proceed. Hearing this, Hyunsoo grinned smugly. Let's go. In his eyes now, the trap-filled dungeon became a 3D image with no blind spots. With the help of Insight, he easily avoided every single trap, and as expected, the system announced Floor 3. Complete Floor 3 is now safe. No critical hits. You receive 1,000 points. After getting through, he couldn't help but curse this insane tower. Damn it, I almost died. How the hell could they set the difficulty this high? As usual, once the floor was safe, it provided food for Hyunsoo, a special lunchbox that restores you over 1 hour and provides a 200% boost after being digested. After reading its effects, he said with satisfaction, giving me a lunchbox with a buff like this, Means they have some conscience after all. He sighed heavily while eating. This whole series of convoluted traps is so frustrating. The memory was terrifying. Whenever he encountered a trap, the system would announce trap grandfather's old clock. Trap searing flame path. Trap blade aura trap. Scooping up a spoonful of thick egg yolk, he said to himself, if I wasn't strong enough, I probably couldn't have cleared this stage even if I spent 100 coins. While he was eating, his status window appeared. Jo Hyun-soo, highest floor conquered, floor 2, energy 5, agility 7, strength 6, magic 5, that's right. I can view my own status window after clearing floor 3. Overall, my stats are all average, but why is my magic stat a bit higher? I heard magic is an innate talent, but I didn't think my magic would be the highest in this special training. This is what you call a genius. Nice so now? Since I'm in a great mood now, let's just go somewhere random open community. 30th floor residential area. A deep drag on the cigarette made the smoke billow out. The ember at its tip glowed brighter. Rank 8 of the Sangoon Guild, Seongmo mumbled with a pensive look. I only have 1 coin left, but if I can get to C-Rank Sangoon Guild rookie choice Seongmo. The guild, especially the guild master, will definitely kill me because of some secrets I know. Damn it. Just then, a subordinate burst through the door in a hurry. Boss, have you seen the community? During the special training, another troublemaker has appeared. Hearing this, the man got annoyed. What, this is giving me a headache, let me see. Hyun-soo's post appeared before him. Guide for special training, floor 3 for newbies. Hi, Pwetty Princess here. After the horde of goblins on floor 1 and using the weapons on floor 2 this time, I'll reveal the traps on floor 3 to everyone. Guide for special training, floor 3 for newbies. The first half is spike floors, blade walls, saw gears, clock pendulums, arrow shots, combat, and ceiling crossbows. Guide for special training. Floor 3 for newbies. The second half is fire paths, blade energy, and pitfalls. Don't be an idiot and trust the fake guides put out by the government and the guilds, okay? Guide for special training, floor 3 for newbies. Never trust the government and the big guilds. They're just a bunch of murderous demons. Guide for special training, floor 3 for newbies. I've messed with their authority, now I'm out. After reading it, he couldn't contain his anger and smashed the wooden table with his strength. Seeing him go crazy, the subordinate was terrified. Boss. The man roared out an order: send people to find and capture that bastard for me immediately. The subordinate replied fearfully and ran off to do it. Yes, sir. Thinking about what the higher-ups might do and his own life being threatened, all he wanted was to wring Hyun-soo's neck to vent his anger. If I can't handle this guy, my head will roll, damn it. I don't care who that bastard is, but how dare they interfere with the floors that Sangoon manages. I'll kill you! Back in the dungeon, Hyun-soo suddenly felt his ear itch. He scratched his ear in confusion. Who's talking about me? Just then, the system displayed announcement. He thought to himself what announcement. The system didn't keep him waiting, and answered, because Jo Hyun-soo's strategy is useful for future players, you will be awarded the title Pioneer. Then he received the title Pioneer title, all stats plus 10, Pioneer of the Tower. You are a vanguard. A vanguard is not someone who stands above others, but one who attracts those who come after. Isn't a vanguard. Someone who knows most of the secrets, and then often gets challenged by others. Your points are calculated based on your level and the number of responses your strategy receives. Depending on the situation, your score may also drop. Current contribution points, 58 points, 42 more contribution points needed for the next reward. After reading it all, Hyun-soo spat out all the water in his mouth. A title. He couldn't believe it and yelled, isn't that a super rare class? That's a must-have to become a top-level hunter. Moreover, the title I received is an evolving type with a reward system that can increase all my stats. My strength, it's unbelievable. It's a good thing I wrote those guides. Let's see what the comments say. After opening the forum, a series of grateful comments appeared. Strategy for the 3rd floor special training for newbies. I almost fell into the trap. Thanks, strategy for the 3rd floor special training for newbies. Shit, why is the gap in the wall so damn narrow? I almost died. Strategy for the 3rd floor special training for newbies? Because you're fat. But is this person really trustworthy? Strategy for the 3rd floor special training for newbies? Go to hell. I'll punch your face in, damn it. Strategy for the 3rd floor special training for newbies. If only I had seen this sooner. I already reached the 3rd floor, and despite trying my best to climb, I was killed by kobolds on the 2nd floor. I just respawned. Reading these comments made him extremely amused, all thanks to the people who responded positively to his strategy. Since we've gotten to know each other quite well, I feel like we'll become good partners from now on. I wonder who they are, though. Suddenly, he paused. Besides those bastards, comments refuting him started to appear. They wanted to steer public opinion to slander him. Strategy for the third floor special training for newbies. No way, no way. The third floor isn't that hard. It's been a while, but I remember it wasn't this difficult. Strategy for the third floor special training for newbies. Don't pay attention to this kind of fake news. Are you all really going to believe this personal strategy from someone with no credibility at all? He gritted his teeth. These guys are intentionally slandering me. Are they from the Sangoon Guild? Aren't they afraid that the fake plan they made with the government will be exposed to the public? But what can you all do? I will expose every single one of your lies. While they are frantically searching for me, I, at some point in time, will be stronger than all of them. And after that, Hyun-soo entered the pit to the underworld, a hidden area on the third floor. Pit to the underworld. This place was filled with smoke and fire. Hyun-soo was launched into the sky. But what he received here was incredibly useful and amazing. Awesome, I got this rare item. Main component of a broken device. Perhaps something wonderful will happen if you carry this item. Intermediate Arcane Gem A. A piece of jewelry containing incredibly powerful energy. It will explode violently under certain conditions. A precious item containing 1% of a Philosopher's Stone. It can also be used as a core for a high-level homunculus or golem. Scroll of Raging Flames A can unleash powerful flames, single use. Night Luminescent Pearl, a round stone that can phosphoresce on the 4th floor. After passing through the gate, he advanced to the 4th floor. He could be seen climbing a cliff. Gate to the 4th floor. Climb the cliff. The observer's eye scanned a valuable item and immediately displayed its information. Blue wood. Pick it. What wonderful thing could happen now? With the observer's eye, Hyun-soo was like a fish in water, his path smooth and easy. Just as I thought, you really haven't let me down. None of the strategies out there were correct at all. 4th floor complete. Those bastards from the government and the guilds. Nobody said the height of the cliff depends on the number of items you collect. If I had climbed right away, I would have fallen 100 times and been smashed to bits. Damn it! Suddenly, a stone rolled near him. Someone's name was written on it. Hyun-soo stopped when he saw this stone. He stared intently at the stone. What, there's something written on that magic stone? He read the words carved on it, John Trailer. The observer's eye immediately provided an explanation for him. John Trailer, a sage who reached the 92nd floor a long time ago. He decided to conquer the tower using only the artificial beings he created homunculi. Hyun-soo exclaimed in astonishment, the 92nd floor. He asked in disbelief, isn't humanity's record the 64th floor set by Demi, Daniel, and homunculi too? What the hell is going to happen next in this tower? This means the tower has existed since ancient times that we know nothing about. He lightly scratched his head, thinking. He walked over to his item pouch and began to rummage through it. What's the use of thinking more about this? What can I even find right now? Let's just keep going naturally the same way we've been climbing up to this point. This is the final floor of the special training tower. Let's do this. As soon as he arrived on the 5th floor, the system issued a mission. Gate to the 5th floor. Defeat the boss monster 0 out of 1. A tip for the special training round. For newbies, there is a hidden skill box somewhere in this area. Good luck to all you newbies. Next, the system also gave a notification. The reward system is enabled on the 5th floor. The skill window can now be opened. Hyun-soo read the notification and said with a laugh, you cheeky thing. So you can adjust the floor's difficulty, huh? I can finally use skills now. It's about time. But the next notification made him freeze. The boss monster is selected based on the character's level. Checking Jo Hyun-soo's stats. Equipment good. Status severely injured. Prowess S-class. Possesses the eye that sees the stars. What the heck, based on the character's level, I've never heard of this mechanic before. Something feels very wrong. After that, the system announced difficulty increased. Difficulty increased. Looking at the huge merman in front of him, he cried out in terror. Damn it! This is just too much! At this moment, information about the merman was displayed by the system. Merman warrior, fish-type monster, half-human, half-monster. Its body is covered in blue scales, and it attacks enemies with its fangs and a low-grade trident, as this is a training version. Disadvantageous environment land. The merman warrior cannot use skills while on land. Seeing the number of stars in the information, Hyun-soo cried out in terror, a 3-star merman warrior. Without giving him a chance to think of a strategy, the merman charged forward and attacked fiercely. It thrust its trident at the spot where Hyun-soo was standing. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time. Seeing that the trident missed it, switched to using its fists. Hyun-soo once again narrowly dodged it. He crouched down, clutching his head in fear. He looked up at the merman doubtfully. Is it really weakened? It's even stronger than any monster I've ever faced before. But without letting him think further, the merman lunged like a tiger chasing Hyunsu down, its mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide as if to bite him to death. He used the observer's eye while running. This can't go on like this. I have to use a skill. As expected, the observer's eye found the skill boxes. The locations of the skill boxes have been identified. Within his sight, the hidden skill boxes now appeared clearly. Seeing them, he cheered with joy. Awesome, I've found the skill boxes, 2 low-grade boxes and 2 high-grade boxes, plus 1 more mid-grade box, but it's too far away. But in the current situation, there wasn't enough time for him to get to the high-grade boxes. He chose the 2 closer ones. First, I'll get the nearest boxes. As his eyes looked at those 2 boxes, the observer's eye gave a notification. 2 low-grade skill boxes. Approaching the 2 skill boxes, he prayed silently in his heart. Please let it be a useful skill inside. Opening the box. As soon as the box was opened, a thick gray smoke burst out, obscuring the merman's vision. The system announced smoke screen F-Rank Level 1. Hyunsu was a bit disappointed, but seeing the merman's vision blocked, he felt a little satisfied. Even though it's just an F-Rank skill, it's actually useful in this situation, isn't it? The smoke has blocked its sight. But his joy didn't last long. This merman was cunningly smart. It let out a loud roar, and the shockwave from its roar dispersed the gray smoke. Hyunsu cursed in annoyance. What the hell, right? I can't expect much from an F-Rank skill. I have to run. Acceleration skill E-Rank Level 1. There's a skill box over there. Almost there. But how could the merman let him get away again? It leaped high into the air. Then it landed with great force. The ground where it stomped cracked and shattered, sending fragments flying high. It effortlessly lifted the small Hyunsu with its hand. Squeezed tightly in its hand, he winced in pain. Damn it, it's so fast. Hyunsu reached his hand back and grabbed the hilt of his sword. With all his might, he threw the sword, piercing it through the merman's shoulder. Take this, you bastard! In pain, it roared loudly. The pain made it furiously throw him several meters away, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and dirt. Hyunsu's body was also thrown violently backward. The merman looked at Hyunsu, who was sitting on the ground with his head bowed, and let out a few growls. It raised its trident high, wanting to deliver a finishing blow. But thanks to it throwing him, he managed to open the skill box. Opening the mid-grade skill box. He smirked triumphantly. Thanks for throwing me to the skill box. The system offered its congratulations. Congratulations, your luck is very good. You have received a B-rank skill fireball. Hearing that, Hyunsu joyfully exclaimed, what a relief, it's a B-rank attack skill. At that very moment, the merman took the opportunity to raise its leg, wanting to kick him away. The kick was so powerful it sent Hyunsu flying like a ball straight into a nearby mountain. A large hole appeared at the base of the mountain. Hyunsu's hand lightly gripped the edge of the hole. He didn't look hurt at all after its kick. He wiped the dust off his face and couldn't help but curse at it. It didn't even give me time to be happy. What's the rush, you stinky fish? Seeing that he was still alive, the merman rushed forward, wanting to run him through with its trident. Suddenly, a spray of blue blood shot into the air. The merman looked down in disbelief at its foot, which had a knife deeply embedded in it. Hyunsu pressed the knife in deeper while looking at it triumphantly. Not dead yet. Wounded, it roared in fury. It attacked frantically with its trident, but luckily he managed to dodge. He gritted his teeth, glaring at it angrily. I'm not done yet. Take this B-rank fireball level 1. The flame erupted violently, and white smoke rose into the air. The merman stared blankly at the hole in its chest, unable to believe even at this moment that it had been defeated so easily. Looking at his handiwork, he said with satisfaction, smells like grilled fish. Indeed, to deal with a fish using fire is definitely the best way. Farewell, B-rank fireball level 1. After the merman was burned to a crisp, the system issued a notification. You have defeated a powerful enemy. Your courage is commendable. You have received 1,500 points. Only then did Hyunsu believe he had done it, slumping to the ground. I won. I won. The system's icy voice rang out. You will receive a bonus reward for clearing the 5th floor. The reward will be determined based on the boss's rank, now considering an appropriate reward. As soon as the system finished speaking, a flash of light appeared. A blue circle of light appeared. The light was so bright, Hyunsu had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. And then something shot out from the light and landed right on his face. He pulled it off his face and exclaimed in surprise, What is this, a water balloon? A frog, the system answered his doubt. Reward, you have received a pet. Hyunsu said disappointedly. This is what you call a reward, but before he could finish, he was slapped in the face by Deokchun. It escaped from his hand, did a graceful flip in midair, and then landed on the ground. Insight also provided information about it. Chaos Frog E abilities. This frog appeared when the Merman Warrior was summoned. Stats are unknown, as this is a creature from the Chaos realm. Currently, this frog is stronger than its master Jo Hyunsu. He held the side of his face it had slapped and asked in disbelief, "It's stronger than me." The system then provided a tip. Tip pets have a bond with their masters, so you should talk to them more. Tip, if communication is ineffective and the master is weaker, the pet may bite its master. After reading the tip, Hyunsu looked at it skeptically. If the master is weaker, it'll really bite me. Is it really stronger than me? As if to prove his point, it spat out a glob of saliva. Strangely, its saliva was a deep, vivid purple. And in less than a second, the rock it had spat on dissolved as if hit by a strong acid. This scene was like another slap to Hyunsu's face. The pet was stronger than him, and he wasn't even as strong as a pet. It really is stronger than me. But I can't just leave things like this. A pet doesn't always have to stick close to its master. So you just stay here and live a good life, little one. I'll be going now. Watching Hyunsu's figure walk away, Deok-chun squinted at him thoughtfully. It tilted its head, puffing its cheeks, as if wondering why he was leaving it behind to go alone. As he walked, Hyunsu worried, "I hope it doesn't get mad and spit that stuff at me." Suddenly, Deok-chun let out a croak. It leaped onto his shoulder, its mouth curved into a smile. Seeing it jump onto his shoulder willingly, Hyunsu grinned triumphantly. "Well, what do you know? You're pretty easy, aren't you? If that's the case, then you'll come with me, okay? Let's be companions, little frog." He led it into the portal. "All right, let's go." As he passed through, the system issued a congratulatory message. "Congratulations, you have completed the tutorial. System restrictions have been lifted. Please follow the guidebook." Through the portal, his feet landed gently on paved ground. The system announced entrance to the 6th floor. Seeing the familiar tall buildings and crowds of people, he breathed a sigh of relief. We've made it to the 6th floor. When Hyunsu arrived on the 6th floor, a system reminder appeared. "Floor 6 safe zone. All wounds will slowly recover here. PK is forbidden. You will be marked as a murderer if you kill someone here. You will receive the guidebook." Looking at the crowded street, he couldn't help but be surprised. This many people passed the tutorial. Deok-chun on his shoulder was so bored it was dozing off. Sensing its boredom, he glanced over. Seeing it ignore him, he said unhappily, "Hey, little frog, what's with this attitude? I was hoping we could respect each other. You were just being difficult a moment ago. What a slippery frog." After being together for a little while, Hyunsu realized he didn't know its name. "By the way, what is your name? I've just been calling you little frog." Deok-chun rumbled a few times in response. Hearing it rumble, Hyunsu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So the master has to give you a name. You're the first one to consider me a master. And you're also a super huge frog who's stronger than me, not to mention that chaos attribute. All right, I've come up with a really cool name for you. Deok-chun E. From now on, you will be the super chaos frog Deok-chun." Hyunsu thought it jumped for joy and said smugly, "Jumping up because you like it? Do you love the name that much?" Deok-chun was furious, but just then someone approached him. "Excuse me." The man gave a practice-friendly smile. "You just finished the tutorial, right?" Though confused, Hyunsu replied, Yes, I just finished." After confirming, he offered a pill. "That's great. I'm Kim Seong-hoon from the Blue Dragon Guild. Please take this. It's a Baekwan. It's excellent for recovery." Upon seeing it, Insight displayed information and a warning. Baekwan high-grade recovery pill single-use warning contains 1 mandatory oblivion charm, modifies a portion of memories from the tutorial. Looking at the pill in the man's hand, Hyunsu's expression hardened. Oblivion magic memory modification. The pill was now no different from poison. So the people who said their strategies were wrong, was it because their memories had been altered? He recalled comments he had read on the forum. Lee Yong-sangun. "No way, the 3rd floor isn't hard. It's been a while, so my memory is hazy, but it wasn't difficult. Meet Shield Warrior number 1. But somehow, when I woke up, I couldn't remember a thing." Realizing its true purpose, Hyunsu couldn't contain his anger at the guild's cruelty. His face darkened. It wasn't because it had been too long that they couldn't remember. It was because their memories had been erased. So this is why the major guilds and the government are actively promoting Baekwan. "Have you used a Baekwan before, Seong-hoon?" He handed him the pill and replied with a smile. "Of course, ever since I became a saver is someone who distributes Baekwan here. Try one to heal up." Hyunsu asked in astonishment. "Right here in front of you." He casually cited the rules. According to guild regulations, savers must supervise the process. Just then, a group approached one of them with an injured arm. They shouted, "You said there was only one. Someone's hurt. Give him a Baekwan now." The damn government and those bastard guilds, they're lying. Deok-chun seemed to like the pill, its mouth curving into a smile. Hyunsu looked at the shouting group and guessed, "Are those the people who failed on the first floor?" But Deokchun suddenly shot its tongue out and snatched the pill, startling him. What the heck? After Xionghoon calmed the other group, he remembered Hyunsu hadn't taken his pill. Right, seeing him turn back, Hyunsu puffed up his cheeks as if he had just eaten it. He didn't suspect a thing and asked, "All right, you'll be fully charged in a moment. I need to record your information. What's your name?" He was about to give his real name but changed it. "Yes, Joe, I'm Kim Jong-soo." The outer area of the 6th floor. Deokchun swallowing the pill for him made him even more pleased. "Thanks to you, I got out of that jam, Deokchun." At that moment, its information was updated. Chaos Frog, one new skill unlocked. Recovery ability F. Hearing the praise, it jumped up happily. It was a blessing in disguise for Hyunsu. His face showed clear relief that it gained a new skill from the pill. A mystical creature is truly mystical. I can't believe you got a recovery skill just from eating a bakwan. Oh, right. Delete. The people I met from the community will be arriving on the 6th floor soon. I need to quickly write down the strategy for the 5th floor and about the bakwan. I can't let people like me be lost. Okay, it's written. The only thing left to do is open the guidebook. As soon as he spoke, the system appeared. Open rewards rank bronze upgrade to silver, 10,000 points. A thick book materialized in midair. Tip: you can acquire items not available in the shop through the auction house. A series of items appeared before his eyes. Hyunsu lightly touched an item, his eyes glinting with curiosity. At that moment, insight suddenly activated. Information about a piece of armor appeared. Pellin's golden armor, E-rank defense, +3 physical strength, +1, purchasable. Hyunsu was shocked as he looked at its pathetic stats. Judging by the stats alone, it's complete garbage, but why is my ability reacting to it and I can't even see the price? But I got this far thanks to this ability, so I should probably trust it a little. After pressing purchase, the system announced a point deduction. Purchase complete, 2,000 points have been deducted. Hearing that 2,000 points were gone, Hyunsu's expression changed. Wait a minute, why does an E-rank item cost 2,000 points? Give me my points back. A tip appeared: items purchased from the store cannot be returned for 1 week. Cannot be returned. Why the hell did my ability react to this thing? And to answer his question, the interface displayed its information. Pelane's golden armor, a piece of equipment from Pelane, a master who reached the 99th floor a long time ago. Find all the remaining pieces to achieve its original power. 1 of 7 sealed. After reading the information, he froze. Wait a minute, the 99th floor. He asked a question. Wasn't this mysterious stone from the 3rd floor created by someone who reached the 92nd floor? And the interface immediately answered. Intermediate Mysterious Stone A-rank, a masterpiece by John Traylor, a wise man who reached the 92nd floor a long time ago. He conquered the towers by creating homunculi. Although he couldn't climb any higher, his achievements remain. When it was confirmed, Hyunsu was astonished. But this one is from someone who reached the 99th floor. Doesn't that make this a top-tier item? Nice, this ability is pretty awesome. Now let's go find the remaining pieces. 1 hour later, he had searched until he was exhausted, but still couldn't find any of the remaining pieces. But it's okay since I managed to buy these things. And the things he bought were a longsword strength +5, a helmet in the form of a necklace which can transform into a helmet when needed, various types of potions. Now that I have a bunch of items, I look like a real hunter. I'm done buying this stuff from the store. There's one more thing to do. Time to awaken and power up. He then initiated the awakening and power up. The system window appeared with a congratulatory message. Congratulations, you have completed the training system. You have obtained 500 points. Beginning awakening. His body began to change, his muscles tensing up. His shoulders became toned. His chest muscles swelled. His back muscles also became hard as rock. Hyunsu's entire body was filled with an aura of power. When it was finished, the system announced awakening complete. Joe Hyunsu, strength 5 to 12, agility 7 to 16, physical power 6 to 18, magic power 5 to 11. You have unlocked a new skill. You have received a random skill box. Sensing a noise, Hyunsu turned to look at his strangely moving bag. There's something in my bag. He stared in amazement as items floated in midair. The hidden items were gathering in one place. A device's mainspring, the random skill box, a willow branch, a purified Null's left finger, and a warfish's ring. They gradually merged into one, and finally refined into a small sphere. Boom! A skill box shimmering with the 7 colors of the rainbow appeared. Congratulations, your skill box has been upgraded to the highest level. Choose the best skill from the skill box. First achievement. You have received 5,000 points. Hyunsu looked at the skill box in front of him in disbelief. The strongest skill from the skill box. This is insane. As his finger was about to touch the box, a glimmer of light appeared. Then came a congratulatory announcement from the system. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-Rank skill synthesis. Hyunsu couldn't contain his happiness and covered his face. He hugged Deokchun tightly. Deokchun, it's S-Rank. It's an S-Rank skill. But the system's next words made him freeze. You are the only person on this server with 2 skills. Something extraordinary has happened. Deokchun, a chaotic being, is wary of an intervention from a chaotic energy. Suddenly, the system issued a hidden quest. Hidden quest. Develop a new path. He stared blankly and asked a hidden quest. Deokchun, being hugged too tightly, became uncomfortable and tried to push his face away with its tiny hands. The system didn't answer his question and continued. Whoever completes this will receive a reward. Checking Jo Hyunsu's current coins, the number jumped up and stopped at 3. Seeing it was only 3, he was shocked. I only have 3 coins left. But suddenly the number changed again. Following this strange event was an announcement from the system. Player benefit. Jo Hyunsu's coin count is increasing. 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 And when the system stopped speaking, the number had stopped at the infinity symbol. The system issued a quest. Jo Hyunsu's coin count is infinite. Hidden quest, climb to the top of the tower. Reward. Hint, there are 100 floors in the tower. Looking at the infinity symbol above his head, Hyunsu's face became dazed. Freaking infinite. Infinite coins. Holy crap, do I really have infinite coins? This is great. Now I can fight until I drop. I can become the strongest S-Rank hunter and get fame and fortune when I clear this thing. But wait, if the condition to get out of here is to run out of money or to conquer the entire tower, then I can't get out. After the euphoria passed, Hyunsu curled up in a corner, clutching his head in agony. So I have to climb up and clear that 100th floor. Even the hunter Kim Han-seong took 1 year and 8 months just to clear the 61st floor. The system said, as if to comfort him, Tip, don't worry too much about the outside world. Compared to out there, time inside this tower passes twice as fast. After hearing that, Hyunsu didn't feel comforted at all and became even more depressed. So that's 3 years and 4 months. For me, it would probably take 10 years to get that far, damn it. 6th floor plaza. An exploration team getting checked repeatedly became angry. Why do you keep calling us over? We've already been checked, haven't we? Seeing him get angry, the manager helplessly raised his hands and explained, Please excuse us, we were ordered to be as thorough as possible. The man was still annoyed. He moved forward as if to hit the manager. This is so damn annoying. But when the man saw the person sitting on the chair over there, he froze. It's Hyuk, the law enforcement officer, Ji-hyuk. Well, it's all done anyway, right? We have to go now. Ji-hyuk ran a hand through his hair with an annoyed expression. Pretty princess, huh? This is going to be a problem. Suddenly, a line of information caught his attention. He beckoned with his hand. His subordinates received the signal and came forward. You summoned us, Sir Law Enforcement Officer. His eyes as sharp as a knife, he ordered, Bring me the bastard who wrote report number 4. 2 subordinates quickly brought the report writer over. He's here, sir. Confused and scared, he asked Sir Officer what's going on. Jae-hyuk didn't answer him. He answered with his thunder kick. He kicked the man hard in his left leg. The leg was instantly broken. Not only that, but it was also twisted into a horrifying shape. He grabbed the man's head tightly. Sit down. His face was cold and emotionless as he held a knife. He was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue ready to fatally strike its victim. Do you know where you went wrong? First, you performed a sloppy inspection and left the plaza without permission. Next, it's possible that hidden person is the one the guild told us to watch out for. Finally, you lost track of him, so now no one knows where he is. Be grateful that I'm letting you live. Attention. From this moment on, all teleportation gates on this 6th floor will be sealed, and we will find the person named Kim Jong-soo. He growled, Execute the order. The subordinates didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed off to carry out the command. Meanwhile, Hyunsu was completely unaware of any of this. He and Deokchun let out a big yawn. At the inn's restaurant, holding his full stomach, Hyunsu mumbled in satisfaction. An army marches on its stomach, right, Deokchun? It chirped in reply. Looking at its round little belly, he poked it lightly, making it lean back. You sure can eat a lot. Suddenly, a loud shout made him pause. Seriously, what the hell are they closing all the gates for? Do they think they own this place? Even the big guilds are turning a blind eye to this, damn it. They only listen to each other and no one else. Those bastards from Sangoon. Hearing this, Hyunsu's expression froze. What? The teleportation gates are blocked. At the plaza, Hyunsu stepped on a tree branch. He looked at the heavily guarded gate and mumbled in disappointment. The gates really are all blocked. Outskirts of the 6th floor. This is the last one, teleportation gate number 5. There are only a few guards. Is there no other way but to use force, but I still don't fully understand my own abilities. On top of that, I don't have much combat experience. I knew it. There's no other way but to wait. What the hell? In the distance, right at the gate, a group of disgruntled adventurers who were blocked cursed, "You think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the big guilds. We need to get to the upper floor, so get out of the way now." Just then, Ji-hyuk walked over. An unruly and uncooperative attitude must be met with appropriate punishment. Seeing him, the soldiers bowed respectfully and shouted, "Welcome, Sir Enforcement Officer." The adventurers causing the ruckus flinched upon seeing Ji-hyuk. They clicked their tongues and left. "The enforcement officer is here. Let's just leave for now." Seeing the adventurers leave, he stood guard boredly in front of the gate. Where the hell did that Kim Jasong-soo guy go? Just then, a soldier came to report, "Sir Officer, regarding the person we suspect is Pwede Princess. I have contacted the 10th floor to request they apprehend Kim Jong-soo as soon as he arrives there." Ji-hyuk looked at him pleased and ordered, "Very good. Now gather all the guild members in this area for me. Starting from this gate, we will verify the identity of every single person here." Looking at the soldiers before him, he commanded, "The square will be sealed off. Also, when I fire the signal flare, the combat-ready team must come to my location immediately, and you have 5 minutes, that is all." Suddenly, at that moment, a massive explosion startled Ji-hyuk. He turned his head in astonishment toward the source of the explosion. What was that? The outskirts of the 6th floor. The soldiers at the scene of the explosion panicked and ran towards Ji-hyuk as commanded. "Everyone run to the square, hurry, and inform the officer at once." The commander who was mobilizing the soldiers was terrified by the sight before him. The person who arrived was Hyunsu. Wearing a mask, he used a skill to defeat the soldier's acceleration skill, E-rank level 1. A soldier unable to stop him looked back in a panic. "Who is that guy?" Hyunsu simply glanced back gently. Looking at the gate not far away, he thought to himself, "While you are all busy in the square, we will launch a surprise attack through this gate." But this plan was stopped by Ji-hyuk's foot. He kicked him flying several meters away. Deok-chun, taking the hit to protect him, cried out in discomfort. Even with Deok-chun cushioning the blow, Hyunsu still felt a searing pain in his side. Ji-hyuk artfully twirled the dagger in his hand, taking advantage of the chaos in the square to head for the most lightly guarded portal. Just as I predicted, Kim Jong-soo at that moment, the interface showed him information about his opponent, direct confrontation with the assassin, surprise quest, defeat Ji-hyuk reward. You will obtain the assassin class skill tip. Even if you kill the assassin title will not become yours. Looking at his class, he frowned slightly. An assassin. Without giving him a chance to think, Ji-hyuk seized the opportunity to leap into the air, positioning himself for a powerful kick. Hyunsu was stunned by his incredible speed. His kick slammed hard against the helmet, protecting Hyunsu's head. Boom, a plume of white smoke billowed high into the air. Ji-hyuk looked down at the kneeling Hyunsu, his voice laced with cruelty. "I won't go easy on you whether you're Kim Jong-soo or that Pwede Princess, because I need to find out who you are. So maybe I should kill you first and ask questions later." Hyunsu endured the pain, a look of terror flashing in his eyes. The soldiers were overjoyed at his appearance. "Enforcement officer, you've arrived. Information about Ji-hyuk also appeared on the interface. Ji-hyuk, 6th floor, enforcement officer, assassin, member of the Sangoon Guild, possessed skills, master kicker, kicking arts, can kick very hard." After reading the information, Hyunsu thought it must hurt this much because he's an enforcement officer. "What do you mean you won't go easy on me?" He slowly explained his earlier words. "If you are Pwede Princess, I'll kill you and the attacks will stop, but if you're not, I will still not hold back, just like I said. If one carefully studies your last performance, you're more likely to be Pwede Princess than the one causing a commotion in the square." He understood people like Hyunsu very well because you people prefer to move stealthily. His shrewdness made Hyunsu curse inwardly. This bastard is damn sharp. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Come to think of it, what is truly reckless? I'll show him the consequences of treating other people's lives so lightly. Suddenly, a firework appeared in the sky. It looked just like a flame blazing across the heavens. Hyunsu looked at it in confusion. "What is that?" As if to answer his question, Ji-hyuk said, "Since I've fired the signal flare, my guild members will be here to take care of you. Until then, let's entertain ourselves a little. Hearing this, Hyunsu cursed repeatedly. Damn it, damn it. Seeing the price of the signal flare, he was seeing red with envy. I can't believe you can casually use a 3,000-point flare that's more expensive than this cheap armor of mine. It must be nice to have so much money, huh? Acceleration E-rank level 1? The two of them charged at each other, and a swing of his sword was parried by Ji-hyuk. Not only did he parry the blow, he even launched a counterattack. His dagger thrust was merely a feint to cover for the kick he executed, kicking Art's D-rank. The corner of his mouth lifted in a confident smirk, die. But unexpectedly, this vicious kick was blocked by his sword. Through the mask, he smirked, you were fooled by such a simple trick. Thanks to my ability, I can see all of your key skills. This blatant provocation sent Ji-hyuk into a rage, his eyes turning red. Then a loud crash echoed out. The two of them fought at an incredible speed. After blocking one of his attacks, he leaped high into the air with all his might. He slashed down powerfully, but it was blocked by his barrier. The interface displayed the information. Protective Shield D rank level 2 creates a shield using magic. Hyunsu stared at him in disbelief. A shield. Having blocked the attack, he gloated behind his shield. You think that stupid attack can hurt me? Then what about this? Hyunsu paid him no mind and activated a skill Fireball B rank level 1. He said with absolute confidence, a single B rank skill is more than enough to destroy a D rank one. After the smoke cleared, Ji-hyuk appeared in a wretched state, his clothes nearly all burned away. He slumped over and laughed like a madman. Being reduced to this tattered state by him deeply wounded his pride. You're just a tower climber who recently finished the tutorial, and just because I was lenient, a shameless brat like you has no idea how high the heavens are. Hyunsu noticed his aura growing heavier and became more vigilant. His presence has changed. But Ji-hyuk suddenly became blindingly fast, gliding to his side like a phantom. Then he raised his leg and kicked powerfully into Hyunsu's side. He was kicked so hard he flew backwards, his feet dragging long marks on the ground. His back slammed into a tree, intensifying the pain in his side. His damage is stronger than before. Is he using some kind of secret weapon? The interface then displayed the information. Berserk Energy Pin B rank, usable once per day, can double current stats for 10 minutes, found on or below the 20th floor. Weight Bracelet C rank controls body weight via magic. Seeing that he had artifacts, Hyunsu couldn't help but curse artifacts, huh? Those bastards from Sangoon, they gave this stuff to a 6th-floor enforcement officer. Damn, the major guilds really throw their weight around. Fighting against that will probably cost me an arm or a leg, huh? I'm counting on you, Deok-chun. Now I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Ji-hyuk moved around Hyunsu like a phantom. He rained punches and kicks down on him. Hyunsu could only raise his arms to shield his head and endure the assault. Seeing him not resisting, he became even more frenzied, Dai-Dai. But then he froze. It was because Hyunsu had seized the chance to grab his leg. Got you now. Ji-hyuk looked at the hand reaching for him in terror. Suddenly, Hyunsu grabbed him in a tight hug. Ji-hyuk's face flushed as he demanded, "What are you doing? Are you insane?" Hyunsu ignored his question and asked with an excited grin, "You like explosions, don't you?" Ji-hyuk was confused. Explosions, huh? Before he could react, Hyunsu shouted, "Fireball, Fireball, B rank level 1. Then an explosion erupted, sending up massive plumes of smoke and fire. Hearing the explosion, the soldiers rushed over in a panic. Enforcement officer. Ji-hyuk charred black from the explosion. "Cursed you crazy bastard." But his curse was interpreted by Hyunsu as a request for more. "You want to get blown up together." "No thanks. I have no desire to be launched into the air. You'll have to die alone, Deok-chun, heel F rank. Now then, shall we continue?" Once again, a deafening explosion roared the flames, soaring even higher than before. The approaching soldiers called out to him worriedly, "Enforcement officer." But just as they tried to approach, Hyunsu triggered another explosion. Before Ji-hyuk lost consciousness, all he saw were the astonished eyes of his soldiers before he reluctantly closed his own. His hand fell to the ground and the necklace fell with it. Confirming Ji-hyuk was killed in the explosion, the system popped up to congratulate him. Successful defeat of the assassin. Oh, Ji-hyuk, reward. Receive a random assassin. Class skill. Surprise quest completed. You have received a skill book. The soldiers looked at the two on the ground and couldn't help but mutter, "What is that bastard doing, the law enforcement officer?" Hyunsu stood up completely unharmed, holding 2 necklaces in his hand. With a good item in hand, he let out a hideously wicked, ecstatic laugh and exclaimed, "Mine." And before the astonished eyes of the soldiers, he flashed a joyful smile and rushed into the gate. The system's mechanical voice rang out, entering the 7th floor. The 7th floor. As soon as he entered the 7th floor, the system immediately issued a quest without rest. Floors 7 to 9 are the enhancement zone. Quest defeat goblins 0 out of 10. Meanwhile, after passing through the gate, Hyunsu collapsed exhaustedly, thinking he was about to die. Holding the artifact in his hand, he felt incredibly lucky to have taken the gamble. That fight was worth it after all. Now I have 3 artifacts with special powers. The effects of these items appeared. Energy Boost Pin B, usable once per day, can double current stats for 10 minutes, found on floor 20 or below. Weight Bracelet, controls body weight with magic. Helmet, necklace form, an artifact in the form of a necklace that can automatically transform into a helmet when danger is sensed. Deok-chung, who had been sitting beside him, suddenly let out an annoyed cry. Hearing it, he looked over. Realizing it was upset because he had forgotten about it, he apologized guiltily. That's right. If you hadn't been there, I wouldn't have been able to get this item. Thanks, Deok-chun. But Deok-chun was not appeased. On the contrary, it became even more annoyed, its pout large enough to hang a 5-liter water jug on. Seeing the expressions on its face, he quickly reassured it. Words aren't enough, right? All right, I get it. To reward it, he bought an extremely delicious-looking lunchbox as a reward for both of them. Special lunchbox has the effect of speeding up recovery. Looking at the fragrant bowl of rice in front of him, he couldn't stop his mouth from watering. This cost 300 points. This should be enough, right? Let's eat well. Deok-chun was already drooling buckets. The 6th floor headquarters managed by the Sangoon Guild. Ji-hyuk woke up recalling his humiliating defeat. I lost. Damn it! My skill was taken too. Assassin's penalty. An assassin has a random skill taken by their opponent upon death. That bastard, I'll catch him even if it kills me. The subordinate reporting heard movement in his room and opened the door to enter. You're awake, sir? Seeing him, he let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing you're here. He corrected the subordinate's form of address. From now on, I am no longer a law enforcement officer, the subordinate asked in surprise. He got out of bed and put on his clothes, incessantly giving instructions. You will be my replacement, so stick with me and learn the ropes. First, we need to deal with the eyesores in the plaza. Remembering Hyun-soo, he walked over and asked, You've captured the person from the plaza, right? The subordinate's face showed clear hesitation. About that. Looking at the devastated scene before him, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it all. The subordinate bowed his head low and tried to explain. We couldn't stop him, so he already passed through the portal. Back to our main character on the 7th floor. Hyun-soo raised his hand to activate the skill. Shockwave, shockwave, intimidates and temporarily controls the target. The level and range increase with level. Do you want to practice by shouting loudly? The goblins in front of him were easily held in place just like that. Deleted. Afterwards, Hyun-soo took his sword and rhythmically moved, reaping their heads. Goblins defeated 10 out of 10. The usefulness of the skills he got from Ji-hyuk made him extremely satisfied. I didn't expect the skill from Ji-hyuk to be this useful. The requirement is already met. 7th floor quest completed, the portal will now open. But it would have been better to get a kicking technique or a protective shield. Next, let's go to the 8th floor. Wait a minute. Floors 7 to 9 are the enhancement zone. Since it's an enhancement zone, there should be more to it, right? All right. Let's keep hunting. And so, with continuous slaughter, the number of defeated goblins grew. Goblins defeated 14 out of 10. Goblins defeated 17 out of 10. Goblins defeated 28 out of 10. Goblins defeated 34 out of 10. Goblins defeated 40 out of 10. The system popped up with a notification. Reward, you have received a newbie kit. Looking at the screen, his voice was filled with curiosity. A newbie kit. Suddenly, something fell on his head. He picked up the pill from the ground. What is this? Its information appeared. Newbie Kit A can be used from the 7th to the 9th floor of the enhancement zone. Aids absorption-enhancing stats when hunting monsters. What happens if you go all out? Depending on the monster type, there will be a limit to stat increases. After hearing its effect, he exclaimed in surprise, this thing can increase stats. Popping the pill into his mouth, he said happily, I finally understand why this is a buffed area. The pill dissolved and Hyun-soo's body was enhanced. Absorption successful. The effect is now active. But because of that, the quest was also upgraded. Defeat goblins 0 out of 100. Hyun-soo held his forehead in frustration, thinking, so it's making me hunt monsters to increase my stats, because I used the newbie kit, but it reset all my progress so far. Turning his grief and indignation into strength, those goblins are dead meat. If this is the case, if I kill 100, then I'll definitely become incredibly strong. Newbie kit, I'm gonna squeeze you dry. What followed was a chase between a man and a goblin. The goblin being chased by him was scared to death. But before it could get far, a flame roasted it to a crisp. Add 1 goblin to the scoreboard. Goblins defeated 125 out of 100. The stats also increased significantly. Energy 12 to 16, agility 16 to 18, strength 18 to 24, magic 11 to 19. The stat enhancement limit of the newbie kit has been reached. Hyunsu looked at the devastated scene and uttered 2 words. Very good. Seeing Deokchun peeking out, he praised it. You worked hard, Deokchun. Even though I want to rest, there's still one more thing to do. It's the quest the system gave me. Defeat the 7th floor's boss monster. Special quest. Defeat the boss monster 0 out of 1. Reward information about the boss monster cannot be revealed. Hyunsu scrolled through the quest log, still trying to figure it out with his insight skill. A special quest that appears after defeating 100 monsters, and even my ability can't see the hidden information. Not standing still, he jumped onto a tree branch to observe. Looking at the goblins below, he sighed softly. Turns out an S-rank skill isn't exactly omnipotent. I guess I'll have to find the boss monster myself. This floor only has goblins, so the boss must be a goblin too. If it's a goblin then, champion mage hobgoblin treasure hunter. Except for the 1-star hobgoblins because they're too weak. It's not the champion or the mage either. I can't just ignore them since they often travel in packs. Thinking of something, he smiled. He had identified the target he needed to eliminate. Then that only leaves the treasure hunter. As soon as this thought formed, the system popped up. Hint. You do not have enough information about the quest. Try to guess. The content will be updated as soon as you make a logical deduction to the correct conclusion. Defeat the 7th floor's boss monster. Special quest. Defeat the boss monster 0 out of 1. Reward the treasure hunter's satchel. He began to recall information about it. Although they are cowards, treasure hunters have an intense desire for treasures. If that's the case. Suddenly, he placed a hand on Deokchun's head. It also seemed to sense that something was wrong and looked at him cautiously. Hyunsu laughed like a savage and said to Deokchun, Deokchun, it's time to pay for your meal. The 7th floor's outer fields. The treasure hunter goblin was in its cave when it caught a captivating scent. The scent seemed to be drifting in from outside. It sniffed for a moment and began to feel restless. There's the smell of treasure outside the cave, but I also smell the blood of my kind. What should I do? It doesn't matter now. I have to get to that treasure scent quickly. It's around here somewhere. Found it. It's a golden frog statue. At this moment, Hyunsu was already perched on a tree branch lying in wait. And Deokchun turned into a golden statue holding a red ball in its mouth, sat on the ground waiting for the treasure hunter. Its eyes looked up at him and it let out a cry. Looking at Deokchun being tormented below for some reason, Hyunsu felt so happy he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from smiling. When are you going to show your face? It's been enduring for quite a while now. But just as Deokchun couldn't take it anymore, a sound came from the bushes. The treasure hunter crept out of the bushes, and seeing it, he whispered to himself, there it is, the treasure hunter, and the treasure hunter, unaware that it had been lured, looked around frantically for the alluring scent. It's somewhere around here. And then its eyes fell upon the golden statue of Deokchun not far away. Its eyes lit up with excitement as if it had seen its prey found it. Its body gradually began to change, and the shirt on its back started to tear apart. Its hands also grew larger with sharp claws. After transforming it, let out a deafening roar. Treasure Hunter awakened the incarnation of greed. The search for treasure has increased its power beyond the pure strength of its race, upgraded to 3 stars with a maximum of 4 stars. Despite facing a strong opponent, Hyunsu was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he became even more excited. It can reach up to 4 stars. Is it really a goblin? But if everything goes smoothly, I can still catch it. The treasure hunter was still unaware of his presence. It excitedly rushed towards Deokchun. And as it got closer, Hyunsu activated a skill and hit it with a blast of fire fireball B level 2. Then he dispelled the camouflage item on Deokchun and shouted, right now, Deokchun, release the golden key. An item you purchased from the shop has been used. After being released, Deokchun immediately moved its body. It leaped up into a tree in a single bound, leaving the confused treasure hunter below. Hyunsu jumped down from the tree. He called out to it, Deokchun. Hearing the call, Deokchun leaped up. It hugged him tightly, and Hyunsu laughed excitedly, praising it well done. Seeing its prey disappear, the treasure hunter charged forward frantically. Just before its thunderous punch could hit his face, he ordered Deokchun open the inventory, take out the mysterious stone. Instantly, the fist as large as a wagon wheel began to shrink. Only the wind from the punch hit Hyunsu's face, forcing his eyes shut. If he hadn't been quick just now, his head would have been smashed to pieces. In the end, the punch that landed on him didn't hurt or even itch. The system explained due to the disappearance of the treasure. The treasure-hunting goblin's power also vanished. The treasure hunter, seeing itself shrink, cried out in fear, "What the hell is this?" Seeing that it no longer had its original strength. Hyunsu raised his sword to cut it down. "You small fry." And just like that, the treasure hunter was easily defeated the treasure hunter one-on-one quest. Complete server first, the 7th floor boss has been defeated. You have received 3,000 points beginner's kit effect, all stats +1 receiving a ton of points. Hyunsu cheered joyfully. Nice. He picked up the pouch and sat under a tree listening to the system announcement. The death of the boss monsters on the 7th floor have fled to their hiding places, time remaining 47 hours and 49 minutes. Thanks to insight, he knew its properties. Goblin's Treasure Pouch B, a tribute item, cannot be opened unless you are the owner, can store many things. It is a spatial attribute item. He reached his hand inside to see what was in it. This is great, but what's inside is what's important. And when he opened the treasure pouch, what he received was incredible. You have received a skill book, Power Die C. You have received a soul stone. You have received a fragment of a ruin key. Furthermore, the system continued Power Die C, roll the dice, and receive various buffs. You won't know in advance what buff you will get. Buffs, hearing that Hyunsu didn't pay much mind. It's a bit random, but if there are no penalties, then it's fine, right? He picked up the stone and looked at it. Its information appearing soul stone. A soul resides within the stone, will react if it comes into contact with something. Hyunsu read the description but didn't understand anything. Even after reading the description, I still don't get it. It's not reacting to me either. I'll just leave it for now. And finally, the description for the next item he found appeared a fragment of a ruin key. A key fragment of the Hyalton ruins, a soul resides within. The key will react if it comes into contact with something. After reading the description and learning he would get a reward for collecting enough, Hyunsu licked his lips enthusiastically while looking at it. Ruins are dungeons you can only enter after meeting certain requirements or being recognized, but the rewards are very generous. But I've only got one piece. If there are 3 pieces in total, that means the pieces will be on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. I can get them if I defeat the dungeon boss. We'll find out soon enough when we get there, so let's rest first. Oh boy, the reaction to Baekwon isn't as good as I thought. Aside from losing their memories, they are naturally indifferent, even though Baekwon saved their lives. A topic about this appeared before his eyes, along with a series of familiar comments. The truth about Baekwon, you don't know Baldy. This is real. I asked someone who owns a Baekwon what happened on the tutorial floor, but they said they couldn't remember. Trust, Pwetty Princess. And my tip's dapper, dude. I don't know what tips that Baldy is talking about. But what he said about Baekwon is true. Meow meow punch, don't trust Baekwon. After reading Baldy's comment, he sat up and thought that Baldy guy, it seems like dapper dude and meow meow aren't falling for it. But wait, Baldy left some tips. He clicked on another topic to read. I'll give you a tip by Baldy. Hey guys, hello, it's me. The one who opened the gate by breaking through a large guild crying hunter, the liberator of the 6th floor Quanas. Did you really break through the gate in the square reading this topic? He was amazed at the guy's craziness. What Baldy was the one who caused a ruckus in the square? He's a certified madman. And a following topic caught his attention even more. I'll give you a little tip by Baldy. I'm going to give you guys a tip, so listen carefully. It's about catching 40-50 goblins on the 7th floor. If you catch that many goblins, you'll get a piece of candy. You can eat it to increase your stats. Get what I mean? I hate peanuts. Who are you trying to fool? Will you take responsibility if I die, Kimbop? Hell. What the fuck? A tip. Hyunsu's pupils contracted in amazement. It's related to the beginner's kit. But this guy's writing ability is a bit poor. The sentences are very clumsy, Candy. You can increase stats, don't you get it? Shouldn't you be thanking me? Don't always be so suspicious and do some good deeds like Pwetty Princess, you dog, whatever you bastard. Hyunsu sighed as he read. If he writes so bluntly like this, who would believe what this guy says? Without thinking further, he stretched his body. All right then. Leave the rest to me, Baldy. Then he created a topic about the strategy for clearing the 7th floor. Today's strategy. Hello everyone, Pwetty Princess here. Today's strategy, that's right, the 7th to the 9th floors are growth zones. If you catch 40 monsters, you will receive the beginner's kit. Transaction details, names and conditions and stats. I need to write about all of them. Also, it's interesting that they mentioned my name while I'm rewriting their very strategy. The 8th floor. On this floor, a new quest was given. Defeat orcs 0 out of 10 below. A horde of orcs were screaming wildly. Facing this crowd, he felt like he was seeing kind friends. Hello, my friends. A slash appeared on an orc's face. Before it could even react just like that, its entire body was split in two on the spot. With each one that died, the system added to the count defeat orcs 5 out of 10 beginner's kit effect strength +2. Hyunsu looked at the orc. He had easily split in two and boasted confidently, "I think it'll be easy to handle even 100 of them." But while he was full of confidence, a shadow fell over him, making him pause. It was a giant orc, and it growled as it looked at him. Quitentak looked at him fiercely. Then suddenly he pulled the gauntlet off his hand. Seeing this, Hyunsu was horrified, wondering what it was about to do to him. But it just threw the gauntlet at his face. The gauntlet hit Hyunsu's face hard and slowly fell down as he stared in bewilderment. Watching the gauntlet fall to the ground with a thud, he thought in confusion, a gauntlet. As if in answer, the system popped up to explain this action. The warrior of the Fang tribe, Quitentak, is challenging you to a duel challenge accepted as you have exceeded the response time. Hyunsu's head was full of question marks. He was sweating continuously, his face clearly showing panic. Meanwhile, Quitentak stared at him fiercely. Hyunsu's mind was a chaotic mess right now. He looked at the creature in a panic sweat dripping down non-stop. Before he could react, a barrier appeared, and the surrounding orcs cheered wildly for the match between the adventurer and the orc. After the barrier was erected, only Hyunsu and Quitentak were left inside. He looked at the guy in amazement. The Goblin Championship. Is he flexing his muscles? Disgusting as hell. While the guy was flexing, he used his skill to charge forward acceleration E level 3. Quitentak was furious. His eyes turned red, this cowardly bastard. How dare you attack while I was posing? And just like that, a short battle came to an end. The system popped up with a congratulatory message. Warrior of the Molar tribe. Quitentak is dead. Victor Joe Hyunsu. You have received 500 points. Hyunsu stepped on the loser's body. He was extremely disappointed by how weak the guy was. What the heck, that was much easier than I thought. What's that? He reached out and picked up the pile of medals. A description of the item in his hand immediately appeared. Medal of the Molar tribe, the currency of a Molar tribe warrior. Why don't you prove yourself to be a great warrior? Seeing it was made of gold, Hyunsu immediately pocketed it. This thing seems useless, I guess I'll just sell it. The moment he pocketed it, the system announced, "The owner of the medal has changed. You will participate in the Goblin Championship Challenge to become the chieftain. After winning the Goblin Championship, dethrone the Great Chieftain. Conditions for winning the Goblin Championship. Fang Tribe Medal 0 out of 10. Molar Tribe Medal 0 out of 10, Mandible Tribe Medal 0 out of 10, Incisor Tribe Medal 0 out of 10. The owner of the medal only changes when you satisfy certain conditions. Storage sub-inventory." Hyunsu's face went blank hearing this. He stared at the system notification in bewilderment. I thought it was just junk, so I put it in the sub-inventory. Before he could think further, the system issued the next notification. Warriors from the tribes have arrived to participate following the news of a new master. Something fell from the sky. They landed with great force, the strong gust of wind preventing him from opening his eyes. Before his eyes was the group of orcs with bulging muscles. When they looked at him, their faces showed a strange fervor. The system explained this behavior. The warriors of the tribes are happy to meet their opponent. Hyunsu couldn't help but curse. This is insane. Seeing them stare at him with that fervent gaze made his hair stand on end. Don't look at me like that. Why are there so many of them? Other orcs continued to appear one after another, striking poses. This sight left Hyunsu stunned. The number just kept increasing. What followed was a scene that looked incredibly lewd. Our small Hyunsu was surrounded by a crowd of brawny orcs, every single one with bulging muscles and six-pack abs. One of them started to remove his glove. And simultaneously, the others did the same thing. Seeing the gloves being thrown, he panicked and wanted to stop them. Wait, this can't be happening. Then came a series of notifications from the system. Warrior of the Molar tribe. Haite wants to fight you, warrior of the Incisor tribe. Kahalton wants to fight you, warrior of the Mandible tribe. Parento wants to fight you. Hyunsu was covered in gloves. He sighed in annoyance. These guys have no conscience at all. The system ignored his mumbling and asked, "There are 28 warriors from 4 tribes who want to fight you. Do you accept the challenges?" Hyunsu knew he couldn't escape anyway. Besides, this mob of orcs was a huge pile of experience points he couldn't pass up. All right, bring it on. Immediately, he activated his second skill, Smokescreen F level 2. The orcs watched the smoke spread around them and grew cautious. Staring at the dense fog, one of them curiously reached out to touch it. And in response, our protagonist's sword pierced through his chest, blood sprayed from the wound into the air. After taking one down, he shouted to draw the attention of the rest. "Over here, you fatties." They immediately rushed towards him like moths to a flame, wanting to tear him in half. Seeing that he had successfully provoked them, he said excitedly, "That's right, come closer." Hyunsu's eyes turned red. He activated his skill Shockwave E level 2. One by one, they were frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Then he used his next skill to maximize his speed acceleration E level 3. And along with that, he activated his dice skill Power Dice C level 1. The die spun in the air and landed on the number 4, a devastating roll. What followed was the image of him moving like lightning, reaping the heads of 4 orcs in a row. At that moment, he was like a god of war. After killing 4 in a row, he landed lightly the corpses of the orcs behind him. Then came the system's notification, tallying the points. The challengers are dead. Surprise achievement, you have received 5,000 points newbie kit function stamina plus 1.4 agility plus 2.5. Conditions for winning the Goblin Championship: Fang Tribe Medal 12 out of 10, Molar Tribe Medal 23 out of 10, Mandible Tribe Medal 15 out of 10, Incisor Tribe Medal 12 out of 10. The birth of a great warrior, you have won the Goblin Championship. Looking at the massive crowd of orcs still remaining outside, he blurted out in amazement, "Is it over yet?" The system did not answer his question. Instead, it asked, "You have met the conditions to challenge the Great Chieftain. Do you wish to challenge the Great Chieftain?" Hyunsu was furious that it was inhumanely issuing another quest I just fought to the death, and now you want me to fight again. Am I stupid? The system didn't care. It began a countdown. You will lose the opportunity to challenge if you refuse now. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Seeing it ignore him and continue the countdown, Hyunsu started to panic. Damn it, fine. After he chose to fight, Hyunsu was transported to the residence of Dekinos, the warrior's plaza, the living area of the great goblin chieftain. Your strength has been restored as a challenger's privilege. Great Chieftain Dekinos, 8th floor monster boss, 3-star infinite stamina, solid muscles, possess skill perseverance, a level 4. Looking at the old man sitting on the throne, he asked curiously, "That's him. Very well in that case. Right now. I'll finish him off immediately." Did I get him? But the sight before him made his triumphant smile freeze, replaced by a stunned expression. After taking a direct hit from him, the old man wasn't injured at all. His body didn't even budge, as if he were a statue. Hyunsu watched in horror. Damn, even without a chair, he should have fallen over. Does he have an invisible chair? The old man stood up and answered his question. It's not an invisible chair, but rather. Seeing the old man advance, he thought he was about to attack, his entire body tensed to the maximum. Here it comes. But the old man's next move left him completely blank. This crazy old man suddenly started doing squats repeatedly. Not only that, but he also stared at him with a fiery intensity as if to say, "See my beautiful squats, aren't they amazing at this point?" Hyunsu was stunned as if hit by a charm spell. He looked at the old man as if he were insane. Then the old man crossed his arms and stood still looking at Hyunsu. Suddenly the old man turned and walked away, leaving the wary Hyunsu confused. The old man paid him no mind and continued his workout for the day. Today is lower body day. Suddenly he crushed a dumbbell. His voice was cold as he demanded, "How dare you trespass in my chamber? Face your punishment." By death, the Great Chieftain begins his attack. The Great Chieftain's roar will temporarily paralyze you. Hyunsu looked at the old man in terror, astonished by his ability. He can freeze my body with just a roar. Hyunsu clenched his jaw tightly. He remarked about the old man, so he's not the type to just sit still and take hits. Then he used his skill acceleration E level 3. Hyunsu shot forward like an arrow and slashed at the old man with his sword. But the feedback from his sword told him the attack hadn't connected. He turned his head, he blocked it, but by then the old man's axe was already before his eyes. Fortunately, our protagonist managed to block the deadly blow with his sword. The collision caused an explosion with thick smoke and fire billowing up and obscuring Hyunsu's figure. Through the dust, the massive figure of Dekinos emerged. The pressure from his combat power made him tense. A 3-star boss is truly on another level. His power is in a completely different league from that merman. The old man raised his axe and let out a great roar. His axe slammed down where Hyunsu had been standing, cracking the ground and sending earth and rock flying. Hyunsu dodged the axe blow, leaping into the air and gathering power to attack. He used his flames, intending to roast the old man into a crisp. Thinking he had him, Hyunsu said smugly with this B-rank fireball, but then he saw the axe blade coming at him and was so scared he nearly wet himself. The old man swung his axe, sending him flying far away, and a loud explosion erupted where he landed. A deep dent appeared on the stone wall, and rubble fell from above, revealing only a hazy silhouette through the white smoke. Hyunsu stared at the old beast in disbelief. "It's impossible! How could he block my fireball?" And to answer the question why the interface displayed the information Endure, a level 3 enhances strength when taking critical damage. The old beast lifted its large sinewy foot and advanced towards Hyunsu. And what followed was a game of cat and mouse between Dekanos and Hyunsu. He shouted indignantly as he ran, getting stronger every time he's attacked. "Isn't that cheating?" Dekanos let out a roar and swung his axe down again. The axe blade slammed right where he was standing. Hyunsu leaped like a frog to dodge. He fell to the ground panting as he looked at the old beast. Knowing his other attacks were useless, he decided to use something else since my attacks are ineffective then, Shock E level 2. Thanks to the skill, the old beast was held in place. After that, Hyunsu used another skill, Mist F level 2. The old beast's hand trembled as if trying to resist his binding skill. And it succeeded. It swung the axe with great force. Not seeing him anywhere, the old beast started searching. "Where are you hiding, you coward?" Its ability astonished him. "This monster is suppressing my shock and using light wind pressure to blow away the mist." His mind raced, trying to find a way to kill the old beast. His best skill, Fireball, only made it stronger. Was there nothing he could do? Suddenly, the interface displayed a tip hint. Don't big, strong guys usually have a weak spot on their back? The look in his eyes changed his back as his back, the weak spot. "But what do you want me to do?" "So that's why people put a leash on a cat's neck." "What? How do you want me to use my abilities now?" The display bar appeared Skill Synthesis. He exclaimed with joy, "Skill Synthesis. It says I can combine 2 skills to create a new one, right? With this, I'll have another option. So this is the skill synthesis you're suggesting." But at that moment, thanks to the noise he made, the old beast found him behind a large rock looking just like a demon from a horror movie. The immense pressure made Hyunsu realize he had been found. He quickly turned his head. At that moment, Dekanos didn't hesitate and swung his axe down. Hyunsu's image looked a bit strange. Half of his face disappeared after that strike, and then it gradually distorted and vanished. Dekanos was extremely surprised by this scene. He raised an eyebrow. An unscathed Hyunsu appeared behind the old beast. The system displayed a notification skill synthesis, complete Mist of Speed B level 1. You can turn into mist and accelerate to another location currently executable within 0.3 seconds. You will turn into mist before death, ignoring the opponent's attacks. You cannot be targeted by any attacks. Hyunsu looked at the old beast smugly. That was close. Dekanos didn't think much of it. He quickly swung the axe at him. The axe was seen coming down on Hyunsu's head. But he wasn't scared at all and gave a half smile. "My turn." Dekanos cried out in astonishment. Hyunsu moved like lightning and appeared behind the old beast. He plunged a sword down. Right in the center, Hyunsu gripped the hilt tightly, his whole body suspended in midair. The old beast turned its head in horror. "What are you doing?" The interface popped up to explain, hint, if the upper body muscles are heavily developed, you won't be able to reach your back. Unable to reach behind, the old beast panicked even more. What the hell? Seeing that the old beast really couldn't reach its back, Hyunsu grinned with delight. He clenched his fist, wanting to give it a thunderous punch. "It seems you like to work out a lot." Note: Burst Energy Pin B, usable once a day, can double your stats for 10 minutes, found on the 20th floor or below. Gravity Bracelet, control your weight with magic. He stepped on the old beast's back with a cunning smile. "Then let me help you do some weighted squats." "Lower your hips. You shouldn't bend your hips when doing squats." Dekanos immediately used its Endure skill, Endure. A level 3 enhances strength when taking critical damage. Hyunsu just thought that skill was ridiculous. That skill is so absurd anyway. Thanks to the control bracelet, he punched the old beast's back hard, causing it to cave in instantly. And then he used his fire skill. "Can you handle being burned from the inside?" Fireball B level 3, the old beast's entire body could no longer take it and exploded, a great flame erupting to incinerate it. And finally, the old beast's eyes turned gray and thick black smoke billowed up. Its entire body crashed down. Hyunsu stepped on the old beast victorious. The system offered congratulations trial to become the tribe's leader. You must defeat the great chieftain. Mission complete. You have earned 2,000 points. Novice kit effect. All stats +5. His lips trembled slightly. After killing the old beast, he received another boon. The beasts fear their new chieftain. You will be safe for 24 hours. Jo Hyunsu versus Delkanos. Jo Hyunsu wins. Hyunsu raised his hands to the sky and let out a triumphant shout. Then his figure gradually faded. "You are returning to reality," and appeared in an empty lot. Hyunsu leaned against a tree trunk to relax. He was proud of himself. I really won a true 3-star is really strong. Because you were victorious, the system will now issue rewards as usual, distributing rewards for you. Hyunsu received another reward key to the Hyalton Ruins fragment 1 of 3. After receiving the reward, he confirmed that his speculation was correct. I guess they come from the bosses of each floor. Another key fragment I got from the 7th floor. And when these two things combined, they became a complete key to the Hyalton Ruins fragment 1 of 3. You are getting closer to its original form. It has a faint divine power. Looking at the key in his hand, he muttered, "Divine power. I imagine the fragments are for entering the ruins of the ancient holy kingdom of Hyalton, right? I'm not sure if I'll find it there, just you wait, treasure. There's still one more reward." Suddenly, something that looked like crap fell on his face. Hyunsu pulled it off his face. A description of this item appeared: condensed essence of the great chieftain, C. A potion that holds the power of the great chieftain. Great power, strong muscles, infinite stamina. Why not try it and give yourself some power? He looked at the lump of crap in his hand with a complicated expression. This is a potion, not goblin dung. The potions I know of are worth more than many treasures. It's the only way to maintain power outside the tower. That was Kim Dan-soo. He was originally an A-rank hunter, but after using a potion called Brain Dan, he became an S-rank hunter. This potion comes from the 8th floor. It's not the best, but let's just give it a try. I'll do anything to get stronger. After Hyunsu ate that crap, the system displayed a notification: you have successfully absorbed the condensed essence of the Great Chieftain. The Great Chieftain's power is now inside you. It will help you reduce stamina consumption. After that, his entire body was upgraded. His stats increased continuously. Jo Hyunsu energy +10, agility +3, strength +10, magic +3. He happily turned his head and asked Deok-chun, "What do you think, Deok-chun? Do I seem stronger?" But when the crap oozed out from between his teeth, it was so horrified that it slapped him to shut his mouth. Hyunsu asked, "Not understanding, why did you hit me?" Deok-chun cried out in disgust. After hearing it, he froze. "What crap is flowing out of my mouth, so I need to stop it." A clear blue sky, golden sunlight, a towel hanging on a tree, perfect for a bath. After finishing his bath, Hyunsu reached for the towel. He used it to dry his hair and sighed in relief. "It's like being reborn. I have to admit, I really stank." Wash F cleans and restores the target's vitality 1,000 points. While I was bathing, there were no intruders. Alarm if you have set an alarm in the area. The alarm will ring when someone enters the area, 1,000 points. Using the points from selling the Great Chieftain's weapon to buy life skills is really convenient, isn't it? After his bath, Hyunsu used skills to start a fire. Dig a hole, fire F, light a fire. He sat down by the fire and remarked, "It's convenient to have points here, but having money is still the best." Let's eat, Deok-chun. I should write a strategy while I eat. He posted on the forum while eating, breaking a sweat. Fighting the strategy goblin on the 8th floor. Hello everyone, Pwetty Princess here, breaking a sweat, fighting the strategy goblin on the 8th floor. Pwetty Princess? Everyone's seen a goblin before, right? Honestly, I really hate goblins along with the stench they give off. He happily realized he was getting more and more proficient. Since getting used to this concept, I can write my strategies quickly. Since updating the strategy, it seems my title's contribution points have increased. Ding, his stats received a bonus strategist title growth. Type all stats +10. Your score is calculated based on the number of strategies you publish and the reactions. Current contribution points, 89 points, 11 points remaining until your next reward. Looking at the final number, Hyunsu's eyes widened in amazement. 89 points, it's rising faster than I expected. It increased because of this popularity, licking the top of my head, destroying the Sangoon trial fresh. I listened to a pink punk song. Laughter Hunter trading 5th floor rewards, wait. There's a famous name on the rankings this time, it's licking the top of my head. A topic appeared after he clicked successfully destroyed the Sangoon trial, licking the top of my head. I thought it was a trend to destroy the Sangoon Guild on the 6th floor, so I tried it. After reading the topic, Hyunsu couldn't help but exclaim at the guy's audacity. Damn, he's insane. He didn't cause a scene in the square like that bald-headed guy. Why, the head licker commented, licking the top of my head. There was no special reason for me to do that. Hyunsu didn't quite understand why he did it. He destroyed such a big guild for no special reason. Why on earth would he do that? A comment below caught his attention. Licking the top of my head. There's nothing that bald-headed bastard can do that I can't. He analyzed it for a moment and then realized, wait, so that means he's going against OG Hyuk. The following comments that appeared made him even more confused. Petty Princess Enforcement Officer Yuk is a tough opponent. As far as I know, maybe you're the strongest one here who can beat everyone. Licking the top of my head. I am a bit strong, but who is Yuk? He doesn't seem to match the name of the person I caught that wasn't Yuk. Did he resign because he lost to me, or was he thrown out of the tower for having no coins left? Meow meow punch, the comment below replied yes. The current enforcement officer isn't Yuk, it changed recently. Licking the top of my head, oh, is that? So it wasn't the guy with glasses I caught, meow meow punch. I don't really know much, but I heard he went up. A final comment confused him, he went up. When anxious Hyunsu would bite his nails, his mind started racing. He's doing this to catch me because he's tracking me. I have to get stronger faster. Since I revealed the information about the rookie kit, he will get stronger until we meet not just him, but other members of the major guilds too. If that's the case, then there's no more time to rest like this. A new quest was issued, Rookie Kit of Goblins 34 out of 100. Hyunsu grinned triumphantly. We can start all over again, right? Deokshun, sitting on his shoulder, also gave a victorious smile. 7th floor, the goblin was running for its life as if terrified of being caught. An armored foot leaped up. The one the goblin was fleeing from was none other than Ji-hyuk. He leaped high into the air and took a spear-throwing stance. His dagger followed the motion and flew towards the goblin. It spun in midair, then landed straight in the goblin's head. Ji-hyuk followed up with a kick, driving the dagger deeper. Blood splattered onto his shoes. His deep, hoarse voice rang out the 100th. This area is clean now, right? The status board appeared. Rookie Kit, a goblins 100 out of 100. After slaughtering a bunch of goblins, Ji-hyuk had to admit that his guide was correct. Damn it, Petty Princess was telling the truth. That means the strategy guide was also real. The Sangoon Guild enforcement officer, Ji-hyuk. It wasn't long, but my memory of it is still clear. The story about Baekwon and his amnesia seems to be true. How did she find out about it and spread the word instead of keeping it for herself, an image in his imagination? Elsewhere, Hyunsu picked his ear in annoyance and wondered who's talking about me. After confirming it, Ji-hyuk went on the forum and sent a message to someone to report. I should start with my report first. I've checked the rookie kit. The information from the target strategy is correct. The other side replied very quickly. Check the authenticity of the 8th floor strategy as well. Ji-hyuk replied, okay, I understand. He skillfully spun his dagger while muttering Choi Sang-mo, the elite rookie who reached the 39th floor and joined the Sangoon Guild. I'm also among the elite, but can I handle the rookies from other guilds? He glanced at the information panel next to him. Looking at the white text, he said softly, right, I with the rookie kit, A can become stronger. The unpleasant face of Seong-mo appeared in his mind. Can you even make it up here, you bastard? Along with that was Hyunsu's mischievous grin. The determination to skewer both of them grew stronger in Ji-hyuk. Just you wait, you bastards. The system announced orcs defeated 100 out of 100 at that moment. Hyunsu was sitting on a mountain of orc corpses. He began to take stock of what he had. I've maxed out all my stats on the 8th floor with the rookie kit. I can go to the 9th floor now, but since it's the last floor of the enhancement zone, it must be terrible, right? Let's see what items I have. Let's see, is there anything useful in my inventory? Intermediate Mysterious Stone, a Soul Stone. Fragment of the Hyalton Holy Kingdom's Keystone. Fire Scroll, there are so many. All right, let's go up. Entrance to the 9th floor. Entering the 9th floor before him was a lush green forest with a massive mountain right in the middle. Upon entering the forest, the system issued a quest defeat one-horned wolves 0 out of 10. Hyunsu strode along searching for any sign of the wolves, the one-horned wolves. They're not like the goblins that can shoot poison darts, or the orcs that use weapons. We should be careful. As he was speaking, something charged at him, making Hyunsu freeze. His whole body tensed as he watched it approach. It was a one-horned wolf. It took advantage of his carelessness and tried to gore him. Fortunately, his stats had been enhanced. Hyunsu managed to grab its horn before it could pierce his eye. He looked at the wolf, growling at him. This horn note, one-horned wolf, a type of horned monster that moves in packs and attacks prey with its horn. Seeing it grind its teeth, unable to do anything to him, he commented, but their strength is even weaker than the orcs. Without hesitation, Hyunsu stabbed his sword through its head. One was dead and a whole pack of others started to rush out. Seeing that his prey had appeared without him needing to make an effort, Hyunsu flashed a demonic smile. This brings back memories. But his speed was so fast it created afterimages. The wolf's horn only managed to pierce his afterimage. He shouted as he slashed it, I'm different now. Then he charged at the other wolves, waiting to attack him. The wolves tried to gore him all at once with their horns, but before they could, he jumped and kicked off their horns to gain momentum. Then he landed lightly on their horns. At that moment, he looked like a powerful, invincible swordsman. He put on the weight control bracelet and gave a wicked smile. I don't have time for you dogs, you know, weight bracelet C. I should finish these guys off quickly. Gaining the bracelet's skill, he stomped down forcefully, shattering the wolves' horns. A massacre ensued, a series of pathetic howls from the wolves echoed as blood splattered everywhere. After killing this pack of wolves, Hyunsu began to reflect on his journey. So that's the 8th floor done. Since I made a separate plan for each floor, the guilds must have pinpointed my location. Security has been tightened since I appeared, even though I climbed to the 6th floor as fast as I could. To prevent something similar from happening if I want to climb to the 10th floor, I have to quickly come up with a strategy for the 9th floor. The safe zone on the 10th floor is even more important than the one on the 6th, so I won't give up. I can get stronger if I take on many quests and hide the rewards from the 10th floor's NPCs. Right now, the major guilds are all targeting me. The only way to reach the 10th floor safely is to clear the 9th floor as fast as possible. Not wanting to waste any time, he used a skill with great destructive power, Fireball B level 3. A flame erupted along with a system notification: defeated one horned wolf. 30 out of 100, you have defeated 31 horned wolves. Check your achievements. You have received key fragment 2 of 3 of the Hyalton leg. Hyunsu looked at the screen, confused. An achievement. Suddenly, the once clear blue sky was covered by darkness. Night has fallen. A series of warnings sounded. Delkan, the wolf that calls the night, has appeared. Warning: Delkan will be fully revealed on the 7th night. Seeing the encroaching darkness, he stepped back in fear. What is this? The system issued a notification: night has fallen on day 1. Hearing the first sentence, Hyunsu's face darkened. I have a bad feeling about this. The soul stone began to glow on its own. He held the orb out around him. Where did all those one-horned wolves go? Suddenly, his entire body stiffened. A cold chill ran down his spine. Hyunsu spun around the orb, illuminating the area in front of him. His body broke out in an uncontrollable sweat. I think something just flashed by. Or was that just me? Suddenly, a strange laughter echoed, making him glance back quickly. Hyunsu slashed wildly in a panic. Behind him was a ghost. His sword's blade passed through its neck, and then it recovered as if nothing happened. The ghost gave a demonic smile. Then it suddenly drew close and laughed horrifyingly. Hyunsu was so terrified that he backed away. It flew right through Hyunsu's body. This frightened Hyunsu even more. Its body just passed through me. I'm dying. What? Nothing happened to me. That monster was just warming up, but the system's next words were like a slap in the face. Your stats have been stolen, strength minus 0.3. Following that were a series of notifications that made Hyunsu collapse in shock. The stolen stats will be absorbed by Delkan. The seal containing them will be weakened. A description of the ghost appeared before him. Optector, a soul-haunting monster type that awakens and appears every night. Optectors appear alongside Delkan. Normal attacks do not inflict damage on them. They have the ability to absorb stats from their opponents. They will not stop attacking until they have absorbed everything. Reading this, Hyunsu was boiling with anger. Not only are attacks ineffective, but my stats are also being absorbed. And what does it mean that the seal is weakened? These bastards are taking my power. And as they took his power in a dark place, ancient characters appeared, and Delkan slowly opened its eyes. At this moment, Hyunsu still didn't know that Delkan had awakened. He was trying to guess what kind of demon are they trying to awaken. The system then presented Hyunsu with a hidden quest, the 7-Night Nightmare hidden quest. Defeat Delkan 0 out of 1. Delkan, the wolf that brings the night, will become complete. After 7 nights, the seal will be broken if the stats stolen by the Optectors exceed a certain limit. Each night, stats needed to break the first seal. 0.3 out of 10 rewards fragment of the Hyalton ruins key Delkan's fur scarf. Additionally, the system also offered rewards for this quest. Initiating server opening hidden quest on the 9th floor has been revealed. Rewards have been added. Special reward, the one who brings the night title. Hyunsu said excitedly while fleeing from the ghost's pursuit. Awesome, did it just say a title? I want to get that title at any cost. But are you sure we can beat them? The ghosts, like lingering spirits, continuously stole the stats he had earned. Your stats have been deprived. Agility minus 0.4. Hyunsu cursed helplessly. These bastards. Eat this. Was that last attack effective? But when the smoke cleared, the ghosts were still unscathed as if nothing had happened. They continued to charge at him again. Seeing they were unharmed, Hyunsu panicked, so magic skills don't work either, damn it. At that moment, a ghost took the opportunity to touch his leg. His stats quickly dropped. Your stats have been deprived. Physical strength minus 0.3. Because his leg was caught, Hyunsoo couldn't keep his balance. He fell flat on his face. Deokchun was also thrown off by this. It cried out in fear. Seeing the ghosts advancing on it, he shouted in panic, "Deokchun!" The ghosts looked at its helpless state and grew incredibly excited. Watching it get swallowed by the ghost, he screamed desperately, "No!" Heartbroken to the point of tears, Hyunsoo called its name Deokchun, but a notification from the system made him pause. Optectors defeated 2 out of 100 effect of the beginner's kit mana plus 0.5. A flash of light burst forth. The ghost began to shriek horribly. Seeing Deokchun surrounded by the light, Hyunsoo exclaimed in amazement, "Deokchun reached max level." But how the hell did that happen? As if to answer his question, Deokchun spat out a mouthful of acidic saliva. With just that small mouthful, it disintegrated 2 ghosts. This was followed by a system notification. Optectors defeated 4 out of 100, seeing the ghost disintegrated. It gave a mocking laugh. Deokchun Chaos Frog, attribute Chaos. Its information was also displayed Chaos, the ability to blend with everything at once. This surprised Hyunsoo, so attacks with attributes are effective. Wait a minute, does that mean I can too? He tightly gripped the divine key in his hand. A surge of holy power burst forth. He punched the ghost in front of him hard. "I think I can beat all of you too," and just as he thought one went down, Optectors defeated 5 out of 100. Nice fragment of the Hyalton Ruins key, 2 out of 3, it carries a faint holy power. Seeing more ghosts rushing towards him, he called Deokchun to his side. "Deokchun, let's combine our powers." Deokchun Chaos Frog, luminous stone fragment of the Hyalton Ruins key. Finally, after a long battle, the light of dawn appeared. The first seal has been broken. Stats absorbed 11.3 out of 10. Dawn has arrived. Optectors defeated 37 out of 100. Looking completely drained, Hyunsoo cursed inwardly, "Damn it. I can't believe it was that hard and the seal was still broken as expected. I need a weapon that contains holy power. Although I can defeat them with my bare hands. But there are still too many blind spots since I can only use one hand. This won't be a problem anymore if I have a weapon. I have to check the shop to see if there's anything I can combine with this key to turn it into a weapon." One-horned wolf. It lunged with its sharp claws. Hyunsoo immediately jumped up. Suddenly, the scene became unusually warm. As Hyunsoo hugged it, the wolf froze, not understanding what was happening. Hyunsoo shed tears of joy upon seeing it. "Wolf, I missed you so much." Yes, this is how it should be. We should have the ability to grapple with monsters. And to celebrate this touching reunion, he used his warm hug to snap its spine. 1 down, one-horned wolves defeated 31 out of 100. The remaining ones hesitated upon seeing this. Seeing them back away, Hyunsoo laughed excitedly. "Come on. I'm going to touch you all until I get bored." One-horned wolves defeated 60 out of 100. A few hours later, the moon hung high and stars appeared shining and the dark night has fallen. Hyunsoo was no longer afraid like the first time he saw night fall. Now he was extremely confident in his preparations. "If I kill 30 one-horned wolves, then night will come. All right, I've finished crafting the weapon, and the low-grade box I picked up on the 5th floor has a pretty useful skill. Night Vision Level 1, self-made holy mace. A mace that carries the holy power of light. A holy leather pouch has been added to the mace. I did make it myself, but it should be fine, right? Put the key fragment in a leather pouch, fill the empty space with sand, tie the top, and it's done. Here I come for you." With every swing of the mace, another one went down. Optectors defeated 40 out of 100. Optectors defeated 68 out of 100. Optectors defeated 87 out of 100. After defeating the last one, Hyunsoo said triumphantly, "Piece of cake." With that, his quest was also completed. Optectors defeated 100 out of 100. All Optectors have been defeated. He was a little disappointed, though the durability is only 1 star after all. Well, whatever. I've wiped them all out. The system issued a notification. The first seal has been broken. Stats absorbed 14.1 out of 10. Hyunsoo sat by the fire. He raised the mace. "I've failed to protect the second seal, but it'll be fine because there's no way the seal will be broken again, and from now on I can rest at night. Deokchun, it's all thanks to you. Without you, I would have never known that I had to attack with elements. Thinking back, the kids will reach the 9th floor soon, and they don't have elemental attacks like me. Will they fail if they reach the 9th floor without knowing this method?" Open community. The moment he opened the forum, the first comment from Lost Hair popped up. "Hair loss, is it? Because orcs are so muscular, I find fighting them really fun." Then a conversation between Liquor and Lost Hair followed. "Licking the top of my head? I don't think so. You all sweat the same. Hair loss, that's not sweat. That's a man's passion. Licking the top of my head, that's what all sweaty guys say. Go take a shower and live your life." Hair loss, hair loss. I already bought the bathing skill, like Puenty Princess said. I'm very clean, licking the top of my head. All your hair will fall out in the shower drain. Are you okay, hair loss, damn it, this son of a bitch? Seeing the comments were still positive, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like everyone was still on the 8th floor. But what if they get up here before I'm done? I need to share this information immediately. After that, he created a topic. Puenty Princess, everyone, have you heard the news? There's a new type of monster on the 9th floor. You absolutely must have a holy weapon to defeat them. Puenty Princess, what? You guys don't have holy weapons? Don't worry. When it comes to holy weapons, Hansu was basically the master now. This Puenty Princess knows how to craft those holy weapons. There's already a comment. An invitation was sent. Lee Jun-sok has sent you a friend request. Staring at the completely unfamiliar name, he wondered in confusion, who is this? Hyun-soo scrolled a bit and then remembered who the other person was. Lee Jun-sok, if I remember correctly, he's the one who left a nice comment on my strategy post. Check Lee Jun-sok. A topic of his appeared. Lee Jun-sok, Puenty Princess's strategy for the enhancement zone is correct. I tried it on the 8th floor and actually received a starter kit, leaving this here for anyone who needs it. Seeing this post, a spark of interest appeared in his eyes. He even posted a review of his strategy experience, huh? If I just keep this up, my influence and recognition will also increase, and then I'll naturally... Then what he had been waiting for appeared. The contribution points for the attacker title have exceeded 100 points. Preparing to level up, Hyun-soo joyfully exclaimed, "That's what I'm talking about, level up." He was thrilled to hear he would get more points. Attacker title growth type all stats plus 10. Current contribution 0 points. You need another 150 points to receive the next reward. Please make me stronger. After a few seconds, the system issued a congratulatory message. Congratulations, a new stat has been established. Luck plus 5. The luck stat is applied separately from other normal stats. He asked in confusion, a luck stat. The system immediately explained. Luck stat, luck brings you rare opportunities, a brilliant light from a suddenly powerful intuition. Do not ignore any signs. This was the first time he had seen a stat like this. Luck is a stat too, huh? How do I even use this? Once again, the invitation appeared. Lee Jun-sok has just sent you a friend request. Do you want to accept this request? Yes. He stared in amazement at the flash of light on the yes option. Did this golden light appear right when I was about to accept Lee Jun-sok's friend request? Is this the sign from the description? So connecting with Lee Jun-sok is a good thing, right? I was going to refuse, but if this brings good luck, then accept. A notification appeared. Lee Jun-sok will be added to your friends list. The chat window popped up. Lee Jun-sok, your Puenty Princess. He was astonished by the speed of his reply. Look at how perfectly timed that response is. What followed was a very cringeworthy sight. Hyun-soo put on his fairy-like persona and replied, Puenty Princess, the fairy of every home, Puenty Princess is here. Let your desire guide you closer to me. Seeing Deokshun retching in disgust, he angrily shouted, hey, but his next message shocked him. Lee Jun-sok. I really want to talk to someone who knows the truth about Baekwan. What? This made him fall deep into thought. Does he mean he knew the truth about Baekwan even before I did? He didn't stop and messaged again. Lee Jun-sok. I heard many stories from my late father when he was part of the new generation in the Kowloon Guild. Reading this, he became even more astonished. His father was part of the new generation. The new generation referred to those who were nurtured to become the next main force in the major guilds. Their training and equipment were very costly. The Kowloon Guild was the largest and most influential among the major guilds. As part of the new generation, his father must have known a great deal. Even so, he still felt hesitant. But I can't be so lucky as to learn about that right at this moment. There must be something very important, right? The chat window appeared again. Lee Jun-sok, I'm very impressed with your guides, Princess. Please accept this. I'm sure it will be useful. Hyun-soo was shocked when he saw what he sent. Accept what this? This is a guide for the 13th floor. He messaged again. Lee Jun-sok, I think you have the same goal as me, Princess. I despise the major guilds that killed my brother, but perhaps no one will believe me. Hyun-soo started to pick up on the main points. His brother died at a major guild. A notification from the system arrived. Confession of truth and mood. Lee Jun-sok has sent it to Puenty Princess. It proves a person cannot lie. Hyun-soo looked at this ridiculously expensive item and couldn't help but curse. This is insane. This is an oath item worth a whopping 5,000 points that can be used in court. How can he have so much money but no information? But still I can trust him and this guide, right? You damn guilds, I'll take care of all of you. A plan formed in his head. To create a diversion, he posted the guide for the 13th floor. Puede Princess today. What day is it today? It's the day to post the guide for the 13th floor. It must have been tough climbing up here, huh? Otherwise, it would be really hot right now. You know why? Because of the lava chasm up here. They probably think I'm on the 9th floor. Suddenly posting a guide for the 13th floor like this is enough to confuse them. Anyway, since I'm less worried about the safe zone on the 10th floor now, let's keep going. On the 5th night, Hyunsu began to prepare for the arduous battle ahead. Delkan would appear on the 7th night, so this was the last evening to prepare for the boss fight. Thanks to focusing on leveling up his skills, his main skills had gotten quite a bit stronger. Will this be enough? Considering past situations, I still don't think it's any easier. I was just really lucky. This time, I'm definitely prepared. Open inventory. Time for the skill boxes and skill synthesis. 5 low-grade skill boxes. You can get skills from rank D to F from this box. Let's see what my luck stat can do. He tossed a white cloth into the air. Then he spread it on the ground. As a Korean, Hyunsu believed in spiritual matters. He bowed deeply and respectfully. His prayer reached Deokchun's ears. Please give me something good. All right, let's begin. Open skill box. But that's life for you. Bad luck is just bad. Hyunsu received a skill that couldn't be more useless. Congratulations, you have obtained Play Dead D, Play Dead D. You have obtained a useless skill. He tried to rally his spirits for the next box. Can't expect much from the first try. Deokchun, you're a toad, so wish me luck. Good fortune and wealth. Next! Congratulations, you have obtained Posing Style E. Congratulations, you have obtained Curl Up for Self-Defense F. The more he opened, the more purple with rage Hyunsu became. He cursed repeatedly, damn it, hell. Damn it, what the hell is this, luck my ass? I was a fool to expect anything? But right at that moment, the system said luck is approaching. A stream of light appeared and flew into the skill box. Seeing this, Hyunsu got very excited. I believed in you, luck, and not disappointing his expectations, sweet fruit finally fell. Congratulations, you have obtained mana release. Gather mana and release it. Congratulations, you have obtained Love Tap E. Increases damage dealt after being hit. Seeing all the good stuff, Hyunsu's eyes lit up like stars as he exclaimed, nice. A great combination. Now it's your turn. Skill Synthesis S. On the 7th day, Hyunsu had completed the mission to eliminate the single-horned wolves. Number of single-horned wolves defeated 100 out of 100. The effect of the starter kit has been used up. The starter kit has been disabled. He walked while counting the bodies on the ground. 27, 28, 29. I've used up the starter kit. If I kill 30 more single-horned wolves, the artificial night will arrive. If I kill you, I can proceed to the boss round. Hyunsu leapt high into the air. His footwork and swordsmanship had improved. With just a few slashes, the wolf was cut into many pieces. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Hyunsu looked up into the sky as it began to change. It's starting. The 7th night has arrived. Delkan's seal will be broken. The moonlight became perfectly round, and with it a source of energy began to shine down. Delkan has appeared, but its body was wrapped in chains. Error. Seal not completely broken, 2 out of 7 remain. The first seal will be broken. The second seal will be broken. As soon as the seals were broken, Delkan let out a howl. Its howl also contained power. The resulting shockwave forced Hyunsu to a halt. At this moment, the system issued a warning. Be careful, Delkan, the wolf that summons the night has awakened, it's here. A sense of danger rushed up behind Hyunsu. He quickly turned his head. But in front of him was only a patch of pitch blackness with 2 beams of light. What the heck, I can't see anything. There are 2 moons, night vision E level 4. As soon as he used the skill, its form appeared before his eyes. Delkan started to move. He fearfully raised his hand, intending to shoot a fireball Delkan. Fireball B level 5. The smoke cleared, and only then could Hyunsu see it clearly. Its information was also pushed up by the observer's eye. Delkan, floor 9, boss monster, current strength after escaping 2 out of 7 seals, current level 4 stars, attribute darkness. He wondered, my fireball didn't do anything, did it? It's a 4-star monster. Even though it hasn't completely escaped its seal, how strong would it be if it broke all the seal's power dice C level 4? After rolling the dice and getting the number 3, he swung his sword towards it. 3 lightning sword, I'll roast you to a crisp. But Delkan just casually raised its claw to block it. Seeing this, Hyunsu was even more astonished by its power. My full power with just one hand, the observer's eye pushed up the information breath skill because the power gap is too large, you cannot view other skills. Hyunsu's mind started racing. Thinking of a countermeasure is this black flame blocking the attack. It's like a spectrum. Magic has no effect on it. In that case, Deokchun. Deokchun's acidic saliva shot towards Delkan, injuring it instantly. Hyunsu looked at the wound on its body and smiled to himself. I knew it. Attacking with a special attribute can damage it. He lowered his stance, then dashed quickly towards it. Hyunsu swung his sword to strike. Seeing the sword didn't work, he decided to use his mace. The weakness of the darkness attribute is light or holy power. All right, I'll take it down. The forest was filled with the sound of metal clashing. Suddenly, a purple light flared up. Hyunsu slid far back. He leaned to dodge its attack, then immediately countered. The more he fought, the more fired up he got. Hyunsu swung his mace repeatedly. A plan formed in his mind. I'll neutralize its breath with holy power and stab it directly. And just as expected, that one sword strike managed to injure Delkan. A cut caused by the holy weapon appeared on its body. Seeing this, Hyunsu exclaimed excitedly, yes, it worked. But Delkan wouldn't just stand there and die. It punched him hard in the side. Hyunsu was sent flying far away by its blow. He clutched his aching shoulder. That's crazy. Thanks to the new skill I got from skill synthesis, I was able to withstand it. Damage received 423 out of 10,000. Hyunsu stood up and took a stance to continue fighting it. Suddenly, it let out a long howl. Right at its mouth, a stream of power was gathering. Seeing the breath gathering into a large orb, Hyunsu panicked. A breath attack, but it's a dog, not a dragon. How am I supposed to take a blow like this? But just then, cracks appeared on that giant orb. Hyunsu saw this too. The system announced this skill is locked and cannot be used. Even Delkan was confused. Hyunsu didn't expect to be this lucky. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. Excellent. There's a limit to it because the seal hasn't been completely broken. This is my chance. But unfortunately, it broke his mace. Hyunsu was knocked back by its blow. He looked at the mace with only its handle left and thought sorrowfully, no, my homemade magic staff. But it was already attacking. He had to pick up his sword to fight it. With every attack it made, he took more and more damage until the skill wore off. Damage received 652 out of 10,000. The power dice buff has expired. Hyunsu also realized he couldn't win with just a sword. I have no chance of winning against it with just this sword. If that's the case, Deokchun, it's time for plan B. Deokchun let out a soft cry as if in response. Hyunsu jumped high to dodge Delkan's attack. Not seeing him anywhere, it looked up in confusion. At that moment, Hyunsu, with Deokchun's help, was hovering in midair. Now let's begin. Go, Deokchunman water cannon. It puffed up its cheeks wide, then spat out a huge glob of saliva. Its saliva glob immediately crashed right into Delkan, causing it to hiss in pain. The fur on its body was immediately corroded. Hyunsu knew his chance had come. He dove straight down. Let's switch places. Then grabbed the fur on its back tightly so he wouldn't be thrown off. It was furious to see him on its body. Wanting to throw him off, it kept moving, crashing from one place to another. The more it wanted to throw him off, the tighter he held on. I'm not letting go by this point. The damage he had taken was immense. Damage received 893 out of 10,000. To hold on tighter, he used more skills. Dice power dice C level 4-2. Hard as rock, your skin becomes tougher. Rage burst pin. B doubles buff stats for 10 minutes, can only be used once per day. The flames on its body nearly burned his hands, but Hyunsu endured it. It's hot as hell, but my fire is no slouch either. Fireball B level 5, he roared. Let's see who the real winner is. Delkan, being roasted by the fire, roared in agony. Notifications about skill usage rang out continuously along with a loud explosion. Fireball B level 5, Fireball B level 5, Fireball B level 5, Fireball B level 5. Fireball B level 5. The continuous use of Fireball had also taken a toll on Hyunsu's body. The heat from the fire scorched his skin. It felt like his entire body was melting from the heat of the Fireball, and the halite damage received 6,180 out of 10,000. Damn it, at this rate. Isn't this just a suicide attack? Then came a violent struggle from Delkan. It kept jumping from place to place, trying to throw Hyunsu off its back. Meanwhile, Hyunsu kept using his skill Fireball B level 5. Stop struggling. I'm about to die from dizziness. Damage received 9,999 out of 10,000. And his endurance came not just from willpower, but also from the help of his skills. The only reason I can endure this long defensive curl F, love tap E, beatmaker's rage C, mana release D, is by combining all the skills I have. And finally, the damage he had been taking was full damage received 10,000 out of 10,000. You can use the skill acquired. Hyunsu used all his strength to roar, let's end it here. The system announced Counter A Level 1 accumulates and releases received damage. Hyunsu poured all his energy into this one blow while thinking joyfully and create a counterattack to be my trump card. A massive source of energy appeared in the forest as if about to explode. After using the skill, his stamina was completely depleted. Hyunsu panted heavily, his lips were painfully chapped. And his efforts were not in vain. Delkan had been killed. He looked at the hole in its body so deep its bones were visible, and a doubt arose were really only 2 seals broken. It was ridiculously strong, but it seems I'm still the stronger one. Why, if it hadn't died after that attack, it would be no different from cheating. It really is cheating. At this moment, the system emerged to explain Delkan has traded its own existence and is using a sealed skill. Delkan's body has been replaced by halite. Hyunsu didn't expect it to go this far. It doesn't even care about its life for the sake of revenge. It dares to bet its own existence. This is bad. Something very dangerous is coming. Suddenly, Deokchun fell off him, a look of bewilderment on its face. It turned out Hyunsu had thrown it away. He wanted Deokchun to leave this battle. Deokchun get to the side. In Deokchun's pupils, now only the reflection of his worried yet determined expression remained. Hyunsu didn't want to die, so he took out the scroll he had received. You think I'll just stand here and take it? Hyunsu tore it in half to activate it. Fire Scroll A allows you to unleash a powerful flame, single use only. A powerful flame erupted. The flames almost licked Deokchun. And in that beautiful flame, Delkan's body gradually vanished into the air, and so did Hyunsu's body. Seeing this heartbreaking scene, Deokchun cried sorrowfully. It reached out with its small hands and let out a pathetic cry. And fortunately, Hyunsu used a skill to pull back completely unscathed. He gently placed his hand on Deokchun's head and said with satisfaction, you can still worry about your master. Even in this state, Speed Mist B Level 2 allows you to move quickly within the mist and ignore attacks. Delkan is dead. The system announced the mist will soon end. Seeing it still bewildered, he raised an eyebrow and said, don't worry, I'm not dead and I won't leave you alone. Delkan's body disappeared into thin air. Delkan has been defeated. At the same time, the system also delivered good news effect of the beginner's kit, all stats plus 10. The stats stolen by Optector have been returned. Hyunsu dazedly turned his head. We did. After being unconscious for a while, he struggled to open his eyes. Hyunsu sat up abruptly. Did I pass out? Suddenly, he felt something sticky on his face and wiped it away with his hand. And then his eyes fell upon the withered body of Deokchun. Deokchun. He hugged it heartbrokenly and said, how many times did you lick me to save me, you poor little thing? At this moment, the system announced the 7-night-long nightmare. You have completed the hidden quest. You have defeated a legendary creature, an amazing achievement. You will receive 10,000 points. Hearing that huge number of points, his voice rang with joy. 10,000. Next, the system granted an item. You will receive the quest reward, Hyalton Ruins, key fragment, 1 of 3. He looked at the key fragment with a heart full of joy. This is the last piece. As soon as he received the last piece, the other 2 pieces immediately flew out of his bag. Then all the pieces combined into a complete key. Key to the Hyalton Ruins. The key has returned to its original form. Holy power emanates from it. It can lead you to the Hyalton Ruins. Holding the key in his hand, he smiled blissfully. It's finally done. Now we just need to find those ruins. At this moment, the system granted Hyunsu additional bonus rewards. A bonus reward will be added. Delkan's Fur Scarf B dark power emanates from the item, mana plus 5, increases your fire resistance. Monsters below a certain level fear this scarf, 2 stars and below. It is woven from the fur of the most precious creature. Someone could be harmed. A special reward will be granted. Title, Bringer of Night. Formerly the power of Delkan. Increases your stats during nighttime activities. Special effect, you can create an artificial night every 7 days. When the artificial night is activated, you can also summon a special monster. Optector. Title. The amount of stats you can steal through Optector is limited. Summonable Optectors, 100 out of 100. Stealable skills, 0 out of 7. When the number of absorbed skills exceeds the limit, Optector will lose its stat-stealing ability. Hyunsu happily put the scarf around his neck. He touched it and praised this scarf is already great. And I even got a title that increases stats. These rewards are insane. Should I help the community get similar rewards? Let's see. Hair loss, these Optectors are crazy, man. Licking the top of my head, you're fighting bare-handed again, right? They're telling us to craft weapons and use them on them. Hair loss, but I am using gauntlets. licking the top of my head. No, you idiot, use a ranged weapon. Kitty punch, are you, Master Hoxie? Byong sin hair loss, please no English. Damn, that hair loss guy is really struggling. I was planning to post the strategy later to confuse them about my location, but it seems I can't do that anymore. I'll post a comment now, so hang in there. Now then, why don't we get some sleep to recover our strength? The 7th night has ended. The tower's 30th floor safe zone. Seongmo stood by the window looking outside. Thinking of Ji-hyuk, he gritted his teeth in anger. Oh, Ji-hyuk, that ignorant bastard. Sangoon Guild New Generation Choi Sungmo. Wasn't punching a hole in the 6th floor enough for you now you even dare to steal the artifacts the guildmaster gave you. Lately being pressured by those old capitalist geezers has left him weary in both body and soul. I'm so tired of being constantly pressured by my superiors about this incident. Just then, someone appeared at the door. Choi Sungmo. The arrivals were Hai-young and Chang-hu. Why did you call me? She was annoyed at being summoned so suddenly. She threatened him, if this is for some stupid reason, I'll kill you. The 10th floor's guild, Daseong Guild, New Generation Lee Ha-young. Chang-hu, on the other hand, was very cheerful. He reassured her. Lunar Eclipse Guild, New Generation Kim Chang-hu, don't be so aggressive. He must have a reason for calling us. Seongmo ignored her rude attitude. Thank you for coming. Ha-young sat down and urged him to get on with it. Hurry up and get straight to the point. Seeing him taking his time, she became impatient. I'm busy hunting down the guy who escaped through the 6th floor because people say he has set foot on the 10th floor. Mentioning this, Seongmo closed his eyes and apologized to her. I'm sorry about that. Chang-hu was very optimistic. He laughed cheerfully and said no need to worry too much, even if he posted the strategy to clear the 13th floor. There's still a chance he's on the 10th floor, right? Ha-young wasn't sure about this. I don't know. I'm surely not the only one who had their achievement stolen, so I'll just clear the 20th and 30th floors in one go. Seongmo pressed his cigarette into the ashtray and said slowly, like Chang-hu just said, there's a possibility he's still on the 10th floor. He might have gotten the strategy for the 13th floor from someone else. Hearing this, Ha-young speculated, so that means he has accomplices. But that's another problem. Seongmo didn't deny her speculation. He continued, no one knows if that account is run by an individual or a group. There's no information whatsoever about Puenti Princess. That means the only possibility is that the one controlling it is the same unidentified individual from the 6th floor. There's a very high chance that Kim Jung-soo is Puenti Princess. He reminded them about Ji-hyuk chasing Hyun-soo. Oh, Ji-hyuk was the one who had direct contact with him, and now he is pursuing Kim Jung-soo. Therefore, please try to cooperate and allow him to operate on the 10th floor. Chang-hu didn't mind at all. He readily agreed I can do that. Although she didn't like it, Ha-young had to accept. I don't really like that idea, but it can't be helped. However, if he acts out of line, I won't just stand by. Having gotten their approval, Seongmo clenched his fist and firmly promised, I will try to avoid that as much as possible. But it seems quite difficult to get a hold of Puenti Princess. So what do you two think about targeting the people around him? As soon as he said this, faces appeared in Chang-hu's imagination. Thinking of their crazy weirdness, Chang-hu couldn't help but exclaim, you mean the hair loss guy, and licking the top of his head. It seems they are friends and their nicknames are just as weird. Although there's very little information on licking the top of his head because that guy is only active at night. Hair loss has a huge number of followers. What I'm trying to say is, Seongmo interrupted him. He had already set his first target. All right, then let's target hair loss first. The tower's 10th floor safe zone. Note there are many facilities and NPCs. All wounds will slowly recover. PK is forbidden. Hyun-soo walked through the gate, looked around and whispered to Deok-chun, we finally made it to the 10th floor. That kid is quite active in the community, huh? He opened a chat window with someone, Lee Yoon-sok, as expected of Princess. This is the first time I've heard about optectors. I can't believe you were able to find them. Isn't Sir Princess the hero of this era? Reading his respectful words, he found it a little funny. Why does he have to make such a big deal out of it? The other side sent another message. Lee Jun-seok, are you on the 10th floor? Isn't the 10th floor managed by the Daesung Guild and the Lunar Eclipse Guild? Are you planning to take them down? Hyun-soo received new information. He thought about it and decided not to actually do that. It would be good to have more information, but I think this is enough for now. Suddenly, something rushed towards him, startling him. What is that? Bam! A loud noise rang out. Hyun-soo and Deok-chun were both hit, leaving their heads spinning. He rubbed his eyes, trying to see who had run into him. Who is it? The person who ran into him stood against the light. The girl reached out her hand and apologized guiltily. I'm sorry, are you okay? Hyunsu's eyes fell upon a pair of perked-up fox ears. Fox ears. A foxtail. Oh my God. Unlucky for him, he had run into Rilke, the troublesome fox lady. She smiled as brightly as a flower and asked, would you like to accept a quest? Inside, Hyunsu could only scream in terror. It's the evil NPC Rilke. Quests. Anyone who climbs the tower wants to accept them. But there are a few exceptions. Those are impossible quests, inescapable quests, and quests with huge penalties for failure. Those are 3 typical examples of quests no one wants to encounter. Quests given by this NPC always come with a fatal condition. Rilke's quests. Rilke, a merchant and a black market NPC. Mandatory quests. There are no other quests. We are forced to participate whether we refuse or not. The people around saw him run into Rilke and all gave him pitiful looks. Look at that person. Rilke got him. She only targets newcomers. What bad luck. Realizing he had drawn the attention of many people, he did not want this at all. Accepting the quest is one thing, but I'm being noticed by too many people. It will be more stressful if I happen to get caught by the major guilds. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best, so when faced with an unsolvable problem, Hyunsu decided to act like a turtle in its shell and run. Rilke didn't expect him to run away like that, and she yelled in astonishment, where do you think you're going, hey? But this was no challenge for Rilke. She powered up her legs. You think you can run? Then with a boom, she had effortlessly caught up with Hyunsu, who was running out of breath. This is a bit too much, you know. He looked at her in fear, a warning rising in his heart. I was caught instantly. But in the end, how could a human compete with a beast? Hyunsu was panting heavily, while Rilke, with a face not red and a heart not pounding, stood there smiling leisurely at him. Looking at that punchable, smiling face, he thought to himself, I can't breathe anymore. Thanks to Inside Eye, her information appeared, but it was incomplete Rilke NPC Red Fox. Due to the vast power difference, you cannot read more information. Hyunsu frowned, looking at her warily. I heard that NPCs are so strong that even major guilds have to be cautious, no matter how strong you are. Overcome with anger, he no longer held back and cursed straight to her face. Are you out of your mind wandering around and handing out nonsense quests like this suddenly being cursed at? Rilke froze nonsense. Hyunsu wasn't scared at all and replied, that's right, that's what it is. And in the end, Hyunsu couldn't escape this mandatory quest. Rilke's quest helped Rilke find ingredients because she can't handle all the customer orders alone. Snakeskin 0 out of 50 on the 11th floor. Armored Fire Dragon Scales on the 13th floor. Reward. Gain favor with the NPC. The ingredients must be delivered on time, reading to the end. He shouted in frustration. There's even a delivery task. I can't even take it out to trade. When he found out what he had to bring back, he screamed in anger. The Armored Fire Dragon is a 5-star monster. It's even stronger than Delkan. Even if I could manage to get it, I would die at least once. I would respawn on the 10th floor and have to start the quest all over again. Indignant, he ranted on. That's why everyone says your quests are the worst. Seeing him get angry, Rilke tried to calm him down. Calm down now. She put on a cute act, showing her complete faith in him. I know you can do it. I have a really good feeling about this. Wait a minute. I see you've got some pretty interesting things on you. This is Delkan's scarf. This thing is quite rare and coveted by many. The armor you're wearing is also interesting, but the most interesting thing on you is this young man, do you want to sell this chaos frog? Seeing her wanting Deokchun, Hyunsu immediately swatted her hand away. Don't go eyeing other people's pets like that. But Rilke didn't give up. She licked her lips and checked her items. It's really a rare find. I'll buy it at a high price. What price would be reasonable? But Hyunsu was extremely resolute. I don't know. I don't want to sell. After browsing for a moment, Rilke took out an S-Rank Earth Hammer, Hammer of the Earth God S, a hammer crafted by the spirits of the Hupopuko continent. All stats plus 100% when used on the ground can receive a blessing from the earth. God can receive super armor, increases affinity with Earth-type spirits, summon low-level Earth spirits 20 out of 20 times. When Hyunsu saw it, he was stunned. S-Rank equipment, you can't buy it at a normal shop, and you can even use it outside the tower. Following that was a series of S-Rank items that Rilke brought out. Ginkgo Leaf S Plague Flute, Netherworld Soldier SS. The last one was an SS-Rank skill book. Seeing his drooling face, she asked smugly, what do you think tempting, isn't it? I'm very generous, and I'm offering you very good things. Hyunsu's eyes were nearly blinded by greed at this point. Good stuff. Delkan sensed his wavering and shot him a glare. Then it slapped him hard across the face in annoyance to make him snap out of it. After being slapped by Delkan, Hyun-soo came to his senses. He turned his face away, not daring to look at those temptations anymore, and refused with great resolve. "Don't worry, Delkan, you and I are family. I refuse all of your offers." Rilke, seeing him struggling to restrain himself, she said helplessly, "Your neck is about to break." Seeing that he really wouldn't change his mind, she didn't press him. "Well, then let me know if you change your mind. I'm looking forward to you completing the quest. I have other business to attend to. Bye-bye." After she left, Delkan angrily scolded him. Hyun-soo put on an innocent face and explained, "Am I that kind of person? I wasn't even tempted." Looking at Rilke talking to the people around her, his heart ached, but he had to hold it in. Merchants don't waste money so carelessly, which means Delkan is worth as much as those items. Whether it's S-Rank or SS-Rank, I need to take even better care of it. But why do my tears keep falling? 10th floor in, I got a quest too soon. This is so chaotic. I have a respawn room now. Shall we go? All other quests disappeared because of Rilke's quest. Doing some errands at the Spirit Tree Inn, finding a lost puppy for Empress Gyumchun, and so on. I was planning to complete some quests with good rewards. But it's fine because there's something else I'm aiming for. It's the Kilders Hall event, an arena managed by the NPC Kilders. An event where hunters compete in strength. They pay large rewards to the tournament winner. The most recent champion received a B-rank weapon and 5,000 points. No one on the 10th floor can match my stats. I'll seize this opportunity and claim the prize. I'll wear a mask just to be safe. Demon Eye Mask F, a mask made in the image of a demon eye. Excuse me. What are you sleeping? Excuse me, Sir Kilders, I'd like to register for the event. Kilders heard the sound of someone calling him. He blearily opened his sleepy eyes. And when he woke up, an enormous eye appeared right in front of him. Startled, he instinctively used his power to pounce on Hyun-soo. Sensing danger, his item automatically activated to protect him. The protection necklace has automatically activated. Outside the building, people were astonished to see a loud explosion and flames erupting from the building. Hyun-soo was beaten to a crisp by him sitting slumped in a corner. He leaned against a wall that had been dented. Kilders approached and stood before him. He asked fiercely, "Are you dead yet?" Because of his mask, he had mistaken him for a monster coming to assassinate him. Why is a monster wandering around in a safe zone? "Oh crap, you're human." "Hey, you're not dead, are you? Answer me." Fortunately, Hyun-soo was still alive. He panted, I almost died." Seeing him speak, he sighed in relief. "You're alive. What a close call." His terrifying power scared the life out of me. He just hit me once and I ended up like this. By now, they had both returned to Kilders' office. He apologized to Hyun-soo sheepishly. "My apologies. But the mask you're wearing is too misleading. Kilders NPC Arena Operator 10th floor safe zone. Due to the vast power difference, you cannot read more information." Hearing that Hyun-soo's blood boiled, he ripped off the mask. "But you attacked me just for that, knowing he was in the wrong," he said guiltily. "I am truly sorry about that." Knowing that he came to participate in the arena, he also understood his desire to remain anonymous and made a suggestion for his name anyway. "You came all this way to see me. I assume you want to join the arena, but it seems you don't want to be identified, so I'll register you as Demon Eye. In addition, as a form of compensation, I will promise you one thing. A fantastic reward will be given to the winner of the arena." Hyun-soo saw through his scheme. He turned his head away and refused. "If I don't get first place, then what's the point?" But Kilders didn't think so. He had faith in him, who knows. "But I have a hunch you'll win this time. Not everyone survives a punch from me." Hearing that made Hyun-soo even more furious. "What the hell? Now that you mention it, you're trying to cover this up, aren't you? I heard that if an NPC abuses their authority without reason, they get punished. Don't you think we need to make some kind of agreement tip? If an NPC attacks a player without a valid reason, please contact support for guidance in case of an incident." I think my head is about to split open. How am I supposed to fight in this condition? Help an NPC is attacking a person. Kilders didn't expect him to play the victim like this. He sighed and accepted the condition. He snapped his fingers. "Fine, all right." A barrier formed and began to envelop the room. Barrier LV creates a space isolated from the outside. After the room was covered by the barrier, his voice became serious from now on. "Everything I say is a secret. Due to my role and authority, I cannot directly give you anything. As the manager of the arena hall, the only thing I can give you is the reward. I can upgrade your reward 10th floor arena ticket. You can skip the preliminaries and participate directly in the finals." His words reached Hyun-soo's ears. "The preliminaries and the finals are on the same day, so that would be a huge advantage for you." He narrowed his eyes, mulling over this condition. Is this a good deal? On second thought, he felt this was pretty good. I guess this is a bargain. I can hide my skills and save my strength for the finals. When Kilder saw he wasn't saying anything, he grew anxious. Damn it, is it still not enough? Giving in, he held his forehead wearily and made a better offer. I can give you a direct pass to the finals, since very few people make it that far. I can also provide you with a place to rest. After getting the better offer, he pretended to hesitate and then reluctantly agreed. Fine. I'm only accepting because you've been so generous. So damn lucky. Well, I'm leaving now. The barrier was lifted. Kilder's afraid he would go out and spill the beans quickly, said, Wait, what we talked about today? But Hyunsu nonchalantly turned his head and replied, Did we say something? His nonchalant act made the man burst out laughing. You're quite an interesting fellow. Have a good day, Demon Eye. Thanks to you, I'll have an interesting match this time. After getting a ton of benefits from the man, he asked Deokchun, who was hiding inside him, I'm done registering. Should we check out the market now and see if there's anything to buy? We just got authentication and the luck stat. If we do well this time, we'll surely get a reward and you'll get an upgrade. In the market area, the sun was still high, but only the stretched-out tarps above were visible. Hyunsu held a pile of food in his arms, and his mouth was bulging with food as well. He looked just like a squirrel hoarding its stash. Watching Deokchun happily munching on bread, he thought cheerfully, I bought so much food. You seem to really like that, don't you, Deokchun? I have a dagger. Information about the item appeared. Sturdy dagger. Not a special weapon, but it is a sturdy dagger. It has a chance to activate Blood Curse when held by its owner. However, the Blood Curse only affects the owner. He gripped the dagger tightly, his face tense. This situation is a bit strange. Got you. Suddenly, a vulgar shout echoed out, You bastard. The voice came from the crowd. Get the manager out here or I'll chop this bastard's hand off. Hearing this, Hyunsu looked curiously towards the crowd that had gathered. He walked over and asked, What's going on? From the crowd, the same voice from before shouted, He stole from me, which was met with a protest. Let me go. When did I steal anything? As he pushed through the crowd, he saw a nobleman repeatedly kicking a man on the ground. This scoundrel Dai. Looking at the scene, he thought to himself, must be a pickpocket. Just then, Jinmu appeared. Everyone move aside. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding onlookers immediately parted ways, fear etched on their faces. Thanks to Observer's Eye information about Jinmu appeared. Lee Jinmu, 10th floor law enforcement officer, assassin, attention seeker, member of the Daesung Guild. Hyunsu was shocked to see him and his entire body tensed up. A law enforcement officer. He approached the victim with a sycophantic tone. I'm aware you're a member of the Phoenix Guild. My apologies for this unfortunate incident on the 10th floor. Please allow me to handle him. Seeing who it was, the man deferred to him. I'm sure the law enforcement officer can resolve this matter properly. Then he turned to leave. I'll be going then. Take care of him. After seeing Jinmu, the pickpocket was so scared he could have wet his pants. I'm done for. A law enforcement officer is here. He pointed an axe at the pickpocket and ordered, Drop all of your weapons. If you can defeat me, I'll spare your life and won't interfere with your business from now on. But if you lose, you'll leave an arm behind. How could the pickpocket possibly fight Jinmu? He clasped his hands and begged, Please spare me. I promise I'll never do it again. But the hyped-up crowd wouldn't let him off. They shouted in unison, Kill him! What are you waiting for? Just chop his hand off! Such an eyesore! Stealing from a tower climber is the same as indirectly killing them, you bastard! A powerful energy enveloped Jinmu's entire body. With Observer's Eye, Hyunsu knew what skill he possessed. Law Enforcement Officer B stats are enhanced when receiving support from an audience. Some stats can be permanently enhanced. And after learning about his power, he understood what he was trying to do. I was wondering why he didn't just arrest him instead of complicating things. Turns out it was all to show off his strength. Jinmu was extremely pleased to see the man kneeling and begging, and he humiliated him relentlessly. You coward! Look at him kneeling before a law enforcement officer. You filth! Kill him already! What should I do? It seems like everyone wants you to die. Seeing that he wouldn't be spared, the man gritted his teeth in fury and cursed. Damn it. Fine, if you want to fight, you've got one. The man slashed wildly at Jinmu, but these clumsy attacks were nothing to him. He effortlessly stepped back and dodged them. Seeing that he couldn't land a hit, the pickpocket put more force into his attacks. Die. But Jinmu dodged, moving to the man's flank and taunting, Too slow. Watching this, the onlookers started to mock the man while cheering for Jinmu. Aren't pickpockets supposed to be fast? You can't even call this a fight? Good job, officer. Receiving the crowd's praise, the excitement in his eyes grew even stronger. And so he stopped toying with him and used his skill, which was slightly boosted within his jurisdiction. He landed a few light slashes on the pickpocket's body. His eyes were now covered in a blue glow. The cheers continued to pour in. As expected of the officer, he's so awesome, Jinmu basked in the praise, a smug smile on his face. His skill was slightly boosted within his jurisdiction. Hyunsu watched the scene in silence, his face cold and emotionless as he analyzed the fight. The power gap between them is too wide for me to properly assess his abilities, but I can still analyze it to some extent. He makes a lot of unnecessary flashy movements, and the way to counter an attention seeker's ability is an arena with no spectators. Easier to handle than I thought. I'll see you later, Lee Jinmu. Carrying the pile of food, Hyunsu headed towards his inn. He said softly to Deokchun, "We're finished here. Let's go back and get some rest, Deokchun." It chirped in reply. As he walked past a dozing man with a glowing box, he was mumbling to Deokchun, "There's nothing left to buy anyway." But then he stopped short. I just sensed a luck stat. In his eyes, the wooden box the man was sitting on was emitting a golden light, as if inviting him to come and open it. This strange phenomenon made Hyunsu exclaim in shock, "Why is that thing glowing like that?" The brilliant light also made Deokchun stare curiously. The shopkeeper heard a noise and looked up. He joyfully sat up. "Oh, my welcome to our shop. This shop received the award for the best poison on the 10th floor last time." Only then did Hyunsu realize it turned out the man's crotch wasn't glowing. The shopkeeper continued his enthusiastic welcome. "Feel free to look around. I have alchemy, so I can use it to make a lot of things. But my skills are far too poor to be useful in combat, so I do this because I'm sure I'd end up a bottom-tier hunter anyway. Isn't it better for me to work in here than to go hunting? I'm a craftsman of potions. I bet one day the major guilds will recognize this talent and come to recruit me." He looked at the things before him and evaluated them, considering the effects of these potions. "I don't believe that's possible, because those things were practice potion F rank, can alleviate a minor crisis. Vague antidote. F rank, possibly an antidote." Hyunsu shifted his gaze elsewhere. "Do you have any potion vials in that box?" The shopkeeper picked up the box and explained, "Oh, there are some in here too, but they are all defective products." When he opened the box, the system displayed failed potion of strength, F rank. If you drink it, you will feel tired and lose strength. Failed detox potion, F rank. Not only does it not help detoxify, but it also makes you addicted to this potion. The shopkeeper was still rambling. Not really worth selling. After hearing that, he agreed in his head, "I don't think you can sell the stuff on display out here either." After thinking, Hyunsu proposed, "I'll buy everything in the box." The man was surprised by his decision. "Really, I could just give them to you for free if you want, but I can't be held responsible for any problems later on." Hyunsu didn't think so and replied, "That won't happen. I'm not the one drinking them anyway." Deokchun is at the same time. Deokchun let out a small cry of alarm. The shopkeeper was extremely happy to have sold his goods. "Then you can pay me 200 points for this whole lot. Where should I deliver it?" He immediately refused the other's kind offer. "It's okay. I'll carry it myself." The man tried to warn Hyunsu these are all defective products, so they won't have any effect. Suddenly, the shopkeeper noticed something. He looked at him with astonishment. Hyunsu also noticed his gaze. The shopkeeper awkwardly turned his head away. "What a beautiful day today, isn't it? Thank you, have a good day." After saying goodbye, he flashed a sinister smile. That evening, the main character was walking thoughtfully on the street. "After waking up, my senses have become much sharper." Then Hyunsu lowered his head and asked Deokchun, "That guy is following us right now." Right, it nodded slightly, confirming his words. The shopkeeper followed Hyunsu while scheming. The thing that guy is carrying must be a treasure bag. "I just need to check out his living quarters, see where he lives." Suddenly, Hyunsu disappeared, causing the man to panic. The shopkeeper worriedly looked around. "Where did he go? I can't lose his trail." "A guy from Daseong said he would recruit me if I found the residence of the one who carries a treasure bag." Hyunsu on the roof heard this and frowned. Someone told him to report on a person carrying a treasure bag. I knew it. Seeing someone carry a reward from the 7th floor right after the guide was posted must have been suspicious. They probably think that person is most likely Pwetty Princess who spread the game strategies. I was too careless. I have to limit my use of the treasure bag in front of others next time. The man below ran off. "I'll just report first. It'll be a problem if someone else reports before me while I'm still wandering around here." At that moment, he was seething with killing intent. "I should kill him, no. If I do that, I'll get the murderer title and it will bring many other risks." Meanwhile, the shopkeeper excitedly said, "If I give them my handmade potions as a gift, they will definitely recruit me right after seeing my abilities." Hyunsu was startled to hear that, wait a minute, he's planning to gift the potions. Good, then I can deal with them in another way. A direct way. A moment later, a voice echoed in the house, "You found someone carrying a treasure bag." The shopkeeper reported respectfully, "Yes, I can definitely confirm that information because he bought 20 potion vials from me and put them all into the treasure bag." Jinmu sat majestically on his throne and questioned, "So have you found his residence yet?" The shopkeeper awkwardly raised his hand to scratch his head about that he suddenly disappeared, so I couldn't check his residence, but I remember where he disappeared upon hearing that he asked, doubtfully, suddenly disappeared. From that information, he began to analyze. It means he knew he was being followed. It seems he wants to hide his movements, so he's highly likely to be either Kim Young-soo or Pretty Princess. "All right, I will summon you later. You may leave now," the man said hesitantly. In that case. "These are the best potions I have ever made. If possible, I hope you would consider working with me." Jinmu generously assured him, "If the person you saw is the one we are looking for, we will consider recruiting you." The shopkeeper got what he wanted and said, "Thank you very much. I look forward to hearing from you." Jinmu's assistant beside him asked worriedly, "Enforcement officer, is this all right? I don't trust him at all." He stood up confidently. "No, I'm pretty sure he's right. As expected, he is still on the 10th floor. I know the tower well, so he will definitely be here for a while to complete the mission." "Wait, bring that guy from earlier back here. He was confused when he saw Jinmu's change in attitude. What's wrong, sir?" He immediately threw the potion bottle at his assistant and shouted, "I said bring him back here." He looked in panic at the corroded patch on the wall behind him. Jinmu ordered, "Furiously capture that potion seller. He's an assassin." The next day, Hyunsoo praised with satisfaction, "You worked hard yesterday, Deok-chun. It's fun to get more attributes, isn't it?" Deok-chun lay comfortably on the main character's lap, the system announced. Deok-chun Chaos. Frog, new attributes unlocked. Healing E-rank, toxicity E-rank. Firelight E-rank is becoming stronger and stronger. If the master dies, they will revive together in a safe zone. Hyunsoo explained its condition. "You got 2 useful attributes after drinking those 2 failed potions yesterday. Acidic saliva, you can heal someone by licking them. Now our amazing frog can spit both potions and fire. And thanks to you, I was able to transform that potion seller's potions. You're amazing. They must be furious right now, huh?" It turned out that last night he had it shoot acidic needles into the shopkeeper's potion bottles. Just then a message arrived. "Pretty Princess, I heard that some people have recently been trying to assassinate or wipe out the major guilds for me. I am very grateful for everyone's kindness, but the tower is a place where we all live together. Please stop fighting or poisoning the major guilds." Seeing this made Hyunsoo even more excited because I also just made a call to action in those community groups. Seeing Deok-chun pouting on the side, he immediately comforted it. "That's right. Of course, Deok-chun deserves the most credit." While taking a walk, Hyunsoo laid out his plan. "So let's complete Rilke's trial before the event starts." Deok-chun also agreed. At the same time, people were heard talking. "Hey, did you know yesterday someone poisoned the enforcement officer of the Daseong Guild? Who doesn't know what's happening in those community groups? They say it was apparently a follower of Pretty Princess or something. I heard people are going to see the execution ceremony at the plaza." Hyunsoo remarked, "Based on the information, it seems I successfully screwed that merchant over an execution ceremony." At the plaza, Jinmu announced, "We are about to hold an execution ceremony. As always, defeat me, and I will forgive all your sins." The shopkeeper kneeling on the ground tried to beg. "I'm innocent. This was a setup." But he had lost all patience. "It seems you still don't understand your current situation then. Let's proceed with the execution," the man screamed in fear. "Wait." Before he could finish his word, the axe came down. As the shopkeeper fell, the system displayed coins will be deducted. The people around cheered. "The enforcement officer is always so cool. You're amazing, enforcement officer." Seeing him return, they urged, "He's reviving. Kill him again." The shopkeeper clutched his head in terror. The cheers still rang out. "Kill him. Send him straight to hell." Despite the excited crowd, the main character left in annoyance. The execution ceremony is a ritual of continuously killing a player until their coins run out, and that person is transferred outside the tower. No matter how big a guild is, they still don't have the right to do that, seeing that guy get caught by the enforcement officer. It breaks my heart. But turning his head, his expression changed 180 degrees, but he totally deserved it. The 11th floor of the tower, a snake was hissing. Suddenly, a sword pierced through its head. At the same time, the system announced, "Lizardmen killed 30 out of 100 snakes, killed 72 out of 400 item drop received snake skin." Hyunsoo wearily pulled out the sword. "We've got all the skins," the system continued to display Rilke's request. Snakeskin, 50 out of 50, adamant scales, iron fire dragon, 0 out of 1. However, he still felt uneasy, come to think of it. Besides dropped items, a monster's corpse is also recognized as an item containing skills for destruction or growth or becoming a weapon or item with related powers or functions. Hyun-soo exclaimed in frustration. I don't have the skills I need yet. Anyway, I have other things to collect here. He quickly found his target. There it is. The system immediately announced the information Fire Resistance E skill book resists fire damage, always active. Hyun-soo didn't hesitate to rush forward and chop its head off, damn it. After he was done, an item dropped with the information Poison Resistance E skill book resists all types of poison. He picked up the book with satisfaction. Awesome, a 1+1 deal. The system announced, Fire Resistance E, you have acquired Fire Resistance E. Fire Resistance. E level 1, level 2. Hyun-soo couldn't contain his joy. Since it's a passive skill, it automatically levels up while I'm in a burning hot place. Are the kids still on the 9th floor? The screen displayed a message from Pwede Princess. Hello, hello, hello. Are you guys still doing well with those optectors? The other players also replied, damn, those annoying optectors. Is your weapon broken? I've kept mine safe, so that's good. Where's Cat Punch? I'm on the 9th floor. It's already the 3rd day. I think everyone's progress is about the same. Let's bet on who gets to the 10th floor first. What do you say? So what about Princess? Hasn't she already passed the 10th floor? Let's just bet between the 3 of us, not including Princess. He found that information very surprising. What the hell, why? The sudden bet the system continued to announce, how about granting a wish for the winner? Let's do it. I'll show you what a real man is, you idiots. The wish granted will be mine. After reading, Hyun-soo chuckled. They're having fun, huh? All right, I get it. On the 12th floor, after he finished fighting, the system reported mud golems killed 30 out of 30. Bomb lizards killed 30 out of 30. 12th floor cleared. A portal will be generated. Hyun-soo encouraged the dozing Deokchun just a little longer. Deokchun were almost done. Then he headed straight into the portal. All right, let's get this over with. Hyun-soo was taken to another place by a spatial vortex. The system announced, you have entered the 13th floor. You must survive for the remaining time, 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. He felt very excited. An 8-hour survival battle, huh? Hyun-soo didn't hesitate to swing his sword and attack the beast. It let out a painful growl. He easily sliced the beast in two. How can you be only 1 star? The ground suddenly shook, stunning Hyun-soo. He stared blankly at the beast before him, a steel fire dragon. The system displayed its information, Steel Fire Dragon, 5-star ancient dragon, a dangerous monster. Avoid it if you want to live. Hyun-soo couldn't help but feel terrified. How am I supposed to defeat this giant monster? The only thing I can do is hide in a secret place and wait. But I need its scales, so I have no choice but to face it. Right now, he didn't know what to do. The sight before him surprised Hyun-soo. It's drinking lava. He seized the opportunity and charged forward. Whatever it looks like, this is my chance. Let's go. The Steel Fire Dragon heard the noise and looked ahead cautiously. It immediately saw Hyun-soo bravely charging with his sword. He poured all his strength into this strike. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the darkness. Hyun-soo shot up in a panic. It turned out he had returned to the real world. This is Deokchun. That's right, I must have died. I was even trampled and humiliated. I bet everything on this one. At that time, the system displayed Power-Up, Dice C Level 4-2, Speed Boost, Energy Burst Brooch, B-Weight Bracelet C. He had used many items to stack damage for that attack. Fireball B Level 5. Hyun-soo used all his strength to strike the monster. Take this. But his sword suddenly broke in two. Hyun-soo exclaimed in disbelief, what? And it glared at him with murderous intent. Then the monster launched its attack. Hyun-soo could only stand still and take it. An explosion occurred along with a system notification. You are challenging an impossible target for recklessly shouting at an enemy without fear, awarded 1,000 points. At this moment, his hands were tightly gripping the blanket. Hyun-soo assessed the situation back then. It had a perfect defense, and Fireball had no effect. At the same time, the system displayed Counter A Level 1, absorbs and releases received damage, current accumulated damage, 10,000 out of 10,000. He couldn't understand. This is crazy. It got fully charged just from me being stepped on once. Damn that careless bastard. Anyway, what are we going to do with this broken weapon, Deokchun? Hyun-soo calculated to himself, I need a proper weapon. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait a minute. A moment later, Hyun-soo was walking down the street. He told Deokchun the innkeeper said he could stay here. Deokchun, I'll come get you soon, so please understand it. Happily accepted. Later, Hyun-soo entered the inn. Excuse me. As soon as he entered, he saw Kilders and Rilke found them. The woman immediately pointed at Hyun-soo. We were just talking about you. He didn't beat around the bush and called out Rilke. You said you wanted Deokchun, right? Let's make a bet on Deokchun and me. Rilke's voice echoed in the building. So, you mean you now need a sword to fight the Steel Fire Dragon, and it has to be at least B rank? Is that why you're betting that Chaos Frog to borrow a sword? Hyun-soo stated firmly, if I fail, I will transfer ownership of Deokchun to you, and of course I will also return the sword. After hearing that, the woman burst out laughing. You really have no shame. Kilders, who was beside her, also scoffed. This is a first for me, too. Rilke continued to mock. He wants to borrow a weapon from the person who gave him the quest. How hilarious. Suddenly he questioned in a low voice, so how many people have tried this quest already? No one has ever completed it, right? You've been issuing quests to collect materials for orders, but you haven't received any materials in 10 years. How can you be a merchant like that? The woman couldn't laugh anymore. No, what I mean is, Hyunsu confidently asserted, I am the only one who can complete this quest. He then took out a steel fire dragon scale. Seeing that Rilke's eyes widened in surprise, could this piece be from a steel fire dragon scale? The man beside her excitedly agreed, all right, as you wish. The woman questioned confusedly, what do you mean, Kilders? Kilders smiled to reassure Rilke, just calm down. If that scale is forcibly removed by brute force, it won't be considered an item. With a little support, he will surely complete the quest. Hyunsu couldn't wait any longer and asked, what is your decision, Rilke? The woman silently considered the situation. In the end, Rilke had to compromise all right. At the same time, the system announced repaired ice blade sword. A frozen sword that has lost its passion creates a cold air current. Agility plus 43, mana plus 43. Due to being incomplete, the sword will not exert its full power. He was extremely excited to see that A rank. Beautiful. I'm so lucky. And the woman handed the sword to Hyunsu. I'll lend you this sword. That frog will be the collateral. Just in case you take the sword and run, he joyfully admired the sword he had just received. Next, Rilke satisfyingly held Deok-chun. Consider it a deal, then don't worry, I will take good care of this little darling. Hyunsu was thunderstruck. I didn't even know when she took him, the woman continued to say nonchalantly. You can borrow that sword for 1 week. You just need to bring back the steel fire dragon's scales. I might even give you the sword, but if you fail or run away, this lump of dough will belong to me. He was confused when Rilke called it that, a lump of dough. Then Hyunsu also quickly agreed, all right, let's do it that way. Oh hey, is this sword sturdy enough? The woman immediately assured him, what a silly question, it won't break, no matter how much force you use. Only then was Hyunsu relieved, all right. Deok-chun, I'll be back soon! Deok-chun reached out its hand as if to hold him back. Just then, Kilders tossed a book to him. Wait, Demon Eye, he raised his hand to catch it. The system displayed, Butcher's Skill Book C, can dissect monsters. Materials dropped from monsters will be considered items. The man smiled and reminded Hyunsu, don't bring back useless things for us. You're going to need that. A bet has to be fair. And remember, there is not much time left before the arena starts, he said gratefully as he ran away. Thank you. Rilke was very surprised, not expecting him to give it to that guy. Kilders' expression changed to one of assessment. He is a fun guy, but do not get emotionally involved. The young woman understood the meaning behind his words, I know. Scene changed to the 13th floor, scorching lava. Hyunsu wiped his sweat while assessing the situation. Although I have fire resistance, waiting in such high temperatures is truly unbearable. There is no way I can capture the steel fire dragon. All I need is a scale. According to the information on the discussion forums, they say it only has one scale in the middle of its neck. It is called Yokrin, that is the only one exposed, and I can get to it while it is drinking lava. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. It has appeared. He hid behind a tree to observe the fire dragon. There it is. He drew his sword, preparing for battle. Then Hyunsu lunged forward in a flash. Let's do this. His target was its skin. Hyunsu unleashed a powerful attack. The system immediately updated the information. Burst energy pin, B power-up dice C. The steel fire dragon roared in pain. He glanced behind him as he ran. It was angrily thrashing its tail everywhere. A beast caught in the crossfire was struck and immediately collapsed. Hiding in a corner, Hyunsu winced. It was like getting hit by a whole bus. I would have been a goner if I had not redirected the fireball. In any case, the sword was embedded in its back just as planned. For now, he had the sword pinned in its back. Creating a fulcrum to pry off the scale, it is called the leverage tactic. Hyunsu steeled his resolve. This time, I must get that scale. At that moment, the steel fire dragon was still screaming. Not to be outdone, he let out a roar of his own. Hyunsu dashed towards the sword. Then he gathered his strength and leaped up. Hyunsu's body somersaulted in midair. He landed bravely. The system displayed weight bracelet C fireball B. Hyunsu aimed straight for the nape of its neck. Let's go! But he was flung away by the monster. Hyunsu's entire body hit the ground hard. He could not believe his eyes. The scale. The monster glared at Hyunsu, brimming with killing intent. The sword in the steel fire dragon's scale suddenly shifted. He began to feel terrified. I am so dead. Smoke and fire billowed furiously. Hyunsu screamed, trying to escape the chase. Suddenly, the fire dragon's tail swung towards him. It growled, smashing the spot he had just passed. Its strike created a deep crater in the ground. Luckily, Hyun-soo was able to hide behind a boulder. He thought to himself, I cannot run forever. Let's see who can hold out until the support spells wear off. Hyun-soo stepped out and shouted, Hey, you lizard! He pointed challengingly this time, I will take your scale. The monster growled in anger and charged at Hyun-soo. It opened its mouth wide, preparing for a satisfying meal. Hyun-soo used a skill speed missed B level 3, causing the monster to miss its bite. It roared in fury. The sword on its back suddenly glowed. His hand gripped the sword. His face was grim. Activating secret art. Darkness fell. Artificial night has been activated. Hyun-soo clenched his fist. My abilities are enhanced at night. Stealth movement is enhanced. The monster's scale was gradually prying loose. He used all his strength, gripping the sword tightly to pry off the scale. It let out a loud, pained roar. A demonic laugh echoed the Optectors have been summoned. Demonic faces drew near its eye. You all, I need you to distract it. Red veins gradually became visible. Sparks erupted from its skin. Hyun-soo cried out in alarm. Hyun-soo's hand trembled. Suddenly he thought, did my sword slip out? Not giving up, Hyun-soo used his hand in place of the sword. I cannot lose this opportunity. He trembled as he used all his strength. Hyun-soo thought my hand is numb from the heat. This is truly the last thing I can do. Damage dealt 10,000 out of 10,000. Hearing the notification, he put everything he had into it. Come on. The scales are getting looser and looser. Hyun-soo declared with determination, let me take your scale, you bastard. The notification appeared again, counter A level 1, the monster cried out in agony. Hyun-soo was no better, his flesh felt like it was being ripped apart. The scale popped off, Butcher C level 1. He smiled, you have obtained a steel dragon scale. The system teleported him away with a notification. Rilke's request, you have met the quest conditions, find Rilke. Satisfied, he only had time to exclaim, great, you have died. Cheers echoed on the 10th floor of the tower's safe zone, the arena we sell beer. We also have bread. There are many outstanding participants this time. The finals will start soon, right? The man with glasses thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to scout strong people for cheap. If they do not have a guild, I will recruit them at any cost. The two men above discussed as expected. Half of the audience are from guilds. The man in yellow Daejeong Guild Enforcement Officer Park Se-hyuk, runner-up of the 20th Arena, replied, thanks to that, is not this how we supervisors did it before? And the man in red is Daejeong Guild Enforcement Officer Lee Jinmu, champion of the 20th Arena. Jinmu said gleefully, it feels so awesome to win. Se-hyuk frowned and said, if you keep resting on your laurels, you will never grow. You will soon be surpassed by the newcomers. He continued, all your colleagues were promoted after 5 months as low-ranking enforcement officers. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, I will get a promotion too. A wanted poster appeared to do that. You must complete this mission. I mean, you have to catch this bald guy. Baldy, I'm not sure if he is an idiot, but I bet he will participate in this arena. It would be great if we could catch him here, the announcer shouted. We will begin the final round now. A warm thank you to everyone. I am Kildris, the arena manager. Hyun-soo walked out tiredly. How long has it been since I died? Time remaining until the event starts 0 minutes, 0 seconds. He suddenly started running in a panic. I have to hurry. In his hand, Hyun-soo held the steel dragon scale. He awkwardly made his way through the crowd. Please, wait, excuse me. Hey, do not push me, sorry. He wore a mask. The qualifiers have ended and the finals will begin shortly. Please wait in the finalists' waiting room next to the stands over there. Hyun-soo sighed in relief. Thankfully, I am not too late. Well then, from now on. Cheers erupted. He was overwhelmed by the arena before him. The arena manager spoke. What a huge audience we have. We will begin the final match. He was excited. All right, I will definitely win. An announcement was made. Before we begin, we would like to announce the names of the finalists. Kilders showed a look of wicked amusement. We have a total of 15 participants. The tournament will be divided into Block A and Block B. Hearing this, Hyun-soo quietly checked the bracket and thought, I am in Block B. If I win 2 times, I will go straight to the finals. I am so lucky. But the crowd protested fiercely. 15 finalists. Did not only 14 people win the preliminaries, so where did the last person in Block B come from? This is definitely cheating. Kilders wore a stern expression, glaring at the rowdy audience. He snapped his fingers and activated his mana silence S level max. A powerful field of energy radiated across the vast arena. Their mouths were sealed, rendering them unable to speak. The people who had been shouting immediately panicked and tried to speak again. Kilders exuded a fierce determination. We do not accept any complaints, as this result was determined by a personal evaluation. This thoroughly intimidated the crowd and the worried Hyun-soo, creating a somber atmosphere. Kilders clapped his hands together, dispelling the skill. After the skill was dispelled, Hyun-soo could finally breathe again. he said with a sly mocking tone. However, it would be a bit unfair without a penalty, right? The audience immediately changed their tune and cheered in agreement. Of course there must be a penalty, that's right. That's much better. But Hyunsu thought the opposite. He's penalizing me right now. What a traitor. Hyunsu broke out in a sweat, looking flustered as he heard Kilders say, "Don't worry, I don't plan on giving you a heavy penalty." A moment later, he brought out a mysterious black box. "I will seal one of your skills in here. That should be enough, shouldn't it?" The audience below cursed in unison. "I guess that's acceptable. You deserve it, you bastard." But Hyunsu was no longer panicked and instead smiled lightly. "That's a great idea you have there, Kilders." He smugly placed a hand on his chin, calculating something. Normally, a player on the 10th floor has about 3 to 4 skills. In other words, if one skill is sealed, one of their 3 skills will be locked. He listed his skills one by one to speculate: skill list counter, a level 1 fireball, B level 6 speed mist, B level 5 power dice, C level 4 butcher, C level 1 play dead, D level 1 night vision, E level 4 fire resistance, E level 3 impact, E level 2 posing, E level 1 poison resistance, E level 1 water, F level 2 bathing, F level 2 alarm, F level 2 digging, F level 2 fire, F level 2. But unlike normal players, I have a lot of skills. Hyunsu put a hand to his face and grinned mischievously. "The new generation of guilds or enforcement officers will have to back down before me," and then that voice suddenly rang out, "Now choose a skill to seal." Kilders pointed to the black orb above his head. "For security reasons, I will only announce the rank of the skill, not its name." The black orb glowed blue and announced a level 4. The crowd erupted in mocking laughter, looking delighted. "Ranky and level 4, looks like this guy is done for. It must be a main skill since it's such a high level, but now it's locked." Hyunsu smiled wickedly as if everything was going his way. He watched as each skill was restricted, growing more confident. Those who can't see the skill's name must be thinking that locked night vision, a level 4 by the authority of Kilders, master of the arena. "This skill is banned for the duration of the event. Thanks, Kilders." Kilders stood in the middle of the arena with his arms outstretched, calling out, "Now let the final round begin. Will the called players please enter the arena?" Entering the arena was a man with toned muscles and a large, shining sword. "Isn't that guy pretty famous around here, the one nominated to be the next enforcement officer for the Eclipse Guild?" That muscular man with 2 scars on his mouth is Yun Ki-hak, Yun Ki-hak. Over here, Hyunsu was also waiting with intense focus, and his opponent is. His eyes began to widen. The person with a long name. His firm and sturdy legs were truly something to behold. Lost Hair in this green outfit was confidently showing off his physique. That person is, "I won the bet because I am the winner. I will use the wish card. Let's have dinner, pretty princess." Hyunsu looked as if his soul had left his body upon hearing the news. "What the hell, a wish card? Don't tell me." Open community. Someone reached the 10th floor while I was completing my mission. Hyunsu recalled the conversation on the system. Lost Hair. "I've reached the 10th floor. I win the bet cat punch." "You're already there. You're faster than I thought." Licking the top of his head. "Show me proof. You can't be faster than me." Lost Hair proof. "You know there's an arena there, right? I'll participate in that event." Open your eyes and watch carefully. Lost Hair. "Oh, pretty princess. Where are you? If you're on the 10th floor, please come to the arena and cheer for us. I'll use my wish card there." And just like that, he recognized the guy in the strange outfit, so that green weirdo is Lost Hair. Hyunsu clenched his fists and looked down at the arena, wondering there are so many major guilds gathered here. Why would he choose a name like that? Luckily, I'm not using my real nickname here, but thinking back, some of my fans are as clueless as him, and people started to notice that's Lost Hair. Gradually, the entire audience stood up. "It's definitely him, Lost Hair. Come to the Sangoon Guild." That crazy fan making him feel helpless down below. He recognized me right away. Whatever, he'll deal with that later. A girl right next to him covered her mouth with both hands in admiration. "He's so cool, Lost Hair." Hyunsu suddenly looked up. The two of them made eye contact. "Is he looking at me?" Lost Hair frowned slightly, which startled Hyunsu. "What, don't tell me?" Then he gave Hyunsu a thumbs up in praise. "You look cool." Hyunsu gave a thumbs up in return. "Thanks." Lost Hair's smile was full of meaning and strong too, which once again sent shivers down his spine. What was that just now? After that, Lost Hair confidently strode towards his opponent. Green bodysuit model number 3C, strength plus 20, agility plus 19, mana plus 3, defense plus 43, cannot equip additional armor. Lost Hair carefully sized him up. Let's see just how good his skills are. Ki-hak's face darkened as he pointed at Lost Hair. "You're too noisy, and what's this pretty princess? Are you a fan of pretty princess?" Lost Hair asked in a menacing voice. "Do you like princess?" Ki-hak said smugly as if teasing him. Huh, I want to meet her too if I can catch her. I could secure a spot as a new generation player. At that moment, a murderous aura began to radiate from Lost Hair. As expected, Princess is really popular. The announcement rang out at the same time. Begin the match. In a split second, Lost Hair shot forward from his starting position. He quickly clenched his fist and closed in on his opponent. You can dream all you want about meeting her, but the one who gets close to Princess will be me. Ki-hak gritted his teeth and hurriedly raised his sword to block the blow. You damn lunatic. The sword shattered under the force of Lost Hair's blow. His fist landed squarely and brutally on Ki-hak's face, a knockout punch. That punch left a deep imprint on Ki-hak's face, stunning him before he could even react. Lost Hair's fist was smoking, and Ki-hak collapsed backward. The announcement immediately echoed, Yoon Ki-hak is knocked out 3-2-1, the match is over. The winner is, I won the bet because I am the winner. I will use the wish card. Let's have dinner, pretty princesses. Everyone was shocked by the match. That weirdo Lost Hair. It was a one-hit knockout. Even Hyun-soo couldn't hide his excitement. What, he's actually pretty good. Should I try to talk to him after the match? Meanwhile, Lost Hair was over there, jumping around non-stop, repeatedly making a heart shape with his hands over his head. Pretty princess, are you watching? Your big bro will try his best to win the cup. Although he's weird sometimes, he is Kim Jin-sung. Lost Hair. He's a romantic, but he's crazy. You have to run away. Strength. Mysterious strength. As Hyun-soo felt a bit uneasy. Forget it. Suddenly, a hand slammed against the wall as someone shouted angrily, this is ridiculous. Jin-moo was boiling with rage, refusing to accept the truth. I can't believe Ki-hak was taken down. He's stronger than we were told, isn't he? Se-hyuk, standing beside him, was just as surprised. I don't think we can capture him easily at this point. Damn it. I'm a bit reluctant, but I guess planning an attack on him after the event is a good idea. When he's tired after the battle, we'll crush him. I can't wait to tear that stupid face of his apart. Suddenly, a voice called out Enforcement Officer Lee Jin-moo. The man in the blue suit immediately caught his eye. What is it? The man trembled, struggling to get the words out. Well, we received a request from the major guilds making Jin-moo suspicious. A request. What's so surprising? The man stammered as he took out an information file. They said the man hesitated before blurting out they want to recruit Lost Hair. They said they will report to the senior management and told you to stop the plan to capture Lost Hair. Jin-moo couldn't hold back and grabbed the messenger by the throat, lifting him up. Which bastard dares? It seems all the major guilds are targeting Lost Hair except for the Eclipse Daeong and Sangoon guilds. Lost Hair swung his leg again, kicking another opponent squarely on the chin. He delivered a decisive high kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground. The excited crowd cheered. I won the bet because I am the winner. I will use the wish card. Let's have dinner. Pretty Princesses is the champion of Block A and will advance to the final round. The audience chanted behind Hyun-soo. Lost Hair is so strong, win this match, and confessed to Pretty Princess while he just stood there stunned in disbelief, thinking to himself, this is crazy. That guy is really insane. He looked towards Lost Hair, who was making a heart shape with his hands, joyfully saying, Princess, please accept my feelings. Hyun-soo, sweating in his hot demon eye costume, said with annoyance, he thinks I'm a girl because of the name Pretty Princess. What that name and the way I act are just an act. Well, at least no one knows my real gender yet. A moment later, the referee's announcement echoed through the stadium. Now the 5th match of Block B will begin. The contestants for this match are... This person is a newcomer appearing for the first time in the tournament Demon Eye. The surrounding audience mocked Hyun-soo's one-eyed appearance. Do you think you can win with just one eye? You're going to die. Hearing this, he ruefully comforted himself. It seems this look has earned me a bad reputation. And also the referee continued, and Demon Eye's opponent is... Hyun-soo watched a pair of iron-armored legs slowly step out, vaguely judging in his mind if the strongest player in Block A is Lost Hair, then the one in Block B is definitely this guy. The referee introduced the enforcement officer of the 6th floor, an elite figure from the Sangoon Guild, Oh Ji-hyuk. The crowd grew even more excited and shouted, Oh Ji-hyuk, teach him a lesson. Hyun-soo observed Ji-hyuk for a moment and speculated he caught up faster than I thought, probably with help from the major guilds. He called out to him, hey. Hyun-soo thought to himself, he knows my voice, so it's best if I don't say a word. I should also minimize my use of fireball and certain artifacts. They had just met, but Ji-hyuk already hit him with a threat. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but up close your build is quite similar to the bastard I'm looking for. I'm gonna knock that mask of yours right off. But Hyun-soo was fearless, immediately raising his middle finger to provoke him. This action made everyone's jaw drop in surprise. How dare he provoke Ji-hyuk like that? Seeing this, Kilders laughed in amusement. What an interesting fellow. The referee's voice rang out again, asking the two to prepare for the match. The atmosphere is heating up now. Both players get ready. Ji-hyuk and Hyun-soo stepped forward to face each other, their murderous gazes clashing. The signal was given, begin. Hyun-soo seized the opportunity to use his skills and strike first power dice C-level 4-4 afterimage. He leaped up, swinging his sword at Ji-hyuk from multiple directions. But all of them were blocked by his kicks. Even though he was blocked, Hyun-soo continued to weave and dodge nimbly. He moved gracefully like the wind, launching a continuous barrage of lightning-fast attacks aimed at Ji-hyuk's head. He retreated to dodge, also assessing this guy as pretty good. If I don't focus, I'll be blown away instantly. Hyun-soo suddenly stopped for a moment. At the same time, Ji-hyuk's leg was suddenly wrapped in a stream of black energy. It formed a black hole, pulling his foot into the ground. He cried out in alarm, "What the hell? Since when did he?" It turned out Hyun-soo had used the skill Dig F level 2. He took the opportunity to rush at Ji-hyuk, silently answering him in his mind, "I used it the moment I swung my sword." Hyun-soo swung his sword down, intending to finish him off. But the sword struck a barrier surrounding Ji-hyuk. He had used the skill Protective Shield D level 5. The turn of events caused the spectators in the stands to burst into an uproar. Hyun-soo easily dispelled the protective shield, but at that exact moment, Ji-hyuk raised his leg to strike at him. He kicked with all his might while aggressively saying, "Take this," but Hyun-soo dodged it by crouching down. To make matters worse, Ji-hyuk then had water splashed directly in his face by the skill Water F level 3. Hyun-soo immediately leapt into the air and spun like a whirlwind while he was wiping the water from his face. He swung his sword down at Ji-hyuk's head. He lost his balance and was forced to kneel on the ground. The audience became excited, shouting loudly, "What the hell is that guy? He just made Ji-hyuk kneel. He uses his skills so perfectly, his reflexes are amazing." Meanwhile, Hyun-soo landed gently and rejoiced inwardly. "Good, if I keep this up, I'll win." Just as he was gaining the upper hand, Hyun-soo's body suddenly and inexplicably stiffened. Many strange threads appeared around and all over his body. He was speechless with confusion. "I can't move." It turned out to be a skill cast by Ji-hyuk Mana String C level 2, which can adjust the length and durability of each string and can have properties such as adhesion. He then got up painfully, his hands connected to the threads on Hyun-soo's body. Ji-hyuk grumbled, "Finally got you. Now it's my turn." He kicked Hyun-soo straight in the stomach. Countless black orbs rolled around him. He said in astonishment, "Bombs." "Those orbs release smoke one by one," Hyun-soo corrected himself. "No, they're smoke bombs." The people in the stands complained continuously, "What the hell, I can't see anything." "Kilders, what are you doing? Clear that smoke away." Hyun-soo tried to use his sword to cut the threads. "I have to cut these threads first." Ji-hyuk suddenly appeared right behind him and quickly snatched his mask. The system-announced necklace-type helmet has been automatically activated. He saw Hyun-soo's face clearly, his own expression gleeful. "I knew it. You're that damn bastard. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kim Jung-soo." Hyun-soo's helmet changed and he jumped back, rejecting him. "The pleasure's not mine. Get away from me." Ji-hyuk continued. "I need you to answer a few questions." Hyun-soo was bewildered questions. He immediately replied, "As per our superior's orders, we've reviewed the strategies posted by Pretty Princess. Except for the one for the tutorial area, which I can't recall, all the strategies were correct." Hyun-soo replied to him, "Well, it seems so. Pretty Princess is completely different from you major guilds." Ji-hyuk continued. "I'm not sure if you are Pretty Princess or not, but after reviewing the strategy for the 13th floor, something only the Sangoon Guild and the Nine Dragons Guild knew, I realized something. Pretty Princess isn't acting alone, but has a variety of different information sources." He suddenly recalled Lee Yun-soo gave me the information about the 13th floor, so what he's saying isn't wrong. Hyun-soo asked Ji-hyuk suspiciously, "But did you really go through all this trouble just to ask me a few questions like that?" He replied, "The more information I gathered and studied, the more suspicious I became. Sooner or later in the future, we will find out if the information Pretty Princess posted is true or false. If what Pretty Princess said is indeed true, then I will help him too, even though I don't know your group's purpose." Hyun-soo scratched his helmet and revealed to him, "But we really don't have any conspiracy behind it. They are just strategies to help others become high-level hunters without dying unfairly." Those words surprised Ji-hyuk. "That's great then. Of course I still feel bad about what I've done to you guys. Since I'm currently the only one pursuing you, I'll hold back a little for the time being." Hyunsu casually stuck his sword in the ground, bent down to pick up the mask Ji-hyuk had removed, and told him, "Isn't that betrayal?" Ji-hyuk smirked. "Well, yes, it is, but the guild only means so much to me. The reason I joined a major guild and became a hunter wasn't to make the guild stronger, but for a much greater purpose. That is my hatred for monsters and my desire to become stronger." Hyunsu slowly took off his helmet and put his mask back on. He praised him. "I'm glad you're being honest, so are you done talking?" Ji-hyuk crossed his arms and replied, "Yes, let's decide the winner. Although I lost on the 6th floor, things are different now." Before he could finish his sentence, Ji-hyuk grabbed his sword and charged. He shouted as he simultaneously cast his skill, "You should have known that. Monostring C level 2. Hyunsu raised his hand and advanced. He grabbed Ji-hyuk's neck tightly, causing him to grit his teeth and his eyes to widen. Hyunsu easily slammed him to the ground. He continuously used the dig skill to hold Ji-hyuk down, dig F level 2. Hyunsu's hand burst into flames and he smiled sinisterly and said to him, "In my opinion, this is the most logical way to defeat you. It's been a long time since we had some fun together, hasn't it?" Ji-hyuk was scared to death. He only had time to curse at Hyunsu, "You bastard." Before he could finish his words, he was hit by the Fireball B level 6. A column of smoke billowed up Fireball B level 6. The commentator's voice rang out. That was a huge explosion. Who will be the final surviving winner? "It's Demon Eye!" Hyunsu brushed his hair back his hand, grabbing the shirt of his fallen opponent. So hot. The system's voice rang out, "Fire resistance E level 3. Countless exclamations rose from the stands. "This is crazy. Did he just defeat Ji-hyuk? If he wins, there will be 2 independent players in the finals, right? Independents find them immediately and add them to the recruitment list right now." Hyunsu made a proud victory pose, thinking to himself, just one more match until the finals. "Just you wait, Lost Hair." Hyunsu vowed to Lost Hair, "I'll see you in the finals." The man on the other side smiled back in response. Kilders announced the final match of Block B will begin after a short break. Suddenly, Hyunsu walked up and said, "Excuse me, Kilders." Kilders looked down at the ground. "Huh? What is it?" Hyunsu spoke up, "If the other side is okay with it, I'd like to start the match right now." He replied, "There's no problem as long as you ask if your opponent agrees. What do you think?" The fat man yelled, "You're going to feel so proud of yourself after beating a piece of trash. I can see it now. I'll beat you to death in 5 seconds, Kilders. Start this damn match." As both sides wished, Kilders announced, "All right, now then the final match of Block B begins." Just then a rock flew right into the fat guy's face. The one who threw it and knocked him out was none other than Hyunsu. 3, 2, 1, time's up. The final winner of Block B is Demon Eye. Hyunsu smirked. 1 second was all it took. "Well, we will begin the final match after the stands are repaired." Lost Hair smiled at Hyunsu. As expected, he's very strong. It was quite impressive how he dug a hole in the match against Ji-hyuk and focused his firepower to overwhelm him. He also had a countermeasure for the explosion, and his fighting style is both reckless and calculated. I don't understand why he used the afterimage skill, but the duration seems short. He has some pretty sharp skills. I'll have to be careful. Lost Hair grinned sinisterly to himself. "You're provoking me, a monster hunter, even before I've reached a higher place. You're certainly a skilled player, but victory still belongs to me, a fighting genius. I will definitely win. And I'll offer my trophy to Pwede Princess, the hero who stood up against a whole crowd of powerful enemies. Just like in the movies, I will offer all my pride to you, Pwede Princess. I will offer all my pride to you, Pwede Princess." Lost Hair imagined a day when Pwede would admire him. "You're so cool, Lost Hair. I love you." Lost Hair giggled and drooled. "So cool. By the way, I wonder if Princess is watching the match right now." A flood of messages inviting Lost Hair to join teams appeared. "Hello, Lost Hair. I'm from the 00 Guild. Would you like to join our MM Guild? However, he didn't choose them because he had his own plans. I'll team up with my Pwede Princess. But why do these big guilds keep sending me invites? Pwede Princess, I can't believe you made it to the 10th floor and even joined the arena event. Your wish card has been accepted as agreed." He shouted in excitement. "Princess, so you've been watching the match this whole time?" "Pwede Princess, but you know what? I bet you Lost Hair will also win first place in this match. Therefore, I have my wish card too, and with it, I will nullify your wish." At this, he was stunned. "No, it's not because I don't want to see you, but I'm not on the 10th floor right now. It's such a shame, isn't it? Here are the additional terms and conditions. If you win the event on the 10th floor, we'll meet. What do you think? So do your best." Lost Hair clenched his fists. "Is that what you mean? Pwede Princess, I will definitely win. I'll bring the trophy back to you as a gift, please. Wait for me. That's a promise from the bottom of my heart." Meanwhile, Hyunsu was deep in thought. "It's still too early to tell Lost Hair about my true identity. I told him we'd meet if he won, but I'm the only one who's going to win. Let's see who's stronger, Lost Hair. Kilders, full of excitement, stood in midair. This is the long-awaited final match. This time, all the main players are independent. Before we start the match, let's take a look at the event prizes. Shall we? Thousands of people in the stands were buzzing. What are the prizes this time? There are many B-rank or higher items player Demon Eye. We want to pre-purchase the winning prize from the outside guilds. No deal with us, he exclaimed. It's so noisy. Kilders announced the prize distribution. First, 1,000 gold coins and a ticket to the arena training room will be awarded to third place plus 1,000 P. The reaction isn't as good as I thought. Next, the second place prize is plus 3,000 P a B-rank item and 3,000 gold coins. The crowd below was astonished. A B-rank, that's amazing if that's the prize for second place, then what the heck does first place get? Kilders grinned with sharp eyes. Finally, we will see the prize for the winner. There are a total of 4 prizes, the victory trophy and 5,000 gold coins, a B-rank skill book, and finally, it is the right to summon me. The system window displayed the information. Summon Kilders S-Rank. You will have the right to summon Kilders for up to 24 hours. Do you think completing a mission is impossible and you're surrounded by an army? Don't worry. Kilders will solve everything smoothly for you. The crowd below became noisy again. What is that? It's just a one-time summon, but it's S-Rank. Hyunsu thought to himself, most of the audience doesn't know the value this brings. One of our new generation is facing the trial of the 59th floor. If I have it, I can become an S-Rank hunter. Amazing. I'll get it at any cost. Hyunsu had already predicted this reaction from the major guilds. As expected, the major guilds went crazy for it. Kilders stood amidst fireworks and started the match. Now let's stop talking about the prizes and begin the final match. Lost Hair took a challenging stance. Until now, my bare hands were enough, but now I'll defeat you with all my strength. Hyunsu accepted refreshingly. All right, let's have some fun. The audience in the stands cheered. The match begins. Lost Hair charged straight forward. Hyunsu dodged in horror as he watched Lost Hair. He's so fast! Suddenly, he noticed something. Hyunsu dodged and then turned towards Lost Hair's open flank. He praised silently, not bad. Hyunsu's sword lunged to meet Lost Hair's punch. The two clashed, emitting an incredibly blinding flash of light. He punched Hyunsu's sword and asked with a laugh, "You know Pretty Princess too, right?" Hyunsu replied challengingly, "Of course I know even more than you do." This left Lost Hair stunned and confused. "What? You're lying. I made a promise with Pretty Princess. I know more about her. My profile. No, I will destroy anyone who dares to stand in my way." The punch that annihilated 3 opponents. However, Hyunsu suddenly disappeared. It turns out he used a skill to dodge. Speed Mist B-Rank level 3. This move made him attack nothing but air. Lost Hair looked in horror as Hyunsu suddenly appeared behind him. Damn it! However, he only brought his hand to a stop right in front of his opponent's forehead. And then fire erupted from that hand. Checkmate. A powerful fireball was shot out. Fireball B-Rank level 6. Kilders' voice rang out amidst the amazed crowd. That was a huge explosion. The entire stage is engulfed in a sea of flames. Meanwhile, Hyunsu was eager. "I want to end this if I get the chance." I knew it. He's a monster. Lost Hair activated a skill. Self-protection ability A-Rank level 7. He laughed triumphantly. "That one stung, but you can't burn away my will to meet Pretty Princess." Hyunsu on the other side could only yell, "You lunatic, stop it." Lost Hair said sarcastically, "Great skill, but you picked the wrong opponent. The game should have been over long ago." The system window appeared again. Undefeated A-Rank increases combat ability when receiving a fatal wound. Hyunsu immediately took a defensive stance, unable to help but wonder, how does he have 2 A-Rank combat skills? Ah, that's right. I'm the one who posted how to get them in the strategy guides. The next second, his giant green whirlwind punch was launched. Combat Instinct E-Rank level 5 stats increase as the match progresses. Strong and weak B-Rank level 8. The strong fight the strong, the weak fight the weak. Lost Hair flashed a smug smile. How about that authority supernatural power S-Rank? Opposite him, Hyunsu remained calm while blocking the attack. This guy has a ton of passive combat skills and even an S-Rank skill. Power-up dice C-Rank level 4. 5 Super Shield increases resistance to physical and magical attacks, reduces damage taken, increases weight. In an instant, the mana gathered in his hand directly burned his opponent. But deep inside was a sense of admiration. What the heck, this guy has everything. A figure gradually emerged from the dense smoke. Lost Hair reappeared with his trademark smile. Isn't that supposed to be impossible? It was Hyunsu's turn to attack. An illusion of red eyes appeared before him. Shock E-Rank Level 2 intimidates the opponent, causing a temporary stun. However, this didn't faze Lost Hair. Are you trying to show me something? He paid it no mind at all, focusing his power into his sword and activating Weight Bracelet C-Rank. Then Hyunsu powerfully swung his weapon towards his opponent. Let's see you block this if you can. On the other side, Lost Hair was ready to receive the blow. All right, bring it on. The two rushed at each other, creating a terrifying flash of light. The momentum sent Hyunsu reeling backward. A look of surprise was clear on his face. He can withstand the strongest attack from my weighted sword. A faint blue light emanated from Lost Hair's body. Self-defense A-Rank Level 7. Undefeated A-Rank increases combat ability when receiving a fatal wound. This forced Hyunsu to quickly think of a way. I can't seem to inflict any significant damage on him. I have to do something. Small shards of ice appeared on Hyunsu's sword. Frostblade A-Rank channels energy to create a cold aura. He picked up his sword and regained his confident posture. Then Hyunsu once again dashed straight forward. Let's go Surge Energy Pin B-Rank Weight Bracelet C-Rank. The two clashed again, sparks flying. A huge explosion erupted in the middle of the arena, making the audience exclaim, what a powerful impact. Inside, the two of them still had not stopped fighting. Water F-Rank Level 3, he unleashed a barrage of attacks while saying scornfully, you think this trick will fool me. They switched techniques and charged at each other again. Earthdig F-Rank Level 2. Water F-Rank Level 3, Lost Hair's body was submerged in the water. At the same time, Earthdig F-Rank Level 2 had locked his feet in place. Seeing Hyunsu's body surrounded by water threads rushing towards him, Lost Hair grew more confident. After watching your match against Oh Ji-hyuk, I already knew where you would aim. It is just a cheap trick. Faced with this overwhelming power, it is useless. Knockout E-Rank Level 4, concentrating all energy into 1-point combat gauntlet C-Rank using mana to emit a shockwave. A shout echoed as the two powers clashed once more, a devastating punch. 10 times referee's breath B-Rank Level 3. A breath attack on a target you identify as an enemy damage depends on your strength stat. The entire space seemed to tremble. Lost Hair stood valiantly in the middle of the arena, breathing heavily with difficulty. He turned to the pathetic-looking Hyunsu and advised, just give up. As for Hyunsu, he collapsed, coughing violently. He gripped his sword tightly. All right, I accept. You have excellent combat skills and sharp senses, which suddenly made Lost Hair scratch his face shyly. What? Why are you suddenly praising me? Suddenly, before his astonished eyes, ice rose from the ground and surrounded him. Hyunsu's voice rang out, skill linking is no different from playing dirty. The more you do it, the stronger you get. So what must I do to win? There is only one answer: to disregard it all. He rushed right up to Lost Hair's face. Overwhelming power counter B-Rank Level 1 damage received 10,000 out of 10,000. You bastard, you are right to call me crazy. The audience fled in unison, screaming, he is crazy. What is that run? It is too bright, so dangerous. Kilders was forced to intervene. I have to ensure safety. Barrier S-Rank level, it blocked the attack within a confined space. After observing the blurry figures inside for a moment, Kilders excitedly announced, all right, now I will announce the winner who will be the victor of this massive explosion. The one left standing at the end is Demon Eye player. Demon Eye is the winner of the Battle Arena event. The winner will receive the championship trophy and the previously promised rewards. Hyunsu looked up at the high seats. He suddenly noticed all the seats were empty. Where are the enforcement officers in the VIP seats? Even the guild members who came with him have disappeared. Why do I find this so suspicious? The match ended and the paralyzed Lost Hair was resting on a medical bed. He suddenly shot up in his bed, deliriously saying, Pretty princess, I love you. Just then, the system sent a notification: you have won second place in the battle arena. You receive a reward of 3,000 points. After hearing it, he hung his head in acceptance. I lost. A flame instantly caught Lost Hair's attention. You have received a reward. Green Dragon's Breath B rank contains dark power and energy belonging only to the Green Dragon. He did not hesitate and swallowed it whole. Lost Hair's body immediately underwent a transformation effects of Green Dragon's Breath B rank strength plus 15, agility plus 12 stamina plus 26 magic plus 19 can resist almost all types of poison. He unconsciously recalled the image of Hyunsu as expected. The world is vast and there are still many strong people. I thought I was the strongest on this floor, but I was wrong. No, get a grip, I can become stronger. I only regret that I could not keep my promise to give the trophy to Pretty Princess. Suddenly, mocking messages appeared. Lost Hair, Pretty Princess. Sorry I did not get first place, as licking the top of his head. You lost, huh? Then I guess I must be number one Shrek, Lost Hair. These words thoroughly enraged Lost Hair, licking this bastard. Cannot you read the room? I cannot believe I could not console this passionate man. Countless assassins were waiting behind the door to welcome Lost Hair. Nice to meet you, Lost Hair. One of them spoke with a malicious gaze. You are under arrest. Do not forget that disobeying will lead to immediate elimination. Looking at the strangers before him, Lost Hair vaguely recognized them. They are from the 6th largest guild Eclipse and the 7th guild Dasyong. And they are the enforcement officers of the 10th floor. The event is not completely over, but there are so many people here. This means they probably wanted to capture me from the very beginning. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out. What are you people doing here? I told you to withdraw the plan. Who are you bastards to interfere with the recruitment process? Lost Hair was confused. Who are they? Jinmu paid no mind and ordered, do not let them interfere with our work. I am the manager of the 10th floor, so do not hesitate to attack the people behind him. Hurriedly replied, Yes, sir. They dragged the man in the black suit away. He shouted loudly, Let me go, you bastard. I will report this to my superiors. Just you wait for the consequences. Jinmu calmly explained, No new directives have been passed down, so we just need to follow the original directive. The 10th floor is our territory. You know that, right? Even higher-ranking guilds must obey the enforcement officers along with the system and rules established by the guild leadership. Above all, this guy is connected to Petit Princess. His capture is necessary. 2 iron fists clashed. It seems you people have a problem with my Petit Princess. I cannot let you bother her anymore. Do not waste time. Come at me. You bastards. Lost Hair took a stance ready to fight. The men from both guilds rushed forward at the same time capture him. Meanwhile, Hyunsu was looking around. I wonder where Rilke is. I was sure she was here to meet Kilders and see the arena hall. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing him to stop. There you are. Kilders leaned against the wall and said cheerfully, Congratulations. Hyunsu was very surprised. Kilders, do not you still have the match for 3rd and 4th place? He raised his hand to pat his head, smiling happily after watching the finals. The other matches became boring as hell, so I came to see you, which made Hyunsu laugh too. You are flattering me again. By the way, have you seen Rilke? Kilders asked Hyunsu without much surprise. So you have absorbed the armored fire dragon scale. Let me lead the way for you. Follow me. Your opponent in the final round was pretty tough. What kind of guy is he? Hyunsu calmly recounted, He is slower than me, but stronger, and climbs the tower very fast. Kilders turned his head and asked, Do you two know each other? Hyunsu paused for a moment, hesitating. Should I tell him even though he is an NPC, I cannot be sure he will not tell someone else. As long as my identity as Petit Princess is not revealed after thinking he made a decision. That was our first time meeting face to face, but it is true that we knew each other before. Kilders replied immediately. I think I know that feeling. Hyunsu then asked again, but why the Lost Hair guy? He spoke as he turned his head back, grabbing the doorknob and pulling it. Is nothing. I was just remembering some things from the past. I like his spirit. Kilders and Hyunsu stood outside and called out Rilke. You have a visitor. Inside, Rilke was startled and fell to the ground with a painful thud. What was that? She asked in astonishment. Why are you here? Hyunsu was also very confused. What do you mean? Why am I here? I came to pick up Deokchun. Rilke's mouth hung open in disbelief. What? No way, how are you already here to pick it up? You were supposed to come later, the armored fire dragon scale, a combination material. Hyunsu cheerfully barged into the house and said, Stop talking nonsense. I have already completed the quest, Deokchun. I am back. Suddenly he was dazzled by something and froze. He only saw Deokchun beautifully made up and wearing a dress and a hat, sleeping leisurely on a chair. What is this? Deokchun was awakened and let out a confused sound. After realizing who had arrived, it joyfully leaped into Hyunsu's arms. Rilke, being ignored, slumped to the ground. Manju. I was so good to you, yet you never wanted to hug me. I still have so many clothes you have not tried on, Hyunsu said with a hint of confusion by the way Deokchun. It made a questioning sound upon hearing its name. Hyunsu looked at the pile of colorful clothes and wondered, Is this your taste? Deokchun angrily slapped him so hard it could have knocked his soul out. It shrieked furiously, leaving him no choice. All right, I am sorry, Hyunsu said with a swollen, teary face. I can't believe I get to see you again. The system window suddenly appeared. You have completed Rilke's request. The satisfaction level of most NPCs has increased. You have won the bet. Ownership of the Frost Blade has been transferred to Hyunsu. Rilke collapsed with her head hung in despair. The ground suddenly shook, startling everyone and making them look up. Kilders angrily ground his teeth. It must be those bastards. A message from the account Lemon Man appeared. Hey, lost hair and some law enforcement officers are fighting. Doubt immediately rose in his heart. Lost hair and law enforcement officers, but the chat window was still flooded with messages. Those bastards attacking right after the battle ended. Or are they trying to steal the second-place prize? That's not it. What does it have to do with Pretty Princess? Hyun-soo thought worriedly. Damn it, it seems because of me that lost hair is being targeted by the big guilds. Then he suddenly heard a voice call out, "Hey, friend." Kilders was fuming with anger. He smiled slyly and asked him, "I know this is quite sudden, but do you want another challenge? I'd love to intervene, but I can't due to system limitations." He drew his sword and rushed off. The system panel showed a quest, Save the Runner-Up Surprise Quest. This is the organizer's duty to protect the contestants throughout the event, but Kilders' activities are restricted to the arena area. Save the runner-up in place of Kilders, who cannot leave the arena hall except in special circumstances. Reward B-rank elixir. He anxiously hurried to carry out the mission. Damn it, I should have cared for them as much as they trusted me. But if it were licking the top of the head or cat punch, they would surely try to hide their identities. But that lost hair guy, recalling lost hair made him angry. Does that guy think he's the captain or something? Finally arrived, this is it. The fierce battle between lost hair and the guild members was still raging. He raised his hand, forming a shield to block countless people after that fight. His condition must be bad. I'm not in my best shape either, but... Hyun-soo immediately approached the battle zone. I can handle this. A guild member suddenly shouted, "What are you guys doing? The right side is wide open." "Hold him." Hyun-soo, wearing a mask and holding a sword, jumped up and kicked the guy straight in the face. "I have to aim for the leader first." The crowd screamed in terror. Demon Eye. It's that bastard from last time. He nimbly somersaulted out of the small explosion. Then he landed calmly before everyone's stunned eyes. That guy hit Officer Oh Se-hyuk. Hyun-soo turned his head and said, "I'm here, Lost Hair." Lost Hair looked at him in disbelief. "Demon Eye, what are you doing here?" At the same time, the system announcement rang out. "You are trapped in a disadvantageous environment. Stamina. Decreased, energy depleted, senses. Disturbed, slowed, vision limited." Hyun-soo ran to Lost Hair and explained, "I'm screwed. I came because of Pretty Princess's request. I told you, right, that I'm close with Pretty Princess." For a moment, this made Lost Hair stunned. Princess? "Thank you for coming, but I'm the one who's close to Princess." You guy Lost Hair was trembling with anger but was trying to restrain himself internally. "No, this isn't the time to be angry about this." Hyun-soo patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Let's fight together. We're not in normal condition since we just used all our strength to fight each other." "How much longer can you fight?" The two stood back to back, facing the numerous enemies around them. "At most 3 to 5 minutes. Hyun-soo glanced over and said confidently, 3 minutes is enough. I'm counting on you." Lost Hair gave him a nod of agreement. "All right, in that case." The two shouted in unison and charged into the enemy ranks together. "Let's go." Lost Hair charged forward, punching the grunts without missing a single blow. One of them shouted, "Get him!" Just as a few grunts were about to sneak attack him, a flash of light streaked past Lost Hair's head. Hyun-soo provided timely support. "You okay?" he replied. "Thanks to you." Then the two of them fought in perfect sync. "Be careful." Jinmu watched from the distance, grinding his teeth in frustration. "I can't believe they still have so much energy after that intense match." A staff member hurriedly ran to stop him. "The arrest order will be canceled. Stop right now, even for a law enforcement officer. Don't you see you're being too selfish?" Hearing that, he felt a pang of fear. Damn it, people aren't reacting well, so it's hard for me to get a power boost. The system appeared positive and negative reactions are balanced. Your skill will increase slightly. Lee Jinmu's skill level just increased slightly. Seeing this, Hyun-soo was momentarily stunned. His brain clicked. Lee Jinmu, that's right, I knew it. I have to take down the leader first. Hyun-soo quickly broke away from Lost Hair and instructed, "Hey, Lost Hair, I'm going to fall back a bit. Try to hold on." In an instant, he charged forward and cleared out the crowd, blocking his way. Hyun-soo dashed towards Jinmu like a flash of lightning. He asked in terror, "Why are you helping him, Demon Eye?" He retorted with a challenge, "Because I feel like it, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyun-soo activated his skill weight bracelet C. He slashed hard at Jinmu's axe while taunting him. "You're even worse than Oh Jae-hyuk, aren't you?" He furiously shouted, "Shut up." Hyun-soo looked at Jinmu weakly holding the axe in front of him and thought, I still haven't used the beginner's kit, so his stats don't affect me. It seems he's just barely holding on with his equipment. What would happen if I disabled his equipment too? Deok-chun, understanding his intent, rushed out and spat acid towards Jinmu. He took the full brunt of that acid spit. He cried out in alarm, "What is this?" Hyun-soo and it both flashed increasingly inhuman smiles. The slime began to take effect, causing Jinmu pain. He hastily took off his armor and clutched his chest. My heart, he casually reminded him, no matter how urgent it is. You shouldn't take off your armor in the middle of a battle. Hyun-soo swung a fatal blow right through Jinmu's body. A system notification announced, Assassin eliminated reward. Assassin's Bane random skill distribution difference based on contribution to the mission. He said smugly the assassin is done now for Lost. But when he turned to look at Lost Hair, he was being mercilessly beaten. Oh, crap. Lost Hair. His face bruised and battered, cried out in pain for help, save me. Hyun-soo quickly used Fireball to rescue him, Fireball B level 6. He frantically helped Lost Hair up and asked, are you okay? Before they could recover, they heard the footsteps of another group of grunts. Here they come. These dogs, Hyun-soo was now at a disadvantage. Damn it, how the hell do they keep swarming in like ants? I'm starting to get tired too. Suddenly, he was surprised by something. It was someone on the rooftop of the opposite building was watching Hyun-soo from afar. That person was none other than Ji-hyuk. Ji-hyuk. He spread his hand, holding 4 smoke bombs between his fingers. Ji-hyuk threw the smoke bombs down at him and the grunts. They looked around bewildered, not yet realizing the approaching danger. As soon as the bombs hit the ground, they released smoke throughout the room. The grunts fell into chaos, shouting, what is this? Cover your mouths. We don't know if it's poison. Taking advantage of that, Hyun-soo carried Lost Hair on his back and fled. At the same time, Ji-hyuk's figure on the rooftop also gradually disappeared. Hyun-soo mused that guy really kept his word and helped me. All right, now's my chance. He carried Lost Hair on his back and ran straight out to the stone corridor. Hope surged in his heart. Hang in there, Lost Hair. Not long after Lost Hair was brought to Kilders and placed in a treatment machine, he told Hyun-soo, this is a treatment machine, just leave him in there for a day and he'll be fine. His body and mana are a complete mess. If he gets injured again, he might die. Hyun-soo immediately expressed his gratitude, thank you. He stood silently beside the seriously injured Lost Hair. Hyun-soo blamed himself. Lost Hair ended up like this because of me. I will never let my members be hunted by a large guild in a safe zone again. But I can't act alone. I need help. I need the power of those with great influence on the 10th floor, Kilders said while reaching into his vest pocket. Now that you've completed the challenge, I'll give you a reward. But he suddenly interrupted him, Kilders. Let's talk for a moment. He asked, bewildered, what is it? Hyun-soo turned to look at Rilke, who was eagerly trying to grab Deok-chun on his shoulder before that. Rilke, I want to ask you something. What does the satisfaction level of most NPCs mean? Rilke immediately pulled her hand back, pretending to scratch her head, and replied that it's something like trust. Kilder stepped forward to explain. In short, it means you've gained the trust of the NPCs. If the relationship continues, you can become friends. She also agreed and added, that's right. The tower climbers these days treat us like robots, but we're not really like that. Hyun-soo bit his nails, thinking, doesn't that mean I can ask for favors depending on my own position and the relationship between us? If so, then he made a request, Kilders, may I exchange the reward for a favor? He asked in surprise, you would give up a B-grade elixir for a favor, speak your mind. Hyun-soo looked down at Lost Hair and explained, besides this guy, other friends of mine will also be coming to the 10th floor. Have you ever heard of licking his bald spot and cat punch? Kilders replied, yes, their names are known here, so of course I've heard of them, but if they're your friends, that means... Hyun-soo confirmed that's right. I am Pwetty Princess. He thought to himself, revealing my identity is a sign of trust. Even if he's an NPC, I still need his help. Hyun-soo placed a hand on his chest and pleaded earnestly, Kilders Rilke. Please protect my comrades. Hyun-soo declared proudly, I am Pwetty Princess. Please help me protect my comrades in this safe zone. Hearing that, Kilders replied with satisfaction, very good. Hyun-soo had also anticipated the opponent's move, and as expected, Kilders himself had also somewhat predicted it. Over here, Rilke couldn't help but let out a snort. A moment later, she burst into loud laughter. Laughing, Rilke bent over, clutching her stomach. You're Pwetty Princess. Your taste must be really something else. Hearing this, Hyun-soo was a bit startled and embarrassed. I chose that name for a personal reason, and I can't reveal my true identity, okay? As soon as he finished, she immediately leaned in, giving him a triumphant look. All right, I get it. I'll help you. What about you, Kilders? After observing for a moment, he decided to go along with it as an NPC. This is the first time I've done something like this, but it doesn't seem too bad. All right, then, let's do it. Besides, I don't want to see those major guilds acting all high and mighty here. Then as for that guy, let me look after him. And I will keep it a secret that you are Pwetty Princess. Hearing this, he replied joyfully, thank you, Kilders, and you too, Rilke. She replied smugly, don't worry, you're afraid I'll do something reckless, aren't you? But in return, you have to let me mess with Deok-chun as I please whenever we meet. Seeing this, a frightened Deok-chun protested. Yet Hyun-soo coldly agreed to the deal. I'm sorry, Deok-chun, but this is for our request. Well then, I'll be on my way. Just as he was about to head out, Kilders quickly stopped him. Wait. A few seconds later, he threw a small ball right into his hand. In an instant, a great surge of energy burst from the ball. To Hyunsu's amazement. This is... The information window appeared. Essence of a giant's heart. A spirit form created from a giant's heart possessing the unique strength and defensive capabilities of a giant. How about being a massive living punching bag? Kilders laughed gleefully and said it's a gift. Just keep climbing until you can't go any higher. The man's words of encouragement left Hyunsu with a sense of unspoken gratitude. And so he set off to continue his journey. As he went, Hyunsu looked back and pondered for a moment. He recalled what those two had just done for him. I can't believe I'm feeling grateful to an NPC. I wonder how long it's been since I received help without any strings attached. With that thought, Hyunsu silently resolved to move forward. It looks like I can leave the rest to them. And continue climbing the tower? But first I have to fight these enforcers one more time. Seeing him approach with his sword, they shouted angrily. Who goes there? This is the territory of the Daeseong Guild. Identify yourself at once. In the blink of an eye, before they could even react, Hyunsu sent their heads flying. He then kicked the gate open and stepped inside to the amazement of everyone around him. The moment they saw Hyunsu, they cried out in alarm. Demon Eye, he then threatened, you've picked a fight with the wrong person. In an instant, Hyunsu blew up the entire building. From a distance, Kilders had observed the entire thing. Over here? Rilke asked quizzically. You're acting a little strange, aren't you? Why didn't you say anything about your precious Kilders rules? Now you're listening to a stranger's request and treating them nicely on the 10th floor. What the heck are you up to? Seeing she was getting the wrong idea, he frowned and explained, It's nothing like that. I am simply looking for a successor. One needs a strong body to overcome the training hearing that Rilke started to understand. So this kid is your successor. When Kilders didn't say anything for a moment, she immediately flared up a successor. Are you insane? Don't you know you can only choose a successor once? What do you even know about this dopey-faced guy to make him your successor? He showed no signs of changing his mind. My decision is made. I already transferred a bit of my power into his body during his treatment. Thinking about it made Rilke clutch her head in frustration. My head hurts so much I still have no idea what you're thinking. Kilders happened to offer her a candy and said, Don't strain that weird little head of yours too much. Just eat this. She snatched it without hesitation and started munching on it happily. Meanwhile, he pondered for a moment, Pwetty Princess. It's strange, I'm reminded of that person when I look at him. I'm sure you are too. That's why you made that bet for him to do the quest and even gave him the Frost Ice sword. The mention of the past made Rilke unable to stop herself from kicking him hard. No, it's not like that. An information window popped up 985 units of pressure with a maximum wind speed of around 23 meters. Ignoring Kilders clutching his stomach in pain, she sulkily walked away to eat her candy. Contrary to her outward appearance, Rilke was also a little shaken by his words. She growled while biting her candy. This is so annoying. Meanwhile, on the other side, the system announced 14th floor cleared. The gate will now open. Conqueror of the 14th floor, you have defeated the hidden boss Gargoyle. Stats have been enhanced. Hyunsu sat down exhausted to rest and thought back from the 10th floor. It's possible to raise stats just by killing monsters. But it must be from killing a hidden boss to get such a massive increase. The information window appeared. Hidden reward. Holding the armor in his hands, he couldn't hide his delight. We got a black chroma key. The item information appeared. Gargoyle leather armor made from gargoyle hide with high defensive power. It doesn't allow the wearer to fly like a gargoyle, but it can provide a pleasant experience when being hit. Stamina plus 12. Agility plus 3. Hyunsu quickly equipped it and observed it happily. I'll change the color to prevent anyone from recognizing me like last time. Time to rest and then post a strategy guide. He opened the community page and comments started popping up. The 10th floor is a total mess. Is it true the relationship between Daeseong and Eclipse is shattered? Yeah, they all got beaten black and blue and 2 enforcers were kicked out of the tower. Was it Demon Eye? They said they were beaten by the arena champion, right? Twice at that. Reading their shocked comments made him even more thrilled. I admit I gave Lee Jin-moo and Park Se-hyuk a hell of a time, but I never meant to kill them. It seems they actually died and got expelled. Who did they think they were messing with? If I only had 2 coins left, I would have just kept my head down, but now the other guilds better watch out for me. A moment later, Hyunsu clicked on another comment. The text appeared line by line. The Daeseong and Eclipse guilds better be careful on the 10th floor. Kilders is fully prepared this time, Lee Jamu, you damn bastard. How dare you say that while you're still in the guild? I'm leaving this goddamn guild. Adios. Reading this, he was a little confused. How could Kilders possibly take action? A notice appeared. Hunters from the Daejeong and Eclipse guilds are banned from the 10th floor arena for the next 5 years. Furthermore, if an event participant is attacked again, the responsible guild will face a similar penalty. Attackers in the safe zone will also be banned from the event. Reading this, Hyun-soo was instantly alarmed and couldn't believe his eyes, a 5-year ban. A few seconds later, he looked worried and clicked on another page to learn more. I'm not sure if this is because of my request or his personal bias against the big guilds, but this is incredibly harsh. Daejeong and Eclipse are taking a huge hit, and he banned them from the arena where you can get the best rewards on the 10th floor. With this, the other big guilds will have to be wary of NPCs from now on. Come to think of it, Cat Punch and Licking the Top of the Head have probably reached the 10th floor by now, but they're out of time. Suddenly, an unexpected message appeared. Due to the current situation and personal reasons, the arena event will not be held for the next 2 months. Kilders, after reading it, Hyun-soo felt worried, but still trusted him well. There are still plenty of other quests, so they should be fine on their own. From now on, anyone who stirs up trouble will get a hellish quest. Seeing that they were still trying to do things eased his worries a bit. Rilke is also working hard. Remembering the past made Hyun-soo hug himself and shiver in fear. That's right. Give all your awful quests to those villains and please spare me. The quest window appeared. Rilke's request, mandatory quest 2. You have gained her trust after completing Rilke's request. Many NPCs are still waiting for a visit from Rilke. Help Rilke gather the ingredients. Tears of the One-Eyed Yeti 0 of 30, Garland of the Snow Spirit 0 of 1. You can earn Rilke's trust and take on quests from other NPCs. Reward Odelto's Ring B NPC Trust. See you on the 20th floor, okay? Seeing it, he sighed tiredly after reading this. I won't be able to rest peacefully. A moment later, Hyun-soo suddenly had another idea. I need help too. Let's try calling Samsam. An information window appeared. Most NPCs are extremely harsh towards criminal tower climbers. Due to Rilke's influence, you will be penalized for accepting quests and using facilities in the safe zone. He was surprised as he read the message. It seems she has a lot of connections and her influence is huge. All right, this is great. At that moment, Hyun-soo's community post suddenly appeared. Before I talk to you all about floors 11, 12, and 14, I heard a big guild picked a fight with my friend and the bald guy on the 10th floor. Is that right? Well, then you're all dead meat. I've asked a friend for help, and in return I'll beat up the enforcement officers of Daejeong and Eclipse. Anyone who messes with my friends will pay the price. Thinking this, I felt a bit relieved. I've posted a warning and a strategy guide so I can just take my time climbing. My contribution title has also increased a little. At this rate, I'll receive the next reward before entering the 20th floor. A notification suddenly appeared. You have entered the 15th floor. Defeat skeletons 0 out of 20. Defeat charcoal zombies 0 out of 30. Defeat pulse witches 0 out of 20. Hyun-soo slowly stepped in and observed his surroundings. The 15th floor, according to what I've heard from the community. It's an artificial replica of a burned-down village. Charcoal zombies burn like firewood in the village that's still engulfed in flames, and skeletons that were once buried are now nothing but white bones. The pulse witches, despite being witches, can't even use curses. Everyone calls the 15th floor. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared right in front of him, screaming wildly. Without flinching, Hyun-soo quickly drew his sword, determined to face them with the diseases and witches and the burned village full of lizards. The sacrifice of the purge. Hyun-soo immediately sliced their heads off. One by one, he quickly disposed of them all. An info panel appeared. Tunganus, once a peaceful village, but now filled with nothing but resentful energy. While fighting, Hyun-soo thought to himself, the community mentioned that a witch had spread a plague and then set the entire village on fire. There's a certain smell. It's the scent of a hidden key piece. In an instant, the leader appeared from nowhere in front of him, letting out an ear-splitting shriek. An info panel appeared. The Pulse Witch's scream will strengthen all undead within its range of influence. At the same time, the other hordes of zombies were empowered, their eyes glowing with madness. A moment later, the entire horde frantically rushed towards Hyun-soo. Seeing the situation worsen, he calmly observed his surroundings. So the Pulse Witch has the ability to control undead, huh? Hyun-soo immediately flew up to dodge all of them. He quickly targeted the leader hiding behind the horde of zombies. While it wasn't paying attention, Hyun-soo grinned as he prepared to unleash a finishing blow. In that case, I'll take care of you first. As soon as it saw him, it panicked and froze, unable to react in time. Immediately after it was hit by Hyun-soo's finishing blow, a move so powerful it created a loud explosion. Thinking everything was over, he landed gently and felt a sense of relief. It feels like a 2-star quest too easy. However, a sound from behind suddenly caught Hyunsu's attention. He turned to look and saw the horde of zombies had already started running madly towards him. He saw that they were completely unharmed by the last attack and were still charging crazily to attack him. Hyunsu couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes and exclaimed in alarm, "What is this? Why are they reacting so violently?" He finally wiped out the remaining zombies, yet a sliver of doubt remained in his heart. It seems they've all lost their minds. I've managed to destroy most of them, but something isn't right. A notification appeared. Charcoal zombies defeated 30 out of 30. Pulse witches defeated 18 out of 20. Skeletons defeated 0 out of 20. They weren't damaged by normal attacks, but they did react normally when affected by fire type or explosive attacks. Could it be that fire is the weakness of the undead? Bony hands gradually began to emerge from the ground. In the western outskirts of Tunganus village, Hyunsu was now prepared for the next attack. So this is the skeletons area. B-rank fireball level 7. Immediately, the horde of skeletons was set ablaze by his flames. Thinking that the skeletons would also be burned to ashes, Hyunsu gradually stopped casting. Suddenly, to his surprise, they slowly charged forward. This group isn't weak to fire-type attacks. A notification appeared. F-rank water level 4. Instead of casting another spell, Hyunsu used Deokchun as a weapon to attack the skeletons, but it was ineffective. Water had no effect either. So what about poison or acid? That didn't work either. An info panel appeared. Skeletons defeated 20 out of 20. After a long struggle, the number of skeletons kept increasing, making him realize something. I was so focused on experimenting that I wasn't paying attention, and I let myself get outnumbered, damn it. Hyunsu hastily launched himself to another spot. He landed behind them and quickly looked for a counter-strategy. I need to find a way to gather them all up and wipe them out at once. Fresh human meat, huge sale. Hey, you young skeletons. A notification appeared. F-rank Earth Dig level 4. 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 Just as I predicted, this brainless bunch will charge head first after me with just a little provocation. A moment later, all of them were made to sink into a deep pit by Hyunsu. Now I'm going to bury you all right here. A notification appeared. B-rank fireball level 7. He used the spell to blast earth and rocks to fill the pit, burying them along with it. At that very moment, the skeletons suddenly became more enraged, frantically digging their way up. He saw their glowing red eyes staring intently at him. That gaze made Hyunsu hesitate for a moment. A notification appeared. B-rank fireball level 7. In a matter of minutes, he wiped them all out. And yet Hyunsu suddenly felt a strange emotion. This gloomy feeling, it was as if they were begging him for salvation. Well, I might as well check the area to see if there's a hidden key piece here. What is this strange doll? An info panel appeared. Evidence of heresy. A mark and a warning for the heretics. You have 2 days to choose. Will you become completely corrupted, or will you be the one who is purged? After reading the notification, he became a bit wary. This information looks like a warning, doesn't it? The charcoal zombies and pulse witches are weak to fire while the skeletons go crazy when buried alive in a pit. Watching them, Hyunsu felt a sense of guilt. Could it be that they were once people who were condemned as heretics and then executed by being burned alive and buried alive? Without much more thought, he chuckled and came to a conclusion. Could this be the true meaning of victims of the purge interesting? A moment later, Hyunsu seemed to realize something unusual about the monsters from before. Wait a minute. So it's referring to the victims of heresy. The image of the zombies suddenly appeared in his mind. The pulse witches considered witches but unable to use curses. The charcoal zombies are revenants of those who were burned to death, and the skeletons are those who were previously buried alive. The info panel appeared. Tunganus once a peaceful village, but now it's filled with nothing but resentful energy. Seeing this, Hyunsu immediately broke into a cold sweat. Don't tell me they are all the vengeful spirits of people who died tragic, wrongful deaths due to false accusations. He finally realized what was happening. All the undead here are vengeful spirits. A village that looks like it was set on fire, yet the monsters in the area don't have any characteristics that match a burning terrain. Because this place wasn't burned down by a plague or a witch, but is the remnant of a massacre. The info panel then displayed a notification. You have discovered the tragedy of Tunganus. A notification appeared. Conditions met. A hidden quest has appeared. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes, no. Hyunsu focused on the information. It seems my current strength isn't enough to see other hidden information. You have accepted the quest. Suddenly, the ground around him began to shake violently. The doll in Hyunsu's hand suddenly began to glow, confusing him. What is happening? It suddenly flew up continuously, emitting light all around. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light appeared right above the doll. Larger statues suddenly sprouted from the ground. A notification appeared. The evidence of heresy has been activated. They grew additional hands that gripped the ground. While Hyunsu was concentrating on keeping his balance, a large, dark figure appeared right behind him. He turned his head to look and saw the Phrenos guard standing right behind him, having silently observed his actions for a long time. The info panel now displayed information on the target. It is a Phrenos guard, a divine weapon created by the Church of Fire. It releases fire each time it purges heresy. The purge begins. Just as the notification appeared, they raised their hands to throw a punch at him. Hyunsu could only freeze, unable to react in time. The Phrenos guard slammed its fist down on the ground with all its might. It revealed the undead who had been beaten to a pulp and were lying flattened. But seeing them still desperately clinging to it, Hyunsu was surprised. The undead are attacking it. They're ignoring me and fighting each other. He observed for a moment and then assessed. I've seen monsters fight over territory before, but I've never seen a battle this desperate. After that, Hyunsu tried to look it up. But there was no detailed information about the quest, and he had no clues either. A plague, huh? Time to think. He thought frantically that divine artifact must be something created by the Church of Fire to eliminate heretics. It's definitely a murderous weapon. I guess the Church of Fire sent it to the village to force them to convert. And when they refused to change their faith, it would turn into the Phrenos Guardian and carry out a massacre. The undead are the ones who were condemned as heretics and executed. Hyunsu wondered the quest is becoming clearer as I uncover the truth about the undead, so I should follow them, shouldn't I? He secretly deduced if I find the cause of the disaster, I'll get information about this quest. With that thought, Hyunsu also charged forward to fight for his life. His eyes were locked on the target. Hyunsu calculated to defeat the stone monster. I have to strike the core inside it. Immediately, a sharp sword strike slashed through the stone monster's inner core. He attacked relentlessly with all his might. But when he looked back, there was no progress, still no new information. A big question suddenly popped into Hyunsu's head, by the way. The undead fear holy power, but why are they charging towards a guardian that has holy power? He was puzzled. Did hatred and anger make them fearless? He didn't notice that the Phrenos guardian that was attacked earlier had gotten back up. It was furious and decided to breathe fire to light him up. Being treated like that, he gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. Why did you shoot at me? Hyunsu commanded Deokshun show them what it means to burn. Obeying its master, Deokshun truly unleashed its full power. He smiled and praised well done Deokshun. While fighting, he suddenly noticed something. Hyunsu mused, no matter how many of them there are, they can't stand against holy power. He observed from a high pillar. The stone monsters and undead were fleeing from here, all of them running towards the center of the village. Not just the undead, but the guardians too. It seems they are protecting the center of the village. Hyunsu bet there must be something there. Deokchun also spoke up in agreement. That horde got closer and closer to the village. They rushed in as if they were protecting a precious treasure. After following them for a while, Hyunsu finally arrived. Before him was just a pile of ruins. He wondered why is only the center of the village still intact. A notification appeared, faint. Holy power detected. He also moved closer to take a look. It seems to be here. His sword also seemed to have a connection to the village. Hyunsu couldn't believe it. Don't tell me this holy power was condemned as heresy. The Frostblade is also reacting to this place. This made him even more confident it must be here. This is the key to breaking through the hidden quest. Then Hyunsu discovered there's something here. The system continuously displayed a series of skills. Dig F level 4 then revealed the hidden item behind it. Idol of Prelia, the ice god. A statue once worshipped in the Icefire Cathedral, the Church of Ice was destroyed by the Church of Fire. But a few believers still remain, who still remembers the holy kingdom of Hyalton that existed long ago, the origin of the Churches of Ice and Fire. He tried to recall the Church of Ice was destroyed by the Church of Fire, the Ice God, the Churches of Ice and Fire, the Holy Kingdom of Hyalton. A thought quickly flashed through Hyunsu's mind. Hyalton, that's a historical ruin, isn't it? He stared at the exquisite key in his hand for a long time. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Probably not. Let's see what other clues there are. The content on it read, Stele of Priest Baal Ice and Fire were originally one. Record of Scholar Magneta, the kingdom's sword. If it had arrived a little sooner, perhaps the kingdom would not have been divided. Declaration of an anonymous believer, Hugo. Where are you, protector of the kingdom? The one expected to defend our trampled homeland. Where have you gone? He deduced these must have been written by the undead when they were still human. A battle broke out and split the two churches. The Church of Ice was defeated by the Church of Fire. He was still wondering, I think the past is being reenacted, but why? The Guardians attacked the village and the undead stopped them, and the quest appeared at the undead camp. After connecting the information, Hyunsu finally realized, I get it now. I need to protect the village. A notification immediately popped up. You have discovered the truth about the village. Quest information will be revealed. An invisible force pulled him into another dimension. The item from before gradually restored to its original form, the idol of Pralia, the ice god. Suddenly, a light flashed from the statue's eyes. The notification board introduced this is the guardian of Pralia, the ice god. It seemed Hyunsu was still bewildered and didn't understand anything. It had to explain now. The undead have holy power. He was shocked. Undead possessing holy power, is that even possible? He looked at the sword stuck deep in the ground. An undead quickly pulled the sword out. Then it began to gradually transform. He rubbed his eyes as what I'm seeing, real Deokshun. An army was quickly formed. The quest was also assigned Salvation of Tunganus hidden quest. Tunganus is the last village that worships the ice god Pralia since the churches of ice and fire were split in two. A frantic battle is taking place. Protect Tunganus by fighting against the Church of Fire, the one that destroyed the Holy Kingdom. At this moment, Hyunsu was staring wide-eyed as the horde charged forward to attack. They were all heavy-hitting killers, skeleton archers, skeleton warriors, ghouls with higher compatibility than undead. He couldn't believe it. Are those one-star undead upgrading their stats? Even more surprising was that they could evolve into 3-star skeleton knights and giant zombies. The stone fragments on the statue were gradually cracking. A notification appeared. The pulse switch has received holy power and changed its appearance. Acolyte Priest 4-star. This monster was originally a monk of the ice god. Pralia is here, he exclaimed. It transformed from a witch into a beautiful woman. But the result crushed his beautiful fantasy, making him curse, damn it. A moment later, Hyunsu scanned the area. The village's defense team was in position. In the distance, a dark figure approached, making him curious. Is that their leader? This is the Purifier 4-star, a divine artifact of the Church of Fire created by the holy power of Patorodon, the fire god. Hearing that news, Hyunsu's side immediately turned pale and screamed, making his heart skip a beat in shock. In his assessment, their hostility was no joke. I guess both sides are evenly matched now. The problem is that our 4-star monster is just a support type, while the giant monster on the other side is clearly a combat type, so I have to deal with it myself. Hyunsu racked his brain, however, due to the cooldown time. I can't use the overdrive pin and the bringer of night. Finally, he decided it's time to use my trump card Giant's Heartblood Grade B. Activation complete. His combat power was now greatly increased. Strength plus 21, agility plus 16, stamina plus 26, mana plus 11, high physical attack resistance. Physical attack resistance E-level 108 activated. He was thrilled. This effect is no joke. The formation was set and everyone was fired up. Hyunsu commanded, all right, everyone, kill them all. Both sides immediately charged into a fierce battle. Seeing the overwhelming number of enemies, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, they just keep coming. I have to find a way to deal with that monster. From above, his comrade reminded him of the action. Hyunsu replied, I know I want to go get it too. But the mission isn't to capture the enemy leader, it's to protect the village. But can they hold out until I capture the leader? The two allies looked out with bewildered faces. We don't know. Just then, a pure source of power was emitted. System notification, blessing of the tainted priest. Your body is protected by the energy of Pralia, the ice goddess. Hyunsu was quite surprised. A buff from a monster, it not only restores stats, but also helps reduce fatigue. His energy was regenerated now. He had become stronger. His comrade pointed forward. Hyunsu nodded slightly. I get it, thanks for the buff. The protagonist takes the lead, let's go. A challenge appeared, but these guys pulled a trick that surprised Hyunsu, a barricade of sentinels. It will be very difficult to get through here. Just then, reinforcements appeared out of nowhere to save the day. Hey, get up here. It steered them past the enemy in a flash. The group below didn't understand anything and could only stare blankly after them. He praised them, good job. However, it was out of the frying pan and into the fire this time. It was a formation of Phrenos guards, many times denser than before. The protagonist sighed. We can't jump over this, can we? Then don't, I'll go alone from here. As soon as he finished, he zipped away and sent his words thanks. The enemy troops also had the honor of being a stepping stone for Hyunsu. Then from nowhere, he reappeared from behind with a sinister laugh. "Hello, a pleasure to meet you." He moved forward to attack directly. Sharp, cold sword strikes were swung, stabbing directly into the purifier's body. However it seemed things weren't going smoothly, Hyunsu was sent flying far away by its force. But luckily, he managed to land on his feet. The protagonist exclaimed, "Its recovery speed is formidable. But if I destroy your core, you'll die one way or another." After observing its body, Hyunsu suddenly realized. He couldn't believe it, its entire body was a core. But Hyunsu seemed very excited, wonderful. He was certain in his heart that there was a way to destroy it. Just then, the purifier charged in to counterattack. It slammed down on the ground with great force, but Hyunsu had already swiftly dodged to the side. The protagonist counterattacked freeze. Its two legs were locked tight by a thick layer of ice. Suddenly, Hyunsu appeared unexpectedly with a warning, "Watch your back." Faced with the fierce attacks, the purifier could only stand still and take it. Hyunsu took the opportunity to land another sword strike on it. He looked at his handiwork with great satisfaction and a triumphant smile. "It's been broken in two. How does that feel?" But just then, a notification appeared. "The purifier is regenerating," the protagonist shouted in shock. "What?" A dark shadow slowly appeared and enveloped Hyunsu. The purifier was reborn and even cloned into two of them. The heads of their two hammers were pointed at him at the same time. The protagonist could only grit his teeth and defend speed missed. But it was too late. Hyunsu's head was now stuck tightly between the two hammers, unable to move. An explosion echoed through the space, thick smoke and fire billowed up. Hyunsu's knees slammed hard onto the ground. The smoke cleared to reveal him worn out and panting heavily. He bit his lower lip hard and growled, "It's not a flatworm. Why did it just multiply like that?" Just as he finished speaking, a purifier charged from nowhere and sent Hyunsu flying. Its strength was too terrifying. One hit sent him flying back several rotations. Hyunsu gritted his teeth and endured. This time, two purifiers charged in to surround him. They both rushed in to beat Hyunsu relentlessly. Shadow Step B Level 2. And yet he still managed to escape simultaneously, giving the order retreat. He had just turned to flee for a few seconds. A purifier charged forward again and smashed Hyunsu flat. They looked at him lying motionless on the ground. Then they raised their two enormous hammers onto their shoulders. Both of them raised them at the same time. It was a frightening sight. You just knew the protagonist was done for this time. Hyunsu had no choice but to close his eyes and brace for it. "It's over. I'm going to die." But after waiting for a long time and feeling nothing, he slightly opened his eyes to look. A skeleton appeared. The light shining on it made it look imposing. It strained to block the two hammer blows for Hyunsu, leaving him completely stunned, a skeleton knight. Its body had begun to crack and shatter. The skeleton urged him, "Go, comrade." "I will. Handle them." Hyunsu listened to it and fled for his life. As he was drinking something, Deokchun jumped onto his shoulder. Hyunsu thought to himself, "They risked their lives for me. I have to think of a way. I have to separate them to have a chance of winning." He hid behind a rock and observed one of them is heading towards the town. "I have to stop it before it destroys the village. My main skills are mostly explosive. Even if I combine skills, I can't compare to the sacred weapons of the Church of Fire. So then, I need a new skill." The system displayed skills for him to choose from. Nape Strike D increases attack power when sneak attacking the back of your opponent's neck. How about that? Cut C adds more damage to attacks using a sword. Ice F freezes the target or creates ice. Fragment B, use magic to break an opponent into small pieces depending on attack range and destructive power. Hyunsu skimmed through them and mumbled, "These are pretty good." The system asked for confirmation. Skill synthesis. Do you want to synthesize skills? Yes, no. Hyunsu didn't expect this. You can synthesize without prior training. He showed his excitement. "All right, let's do it." The system received the command and executed beginning synthesis. Feign Death D Level 1, Nape Strike D Resurrection. A increases all skills by 300% at the moment of death. For 10 minutes, cancels all debuffs and limitations for 10 minutes, increases all healing and buffs by 300% for 10 minutes. Hyunsu was full of excitement with his new power and A-rank skill. "We can get through this now. I hope the next synthesis is just as good." You can't synthesize if the skill rank difference is too large, but the system reported skill synthesis S. If the difference is more than one rank, the higher ranked skill will absorb the lower ranked one and cause its rank to increase. He guessed that's probably why my luck and strength stats are showing a notification. Then let's begin. Just as his spirits were lifted, the system reported again. Rank difference too large. Ice F has been absorbed by Fragment B. Hyunsu deflated on the spot. It didn't work. The system continuously sent notifications. Error, you have not yet practiced this skill. The rank of fragment does not exist. Absorption failed. Both skills have been combined. Checking for unusual power usage, we will verify your authenticity. After that, a current of electricity ran through Hyunsu's body. What is this? System confirmation complete checking. He opened his eyes to check. User Hyunsu is on a hidden quest. Nothing unusual detected. We wish you success in reaching the 100th floor. He held Deokshun and panted, "That scared me to death. It said there was nothing strange, right?" The system announced, "Ice Shatter. A freeze, then destroy the target, increases damage to frozen targets you have successfully mastered. Resurrection A, Ice Shatter A, and Cut C." Hyunsu smirked and said, "It's payback time." That pile of junk? After calling it out, he started brandishing his sword to challenge the purifier. Hyunsu said arrogantly, "I will deal with you and then return to protect the base." The system announced Purifier has switched to combat mode. Preparations complete, Hyunsu gripped his sword and charged in to fight the Purifier. It wouldn't go down easily either, charging in to confront him. Hyunsu tried to steady his spirit to face it. The Purifier raised its hammer to build momentum. He gritted his teeth and thought, "I just need one chance." Shadow Step B Level 3. In a flash, Hyunsu zipped behind the Purifier. The system displayed a notification. Because you turned into mist, you will be considered dead. You have met the conditions for Resurrection. Resurrection, a Level 1, has been activated. Increase all skill buffs by 300%, cancel all debuffs and limitations. He used his hand to grab its weapon, beginning to freeze the hammer. Very quickly, the hammer was completely frozen and the ice spread to its body. A purple light flashed in Hyunsu's eyes. He slashed repeatedly at the Purifier's body, Ice Shatter, a Level 1. It let out a strange, intermittent cry. Then it shattered into tiny pieces. The system congratulated, "Wonderful achievement, you have defeated the Purifier." Hyunsu excitedly stomped on the Purifier lying on the ground. Suddenly, the system announced the Purifier has switched to combat mode. In an instant, a sharp sound rang out. He turned and with a single sword stroke slashed it into 100 pieces. The Purifier defeated by him began to disintegrate. The system congratulated, "You have defeated the Purifier. You have received a fire crystal." Hyunsu looked at the glowing object in his hand, a fire crystal. Around there, strange monsters emerged from the protruding rocks. The system announced, "Salvation of the Tunganu's hidden quest has been completed." He could not quite believe it. Is it over already? The Tunganus gathered in front of Hyunsu and cheered. He thought to himself they looked quite happy. While they were dancing joyfully, the whole crowd suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to a small monster in the middle. It toddled over and stood in front of Hyunsu. He awkwardly scratched his head and said to them, "I am very grateful for the buff. Even though you are monsters, I was able to survive." Suddenly, Hyunsu saw a blue-haired girl, which he found very confusing. The girl said emotionally, "Thank you so much." The system displayed another notification. The truth of the 15th floor has been revealed. The 15th floor, the shield of the kingdom. The nightmare of Hugo Arte. Hyunsu was teleported elsewhere. He looked around in a panic. What is this place? Is this an illusion, huh? Is that the Frostblade? Wait! Before he could run over, the surrounding buildings began to burn fiercely. The Phrenos guards appeared, spewing fire all over the city. Hyunsu was overwhelmed with confusion and fear. What the hell is this? If I had been summoned before her, if only I had returned just one day earlier, could the outcome have been changed? The system prompted, "Hugo Arte's nightmare has been understood. Additional stats will be awarded." He did not understand what was going on just now. "I think I just saw something terrible." What was he trying to show me? Next to the debris, something with a blue light was flickering. Hyunsu picked it up to take a look. The system explained, "You have obtained the Frost Crystal. One of the treasures of the Church of Fire and Ice possesses holy frost power. Information cannot be read," he thought to himself. "Is this a pair with the Fire Crystal I received before? The Church of Fire and Ice, the Holy Kingdom of Hyalton, and the Frostblade, they all share a common link. Was it because of the 15th floor's hidden quest that my luck stat reacted to the Frostblade when I made a bet with Rilke?" He turned and walked away with a look of annoyance on his face. Hyunsu recalled the blue-haired girl who bowed and thanked him earlier. He was lost in thought for a moment. He kicked the spatial gate in frustration. "I feel a bit annoyed, but let's just go up and figure it out later." After he had completely stepped inside, the gate gradually closed. Rain also began to fall lightly on the pavement. Then the rain came pouring down, extinguishing all the fire here. The system provided information, Tungana's home of the shield that served the Holy Kingdom, Hugo Arte. A shelter to cool down from the fire. Hugo Arte feels grateful to you. Hugo Arte's grace for you has increased. Hugo Arte prays to the fire god Petoridon. Reward from the hidden quest, Sacred Fire Protection, for the character Jo Hyunsu. The 16th floor, this floor is filled with molten lava. Hyunsu's desperate scream echoed, "Damn it. We did not get the hidden reward from the hidden quest. I got additional stats and even the elemental crystals, but how come the most important thing is nowhere to be found?" He was a bit annoyed now, so he did not have time for "you kids go on. Now these little dogs are fire spirits, friendly and drawn to fire, no hostile intent." A gate was created. Please wait a moment. Common knowledge spirits are classified as monsters, but they also help tower climbers quite a lot. A person granted power or skills related to spirits can also be considered a spirit. He picked up one of the dogs to look at it. "I guess the 16th floor is a free floor then. Oh my, you are so cute." Seeing him praise it as cute, Deokchun immediately set itself on fire like a puppy. But on the contrary, Hyunsu shunned it. "The kids are scared of you. Now are you jealous because you are not as cute as them? Stop it, you look disgusting." Hearing that, Deokchun sulked and jumped up to slap him in the face. Then it turned its back and walked away. Hyunsu had to coax it. "All right, I am sorry, you are the cutest one, Deokchun." He thought gleefully, "Look at that jiggly butt, I am really good at raising things." Looking around, Hyunsu noticed, "Well, then everything here is made of fire. But it is not hot at all," the system announced. "Fire resistance E level 10, your skill has leveled up." "That reminds me, it is time to level up." The system showed him the options. Bronze grade skill level up ticket. The skill has been upgraded to fire resistance D. Level 1, 5,000 points will be deducted. He opened the shop. "To do that, I will need to upgrade the shop's transaction window." The system confirmed upgrading the shop's transaction window to silver grade requires 10,000 points. Current points, 6,400 points. Hyunsu watched the points being deducted as tears streamed down his face. So this is what it feels like to work like a dog and spend like one too. The system updated the stats. Joe Hyunsu, highest floor, reached 16 strength, 124 agility, 119 stamina, 132 mana, 109. Hyunsu was already thinking, should I just rip those 1-star and 2-star monsters apart with my bare hands? Now then, I should probably check on the community I have been neglecting for a while. I have been too busy climbing the tower to pay them much attention. "Liquor," complained Baldy, "the entire arena had to stop because of you," he retorted. "But I am the victim here. Liquor would not listen. You need a good beating. Are you in the arena room?" "I am coming over now," Baldy said calmly. "But you cannot get in, and I cannot get out." Liquor cursed in frustration. "For real, damn it. Why can I not get in, Baldy?" Then said, "I am getting private training from Kilders. I cannot leave until I have mastered the skill." Hearing them bicker like this, Hyunsu felt relieved. It seems Liquor can still move around freely. In other words, it seems the major guilds cannot touch the tower climbers. Just as Kilders and Rilke said, besides, Kilders is even training Baldy one-on-one, so I do not need to worry. So then Cat Punch is Liquor moved on from Baldy to find someone else. "Hey, Cat Punch, what are you doing? I am so bored." Cat Punch replied, "Doing a quest. I cannot meet you either." "I have been taken away by Queen Gumshan." Hyunsu guessed the richest person on the 10th floor, Queen Gumshan. Usually it is extremely difficult to enter their private residence. Is she on a quest to find a lost puppy? I do not understand how everything is intertwined, but I think she has caught the eye of Queen Jumchan. So Liquor is all alone then. Just as he was smiling gleefully, Liquor sent a message saying, "If that is the case, I will go up to the 20th floor. Wait for me, Pretty Princess. We will meet on the 20th floor. I am coming for you, our Pretty Princess." His smile vanished instantly. Is he coming to find me? Is he kidding? He has lost his mind. I have a lot of things to do on the 20th floor. If I am on the 20th floor with him, that psycho will definitely find me, so I should leave early. I must avoid meeting this guy. Why did not I post a guide for the 15th floor, you ask? The 15th floor's hidden quest has too many variables and vague conditions. I should not have posted it. Let us just go to the next floor and maybe we will get a head start. As he was about to leave, Hyunsu suddenly remembered, wait a minute. If you want to live, then wag your tails and show your bellies. If you meet someone named Lick the top of the head, got it. That is all. I am leaving, entering the 17th floor. After entering this floor, a voice rang out, "Look at this. Look at this." The system displayed a line of text as licking the top of his head. She stood up and walked towards the spatial gate. "All right, then, will you be able to catch me or will I slip through your fingers? Let us have a competition, Princess." 17th floor, Hyunsu stood in the middle of a vast sand desert. He complained while wiping his sweat, "It is so hot. Defeat Sandman 0 out of 30. Defeat sandworms 0 out of 30. Find an oasis 0 out of 1. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Killing monsters is the easy part, so I will find the oasis first." Hyunsu got into position. He leaped high into the air. He used a skill Fireball B level 9. This skill allowed him to jump quite far. From high above, Hyunsu scanned the horizon. Seeing the lake, he exclaimed happily, "I see it." Hyunsu was delighted. "It is closer than I thought," Deokchun also chirped from inside his collar. Suddenly he screamed, "Huh?" Both he and Deokchun screamed in panic. The ground was getting closer and closer. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he threw it high up, an incredibly skillful spin. Then he did a somersault in midair. Then he skillfully used a skill to catch Deokchun Haste Mist B level 4. Hyunsu held the unconscious Deokchun. "We have arrived safely at the island." It also let out a few chirps. It stuck its tongue out angrily, letting out a cry as it repeatedly slapped Hyunsu's face. He laughed sheepishly. "Guess how many times you've slapped my face now, huh?" Suddenly, Deokchun breathed fire right into his face. Hyunsu's hair was scorched and he froze in place. The main character said angrily, "Breathing fire is cheating." A horde of monsters appeared around both of them, and it's all because you were making such a racket. A moment later, Hyunsu had dealt with the monster horde cleanly. Even though he finished them off quickly, he didn't forget to scold. "See, now the monsters are all provoked." Deokchun chirped a few times, and Hyunsu said, "Are you saying you saved me the trouble of finding them?" He whipped his head around. He saw enormous monsters rising up. Hyunsu raised his sword. "That actually makes sense." Deokchun squinted and let out a few chuckles. The two of them quickly coordinated to exterminate the monsters. The system chimed in. Sandmen defeated 30 out of 30 sandworms, defeated 30 out of 30 oasis, found 1 out of 1. "The portal will now open," Hyunsu said with satisfaction. "We're going straight to the 17th floor." His voice was full of cheer. "All right, let's rest at this oasis for a bit," Deokchun also cried out with delight. The system displayed a notification. "The key to the Hyalton ruins is reacting." The key to the Hyalton ruins. As soon as he picked up the key, a spatial gate opened. Very quickly, Hyunsu found himself at the Hyalton ruins. The ruins must be somewhere around here, but he dug around for a while, digging F-rank level 5. Digging F-rank level 5 should be fine to dig around here, right? He stretched his back. "Deokchun, stop playing around and come help me." It squinted, slapped its hands together, and chirped a few times. Hyunsu said furiously, "What the hell do you want to go on a vegetarian diet or something?" Suddenly, he let out a confused sound. In his hand was a fragment of the Hyalton ruins. Hyunsu suddenly shouted, "Deokchun, you little rascal, I knew it, you're a genius, a fragment of the Hyalton ruins." He looked down into the water. "Let's see. There it is. It looks quite deep. How am I supposed to get down there?" Hyunsu sat on the sand. "Let's see if there are any tools I can use for underwater activities." Air candied, no breathing required for 20 minutes, 1,500 points. Mermaid's air bubble D allows underwater breathing for 1 hour, weakens with strong impacts and temperature changes, 1,000 points. Parasitic gill C, a parasite that functions as a gill, periodically consumes stamina and mana, 2,500 points. Hyunsu pondered for a while. The price is a bit steep. What should I do now? Suddenly he remembered Lee Jun-seok told me to let him know if I needed anything, didn't he? Hyunsu immediately typed a message. "Beautiful Princess Hwoo, how have you been? I can't check messages because I'm underwater. I can only breathe in here. I'm so hungry." The reply came from the other side. "Lee Jun-seok, Princess, it's been a while. If you're underwater, there's a water transport on the 30th floor. Hyunsu lamented. "The 30th floor is still so far away, bro." The other side replied immediately. "Lee Jun-seok, if you're on the surface, there are still some breathing and movement restriction. Skills are quite expensive, so it's best to use equipment. I've got some exclusive info from the major guilds. Want to hear it?" Did you know about this, Princess?" Hyunsu exclaimed. "This is exactly what I need." He typed a message. "Beautiful Princess, my memory is like a goldfish. You know, if you tell me, I'll use that info and spread the strategy around. If it's reliable information, even the major guilds will take a hit." The other side replied, "Lee Jun-seok sounds good. You have more influence than I do. Princess, how to craft a breathing mask." Hyunsu smiled gleefully. "Just as I planned, it wasn't a waste of hope. Jun-seok really knows his stuff." He seriously took a knife and began scaling the fish skin. Soak it in a mild acid solution for 15 minutes. If you spread it out and let it dry. Mixed fish mask F allows breathing in water. Fragile and single use only may cause skin issues. Hyunsu rested his chin on his hand and spoke. "The skin of this human-faced fish costs 3,000 points, but it's so large I can make up to 80 masks with it. The skinning process is a bit tedious, but it's definitely worth it. Human-faced fish scales, if ground finely, can be used as a raw ingredient for high-grade potions, a representative special ingredient. The scales can be used as a potion ingredient. Human-faced fish scales, when mixed with ingredients like slime essence and Marcus root, can create a high-grade potion. A high-grade potion, you say?" Hearing that, he immediately bagged a ton of them. You mean the high-grade potions that sell for 3,000 points in the tower and 50 million won outside? It's like fortune itself is knocking on my door. Thanks a lot, Junseok. Hyunsu gave a dangerous smile. Seeing this, Deokchun sighed to itself. The clear blue water reflected the sunlight. A moment later, they both dove into the water. They dove deeper and deeper toward the bottom of the lake. In his hand, Hyunsu held a glowing object to light the way. Finally, they both saw a large door, the entrance to the Hyalton ruins. He thought to himself, this is it. Hyunsu took the key and inserted it into the lock. The key easily unlocked the door. The door slowly opened, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. First discovery of the Hyalton ruins on the entire server. You have been awarded 5,000 points. The system displayed a notification now entering the Hyalton ruins. After successfully entering the ruins, a liquid suddenly dripped down. Hyunsu grimaced. The fishy smell is so strong. Deokchun immediately gestured for him to look up. Before them was a gate covered in ancient patterns. Hyalton ruins, a place that worships ice and fire. The sanctuary of the Church of Ice and Fire. Prove your worth and piety. You may collect the holy relics. The ruins will be submerged once all relics have been retrieved. The two symmetrical statues on either side looked magnificent. Hyunsu gazed in awe. So cool are they, the gods of ice and fire. He said excitedly, by the way, I think getting a holy weapon would be great, but we'll probably just end up with the relics. Suddenly, the sword in Hyunsu's hand began to emit an aura. He speculated, is it reacting to the ruins? Suddenly, the air shifted, carrying an invisible pressure. The system announced, path to the altar, first gate, prove your strength. Hordes of guards began to pour out. They emerged from various doorways. They advanced in overwhelming numbers. But Hyunsu wasn't scared at all. It's you guys again, huh? He said enthusiastically, not a bad warm-up. Hyunsu began to swing his sword. He predicted this mob seems to be about 100 two-star enemies. Next are the 3 stars. The system provided information, Will of Fire, a 3-star holy weapon, Will of Ice, a 3-star holy weapon. The 2 fire and ice guards immediately charged straight at Hyunsu. He quickly jumped to dodge the powerful attack. Hyunsu was a bit surprised they're so fast. Before he could counterattack, he detected something behind him. Will of Fire ambushed from behind with a strike, but Hyunsu managed to block it. The ice and the will coordinated perfectly, leaving no gaps. Together, they unleashed a devastating blow that made everything tremble. After a moment, dust and smoke filled the air. Hyunsu let out a breath of relief. Was that a coordinated sword attack? He said confidently, Deokchun, let's show them what we can do too. An aura suddenly emanated from the center of Will of Ice's chest. A gap appeared right there like a critical weak point. Hyunsu immediately moved in for a swift counterattack. He landed a powerful punch right on its critical point without missing. Hyunsu gave a triumphant smirk. Are you ready? He concentrated all his power and then yelled, explode. Immediately after, every part of Will of Ice violently exploded. Seeing its brother's fate, Will of Fire was stunned. Without waiting, Hyunsu rushed in to take on the remaining one. His eyes flashed as he activated Massacre C-Rank Level 3. Hyunsu immediately defeated Will of Fire, the system displayed. You have completed the proof of strength. The gate is now open. After the battle, he recovered his strength. Luckily, no purger appeared here. The system displayed the next trial path to the altar. Second gate passed through the flames. The main character stood in the sea of flames admiringly. It's called the Church of Ice and Fire. For a reason, it truly lives up to its name. Hyunsu began to step into the fiery space. He was drenched in sweat. I've already enhanced my fire resistance, but it's still unbelievably hot. This is the end of the path. Hyunsu complained it's so hot. He used his power to cool down water F level 4. Hyunsu then predicted if the second door is fire, then the third door will be. He wasn't wrong. Powerful gusts of cold wind blew past him forcefully. The system announced the path to the third door's altar through the ice. Hyunsu ordered Deokchun turn on heating mode. After a moment, he walked on, shivering. Hyunsu quickly countered it, Icebreaker Level 1. He enjoyed the feeling with Deokchun as a heater, and the icebreak skill. This path is a piece of cake. But why does my skin feel so tight? It's like being in a hot and cold sauna. Reaching the end of the path, he gently pushed the gate. The final door opened. Hyunsu gazed in awe. The Church of Ice and Fire, welcome to the altar. The final door, Magnarok's trial. He and Deokchun suddenly stared with their jaws dropped in surprise. The system announced if you pass the trial, you can choose a sacred relic fragment. Hyunsu marveled. This pile is a real treasure trove, isn't it? His eyes lit up as he looked around. There's an A-rank item here and another one over there. Welcome to the altar. Suddenly, a figure appeared, Magnarok, the arbiter of the Church of Ice and Fire. A system operated by the will of the church equivalent to the entire denomination. The will of God cannot be destroyed. Rank unknown. It spoke, "This is the altar of ice and fire, a place to select those who will become the pillars of the church. You will practice the church's doctrine, but before that, because you have proven your basic qualities through the recent tasks, you may choose the sacred relic fragment you wish to collect." The chain on the treasure chest suddenly shattered. Hyunsu floated in a magical space. Magnarok added, "However, your possession is only temporary. You cannot have it permanently." The remaining chain on the treasure chest also broke. He was so surprised it felt like an illusion, so many treasures. Item after item appeared. Frostfire Echo, a divine gate artifact, includes ice magic, can enhance defense depending on the caster's holy and divine power. Scorching Flame Seal A creates an inextinguishable flame. Hyunsu observed, "Let's see, I want." Various treasures floated in the air. Hyunsu decided, "I will choose that one." It reconfirmed, "Which one do you choose?" "That one is." Hyunsu shouted his decision, "I choose that one." The information panel appeared simultaneously with his words. Frostfire Blade. A possesses the power of fire, only the blade remains, so it cannot exert most of its power. Magnarok was also very pleased with this choice. You have a good eye. Then the sword slowly flew towards Hyunsu. Suddenly, 2 streams of power shot out from his bag. The notification panel appeared again. The fire core has merged with the Frostfire Blade. The ice core has merged with the Frostfire Blade. Hyunsu vaguely reached out to touch the sword. But right after that, an explosion suddenly occurred. The blinding light made it impossible for him to open his eyes. The information panel reported that the Frostfire Sword has restored its true form. Frostfire Sword, as a sacred relic of the Church of Ice and Fire. A treasure symbolizing the harmony between 2 gods, possesses frost energy, and flames has powerful holy power. Strong fire and ice resistance, has a connection with the pillars of another religion. Self-repairing, can heal its owner. Blessed. He couldn't help but exclaim at this incredible power, and S-Rank even comes with options. The notification panel appeared again. The sacred relic will be sealed if you are not acknowledged by Magnarok. Hearing this, Hyunsu happily accepted. "All right, I guarantee I'll make it mine. You must be done preparing, right?" Magnarok then finally responded, "Well, then let the trial begin." Hyunsu was stunned by this unexpected reaction. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed its body. This decisive action couldn't help but startle him. Magnarok's body gradually became harder and larger, covered by huge rocks. The information panel displayed information about the Phalanx Guardian. The transformed state of Magnarok, Arbiter of the Church of Ice and Fire. Rank increases depending on Magnarok's will, 3-star level. After finishing its preparations, it slowly announced, "I will test your qualities. The Church of Ice and Fire has 3 tenets. The first is to protect what is precious. What is most precious to you?" This phrase successfully piqued Hyunsu's curiosity. The most precious thing, huh? He recalled that his parents had passed away. Hyunsu had no other outside relationships either, not even a single close friend. "I only have my teammates in this tower, but can I say they are what I treasure?" This line of thought made him feel a bit sorry for himself. "I can't believe I've lived such a pathetic life." Perhaps noticing Hyunsu's bad mood, Deokchun pinched his ear as a reminder. Hyunsu immediately understood its intention. "That's right, I still have Deokchun." He joyfully shouted, "Exactly, Deokchun is the most precious thing to me." After confirming the first step, Magnarok also moved on. "I guess that will do for the next step. Let the test begin." Then it told him how to pass the test. "You must fight to protect what you treasure." It immediately got into a ready stance to attack. The moment it finished speaking, Magnarok launched itself at Hyunsu with terrifying speed. It continuously unleashed fatal blows, forcing him to struggle to dodge. Hyunsu couldn't help but marvel at this fighting machine. What destructive power! Is this a sword created from holy power? Saying that, he also began to raise his hand in front of it to cast a skill. In the next second, Hyunsu unleashed a giant flame which directly engulfed Magnarok's entire body. After the flame disappeared, its tattered figure gradually emerged, looking incredibly pathetic. But Magnarok also quickly regenerated its lost body parts. Hyunsu immediately became wary of this strange ability, trying to regenerate. "Are you in your dreams? Go, my precious one." Deokchun immediately spat out purple flames at his command. The information panel appeared again to explain regeneration process delayed due to the Chaos Frog's attribute. Right after Hyunsu seized the opportunity to fly up and strike down hard on its neck, Massacre C Level 3. Seeing his attack was effective, he became arrogant. "Is that all you've got? I knew it. One isn't enough for a fight." Suddenly, Magnarok struggled back up. It began to summon a series of other creatures. "Creating a worthy opponent for you is also my duty." Then a series of notifications appeared to introduce this pack of monsters high-level predator, a holy weapon in the form of an animal 2-star level. Phalanx Guardian, the transformed state of Magnarok. Arbiter of the Church of Ice and Fire, rank increases depending on Magnarok's will, 3-star level. All of them charged towards Hyunsu at once, but this chaos made him feel excited. Now this is more like it. Then Hyunsu took out a support item, enhancement dice C-level for 3 points. 3 points when attacking a target 3 times achieve a damage increase effect. He advanced while thinking to himself, this mob is too large, so I'll have to fight them head-on. Hyunsu began to use his power to cast a skill Fireball B level 10. He continuously turned in different directions to both attack and defend. That horde of monsters was battered by Hyunsu's attacks. The rest didn't fare any better. All of them became Hyunsu's punching bags. As many as charged forward, that many were struck down. But the enemies were too numerous, and he began to feel exhausted. Magnarok, watching from the side, didn't hold back its praise. You are stronger than I thought. You are the first one to come here with a sacred relic fragment. Quite interesting. Hyunsu had to grit his teeth to fight back while sarcastically retorting, thanks. So do I get bonus points for that? The horde of monsters kept coming endlessly, growing more numerous by the moment. Suddenly, the information panel appeared again, introducing this formidable monster Pseudo-Knight Guardian, a holy weapon created by the combination of 5 Phalanx Guardians 4-star level. Hyunsu finally had to exclaim, they even combine now. Then it roared angrily as if to show off its might. Then the monster shot towards him like an arrow aiming to take his life. But Hyunsu showed no fear. Glad I kept these items. He used a series of support items, one after another. Weight Bracelet C, Burst Energy Pin B. Therefore, the moment it launched its attack, he managed to block it. This collision inevitably created a huge shockwave. As for Hyunsu, he grew more and more excited. Thank you very much, I've almost collected enough damage. It turned out he had been accumulating a large amount of energy to prepare for a counterattack. Damage received 9,251 out of 10,000. At this moment, the monster also realized its mistake when it saw the information panel counter A rank 2. But before it could even utter its last words, Hyunsu's attack wiped it out in the very next moment. Then its body shattered and gold coins scattered everywhere along with it. The massive impact kicked up a thick cloud of dust. After everything settled, Hyunsu's majestic figure slowly emerged. Suddenly, a sparkling item lying in the middle of the monster's body successfully caught his attention. Hyunsu slowly approached, then decisively shattered it into pieces. Did you think I would let you regenerate? After the monster's core was destroyed, only now was it truly defeated. Then, a spectacular explosion occurred, as if to announce he had finished the first round of the test, with his final move, Icebreaker Rank 1. Hyunsu excitedly stepped out of the explosion and asked Magnarok, so what's the next tenet? Magnarok stood imposingly before Hyunsu. Seeing it like that, he looked smug. Are you surprised that I'm stronger than you imagined? However, he was still worried deep down, actually. I'm just putting on a brave face. My current condition isn't very good. The surge pin is only effective for 10 minutes. I've already revealed most of my best attacks, so I need to prepare more. My trump cards are Speed Mist and Resurrection, and also Deokchun's Chaos Attribute. Magnarok suddenly advanced, causing the earth to shake violently. It gathered energy while announcing congratulations on your excellent performance in the first Tenet Challenger. After the power was executed, all the damaged and cracked areas were repaired. In a flash, the castle returned to its original magnificent appearance. This left Hyunsu stunned and bewildered. After everything was done, the system appeared again. Skill level up, enhancement dice C level 5. Hyunsu saw it was reasonable and agreed yes. The system continued to add skill level up enhancement dice C level 5/6 Soul of the Pioneer. Seeing the result, Hyunsu was overjoyed. I rolled a 6. I think this is the first time. But he immediately realized it consumes too much mana. Then suddenly a soul flew out from within him. That soul, after being summoned, landed lightly on the ground. Next, the system didn't forget its duty and announced in detail a soul summoned by the system able to manifest. Based on the divine power of the caster, Ju Hyunsu is someone who climbed to the 84th floor. After hearing the number, Hyunsu was extremely surprised. The 84th floor. This person climbed above the 64th floor. Wait a minute, were you even human to begin with? The system thoughtfully displayed more information. Tip: the method of command depends on the caster's mana, so prevent actions that exceed your power. Right as the soul was about to jump in for a decisive battle with him, he suddenly shouted, "Stop! Just fight within my control, got it." Magnarok, after witnessing Hyunsu's every move, had to praise him. You have an interesting skill. The first tenet protection is the quality of ice. You have done very well. Hearing these words, he was very grateful. Thank you for the encouragement, but why don't we quickly start the second tenet? I can't control this person for long. It responded to Hyun-Soo's question very well. The second tenet is the quality of fire. I believe you will do well since you already possess the protection of fire. He repeated uncertainly, the protection of fire. Before Hyun-Soo could fully understand, Ragnarok had already unleashed its second form, the Church of Ice and Fire, the second tenet. Seeing this, Hyun-Soo cried out, "It's so bright!" Before he could compose himself, Ragnarok had already launched a deadly move. It was a counterattack. He was still bewildered and didn't understand what was happening, but Deok-chun on his shoulder was already spurting red syrup. It couldn't hold on any longer and slowly fell from Hyun-Soo's shoulder. He frantically screamed his beloved pet's name, Deok-chun. At the same time, the system also received the news and announced Pet Deok-chun has died. Hyun-Soo cried out hopelessly in anguish, "Deok-chun, Deok-chun, wake up, Deok-chun." His tears streamed down endlessly, but he also gradually realized that danger was near. The culprit who killed off his beloved pet stood indifferently with its arms crossed and declared be as ferocious as Fire Challenger. Hearing that, Hyun-Soo's emotions erupted. "You bastard." He shouted in rage and charged in to fight Ragnarok hand to hand. The system displayed continuous notifications as Hyun-Soo's power was truly exploding. Fireball B rank 10, Fireball B rank 10, Fireball B rank 10, Massacre C rank 3, Massacre C rank 3. The image of Deok-chun appeared in the curtain of fire, causing Hyun-Soo to shed tears. "Oh, Deok-chun, I couldn't protect you." Ragnarok remained unafraid and continued to provoke. Being true to your emotions is also a quality of fire. Hyun-Soo roared in fury, "Shut up." The system once again displayed his soaring power, Water F rank 5, Water F rank 5, Icebreak A rank 1. His power enveloped Ragnarok's entire body. Its body was completely frozen by Hyun-Soo. But in the end, Ragnarok still broke free from the technique. "Are you satisfied with this challenger?" Hyun-Soo was astonished to see it was completely unharmed. He gritted his teeth trying to figure out how to solve this difficult puzzle that was Ragnarok. Before he could find an answer, the soul from before made its move. Hyun-Soo also took that opportunity to continue attacking. "I haven't even used my full strength yet." Die. The system simultaneously displayed the ultimate powers he possessed, Icebreak A rank 1, Fireball B rank 10. The two above blended and combined to create an immense amount of destructive power. As Hyun-Soo unleashed his power, he commanded Soul of the Pioneer, "Fight without holding back." The summoned soul was also ready to battle alongside him, very willing. After receiving the order, he also unleashed his swordsmanship upon Ragnarok. The summoned soul's sword strikes were the final blow that somewhat weakened that wretched thing. But unfortunately, it seemed Hyun-Soo couldn't endure it any longer. He leaned on his sword, kneeling on the ground and panting heavily. Hyun-Soo managed to say to the summoned soul, "I don't have much mana left. You can return now." Hearing his request, he did not turn a blind eye before leaving. He didn't forget to remind him the only thing that can destroy a believer is a stronger holy power or magic and chaos or that faith itself. The tower has lost many things. "I hope we have a chance to meet again." As he gradually merged into Hyun-Soo, the system announced through mutual agreement the enhancement and the soul of the pioneer will be removed. The summoned soul also became one with him. Suddenly, something shot through the space. It turned out that after he re-entered Hyun-Soo's body, Speed Mist B rank 4, Resurrection A rank 1, the system didn't forget its role and reported non-stop all stats are tripled due to the effect of resurrection. After being fully resurrected, the main character was more overpowered than ever. Hyun-Soo grabbed Ragnarok's head and roared in anger, "How dare you take the life of my beloved Deok-chun? I will end you too." At the same time, his power also skyrocketed, counter A rank 2.